I am back live, folks. I am back live. Back live on the show. I don't know what happened. I think because I was playing something that, I should have said fair use. I should have said fair use on the show and everything like that. Copyright. I don't know, whatever like that. Why put up a video if you're not gonna let anybody use it? That's why I said people use. Why people could use my videos and everything like that. And Afro Dumbass used my videos. Did I go over his channel and basically put a strike against him for using my content? No. The bottom line is, so people are like sitting there, just one friggin', I don't know. It's just ridiculous. But uh, get this. Now, put a one in the chat room if you got the gist of what I was talking about. Gist of what I was talking about in that video. And that video backed up what I was saying. Put a one in the chat room, you understand what I was saying, and just what I'll talk about. The thing is, thank you. The thing is like the brother was saying in the video, Africa Rising was something coined by the West to throw Africans and Black people off, right? There was only one path to salvation, which was Black African infrastructure. That's what the BAIO said. But because I don't have all these degrees and everything by the name, no one listened to me. I said it back then. Until we build global Black African infrastructure, the global Black BAO global pipeline, of business and logistics and everything like that, until we basically change the culture and the political landscape to allow Black people from the West to have some sort of say-so on the continent and decision making and everything, build this global geopolitical entity, right? Based on being Black African descent, nothing's going to change. So I was not, I was taken in by the so-called Africa Rising, but I should have known, because the bottom line is they did this back in the 90s. What they will do is this. Let me tell you somehow these people operate, the globalists, and the people like the New World Order, the bankers and everything. They tell you what's successful. I remember there was an article in Emerge magazine, right? Emerge magazine, and they basically was comparing Ghana with Ivory Coast, right? And this was a time period right there when I knew something about industrialization and industry and stuff like that. I said, neither one of these countries are industrialized, right? Neither of these countries, not only are they not industrialized, but they don't have the distribution system of the cash flow. They was basically, it's like, bragging about which country was going to produce the most cocoa and stuff like that. And I said, something not right. And then basically they kept saying Ghana's growth is like this and Ivory Coast's growth like this. We're on, these countries are on their way. And I said to myself, that did not sound right. At the time I was like, how are you going to have, I said, maybe they know something I don't know. Right. But I was end up being right. They were basically, I said, then it dawned on me, who are these people doing this? These are people that basically they love uneducated Black people, particularly in Africa, right? They'll tell you that your economy is growing, right? And the bottom line is this, and like I found out later in Nigeria, right, when they was basically talking about during the time of Abacha, they was like basically Abacha came in, right? He got inflation in Nigeria down to 5% because he got rid of the structural adjustment programs of the IMF. And I said to myself, that was a key. And because of Abacha is the reason why you got Aliko Dangote right now. Because Nigeria started saying, why are we why are we letting foreigners export stuff to the West and everything for cheaper price and everything? Why are we importing rice from Vietnam and everything? Why don't we grow these things in our country for our own domestic market? And they found out that there was actually more money by just growing and shipping and distributing in the country. They didn't need the West or a Western commodities market. They created their own internal commodities markets. But at the same time, right, there's a couple of years before that, I saw that. I remember an article in Emerge magazine, and the bottom line, they always get these African Americans. Ghana is on the rise. Ivory Coast on the rise. They're exporting. Like, no, it's like they're not exporting. People are extracting minerals and cash crops from the country and whatnot. There's no industry. There's no value added or anything like that, which is essential to industrialization and developing. So I knew all that back then. But the bottom line, they kept telling me, on in the magazines about Africa's on its way and everything. And this is stuff to fool you, fool people to thinking that you're progressing, and you're really not. You're going backwards. This is what I'm saying. What they say with the Africa Rising. When they say Africa Rising, and they say, how are you going to rise when the commodities that Africa have, you're not selling it yourself. They're coming to you and extracting it, what they need and whatnot, and giving you, some money and everything like that. And basically, because it seems like you're doing better than you did 60 years ago, they say Africa's rising. But the bottom line, you're not out the woods. You still got, let me tell you something. Africa, basically, after everything's said and done, right? Africa has a net negative outflow of $100 billion a year. That's how much leaves the continent, right? Never to be seen again every year. After all the investments and everything like that, the cost and logistics and everything like that, just the money evaporating and stuff like this, Africa loses $100 billion a year in capital and net outflow from the continent. How can you be rising with these numbers right here, right? And that's one thing. We could solve these problems, but you cannot solve when you got overzealous Black Americans talking about, oh, Africa's the future, whatnot, and they're basically just hopping on a plane, going to whatever godforsaken African country, and they don't even know the basics of economics, what infrastructure means, what industrialization means, all this stuff like this. This is why the College Genesis is here. I'm here to tell you like it is. I am not going to sit here and candy coat this thing anymore, because I know for a fact of the matter, you'll make decisions based on what I say and everything like that. And I don't want to be responsible for anybody making the wrong decision and stuff like that. Like I said, you got people after George Floyd went to Tanzania talk about this seeking asylum. For God's sake, you're going over there seeking asylum and whatnot in a third world country, man. And then you get treated bad. It's like Tanzania is kicking us out. They want Black Americans out. Of course, I want your ass out too. You dusty people coming over here and not contributing nothing, nothing, just being a burden on people and whatnot. Because like I said, you could do that when you're young. You could do that when you're young and travel the world and make mistakes. At my age, I cannot do that. A man in his 50s, I cannot do that. I cannot be Ricky from the Bag family and whatnot. In my 50s, and I'm gonna try to go over to Gambia and some godforsaken swamp talking about I'm gonna build my African empire and whatnot. And bottom line is we gotta stop acting like fools. We gotta stop acting like fools. We gotta know the truth about the continent and mother continent. We want to see Africa, or we all want to see Africa come up. We all want to see things get better and everything like that. But we cannot lie to ourselves anymore. Because why? Because people are making life and death decisions. On this and whatnot. And so it's my job to basically tell it like it is. With that, anybody wants to come up here that's basically heard what I said and whatnot, and anybody got a rebuttal and everything like that, I'm feel free to come up and tell me what you think about what I said. I believe that the only way to salvation is Black African. Look, people keep saying, "Oh yeah, Carl, that's nice, BAIO, that's nice." The BAIO, that the years of studying at the Charlotte Science Institute, everything I had, make no mistake, College Genesis, who is the founder of the BAIO. I am the founder and the architect of the BAIO. It's my years of study and research and everything like that led me to these conclusions that we need land, infrastructure, nationhood, and we need to build a global Black African business pipeline, a global pipeline. That's the only, and you can only do that with a new geopolitical order, right? You cannot do that as people talk about you are a U.S. citizen and blah blah blah. You need to have some sort of treaty or whatever like that, recognition of sovereignty or autonomy on the continent, whatnot. We have to have that. That's something that the Africans could do tomorrow, but they refuse to do it. We need a geopolitical entity, and we need an Afrikstan. That's the only way this is going to happen. So you laugh all you want, say whatever you want. The only path to salvation, if you really want to talk about Black people on a global scale, is that Afrikstan. It's a global geopolitical BAO global pipeline. That's the only path to salvation. So, what's up, brother?
Hey, what's up?
What's on your mind?
Yeah, I agree with everything you're saying, man. It's just that our people, some of us, man, like the 20%, I think we're ready, but I think we're hesitant to invest in just the unknown land of Africa. Man, we don't really know Africa like that. Only very few of us
That's why
know.
we need
So
an African, right? So we can have our own
mhm,
diplomatic channels, our own military operations, security forces, and,
mhm.
and whatever we do is backed up by force. You know?
But we gotta be careful because just how Africa has their way of looking at us, we have our way of looking at them. I'll talk to a few brothers about this BAIO and investing in Africa, and they all think it's a scam. They think that them Africans, they just gonna scam us, man. So Africa got to work on its reputation, man, because we try to get people to invest, and they think it's a setup.
Yeah, like, they're rightfully to think about that. But if they come into the BAO, they understand that we're trying. BAO is a secret society. You know, it's
Hmm.
not an organization. It's more like a secret society. You know, as people join the BAO, and they're members and they're well wishers and everything. They organize among themselves in the city. They do whatever they want. I don't keep track of nobody in the BAO. It's a secret society. And I was working on hand signals and stuff like that, so people know each other. Let me tell you something how secret societies work. I was part of this Facebook group. Like it was like people like were into like New Poppy and the numbers, that shit like that. Remember that back the
Yeah,
time
no,
when that
yeah,
shit.
yeah. I mean, like you mean Dr. Malachi Z. York?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Remember
Yeah, I remember
the
him.
Troy Davis time. Remember that part?
Yeah, I
Remember that?
remember that, man.
Remember that? Anyway, there's this girl that I know through a bunch of people, white people, whatever, like friends and whatnot, like that was in a friggin' social network, right? She had a name, was a different name and whatnot, right? And I used to see her and then I talk to her and everything like that. But then I would see her at a mutual friend's house, right? And we never mentioned that we were in this group and we were communicating. You know what I'm saying? It's
Hmm.
like, and like you're sitting in the room, we're looking at each other. Every once in a while, we look up, look at each other. She was like, "That's called Genesis." And I'm looking at her like, "Oh, that's I forgot her name." But I'm like, this secret societies work. Now
They
our
do.
friends, black, white, whatever like that, they're not into none of this way. They did not know, at all, you know. But I'm looking at her like,
That's how it should be. I mean, I'm a part of the B. I'm a part I'm a part of it. It's
yeah.
just that I haven't been as active because I've been working,
The
and
bottom line is you do not have to wear the BAO on your chest talking about like this. It's a network, a social network,
exactly.
of like-minded people. That's
Hmm.
all it is. And people get that through their head. It's just a social network. People like, Carla, man, the BAO. Look, it's not a fucking, I did not want an organization. I wanted a secret society of just networks. When people can
But
basically create their own little cells and
but it
stuff like
should be
that.
like that. It gets you get stuff done better. You find more mature people. You're
Yeah.
not out and loud about all this black power stuff. Power to the people. We need to be more quiet. We need to move in
We need to
silence.
shut the hell up. Know when to shut the hell up, man. Move in silence. Black people don't know when to shut the hell up. I think black people like Umar Johnson and people like that, they exist to be loud.
Yeah,
That's all it's about. They're not trying to do anything. They're just trying to be loud. What are you gonna do for black people and that? Nigga, nobody gonna do shit for black people. How about that?
exactly. I
And
gave up on that guy years ago. He was on. I was watching a little bit of him, but he was on. What's up, for Nick Cannon? I'm like, this guy's still going at it. Like, damn, you have a life? Do you
yeah,
have a life?
I'm like this. He's like, we go. The reason why I don't like Kamala because what she has done for black. Look, the bottom line is this, right? I'm so sick and tired of this. What somebody did for black. Look, that's not political. That's not how you politics. If you believe like that, then leave the political system alone, right? That's why I said the BAO of us building a global business pipeline or whatever like that. That's more feasible if you believe in that because this is like BAO is like a separatist organization, separatist movement, a secret society, you
Hmm.
know, and that's how secret societies operate. They're self-sufficient. They trade among each other. They finance each other. They travel with each other. They make stuff happen. And before the government or whoever powers that be know what's happening, it's out metastasized.
Hmm.
But the
Yeah,
bottom
and
line,
then
you're going to organize just to get some legislation from the government, and that was back in the '60s, man. Them days are gone.
we need tradesmen, we need professors, we need educators, we need all kind of people. Like I'm a skilled welder, but welding's kind of like not. it's just not as
Don't put it
marketable.
down. You need welders, man.
Yeah, I know. I you know, I mean, I got my degree in it. I was licensed, not anymore, but I'm still certified. But I'm about going to being a lineman now. Linemen make good money, and that's just as lucrative. So, you know, we need we need tradesmen, we need all kind of people in this
Look,
organization.
bottom line is, before I get Elvis on, right? What the black man needs in America is his own territory, land, and we need our own private sector, like Japan had with the You ever heard of the Zaibatsus?
No, I never heard of that.
Okay, the Zaibatsus were financial clans of Japan. You know, Mitsubishi, Sumitomo, these were clans, you know, but they modernized and became corporations and companies and whatnot that control the Japanese economy. Whatever the Japanese needed, from matches to light bulbs, these companies brought everything to Japan and whatnot, you know. They was all the whole economy was outsourced from the government. They were mandated to get goods and services. That's nationalism, right? So you cannot have that without having a government and a state backing it up. I said, look, if we ever had our friggin' own land and whatnot, we would have something like that. I would call it the Nyamakala. That's a West African term, meaning the craft group system, you know, of business people, financing, banking, the same African spirit, but modernized business, you know. Every last single African business you see, right? There's an African business that you give Nigerians credit. They basically have a lot of business. Fulanis, they got a lot of good businesses in West Africa, you know. But the whole thing is, though, the key is traditional African businesses, traditional African craftsmen. The Japanese took all their traditional craftsmen and businessmen and tradesmen, right? Put them in suits and ties and whatnot, and said, "This is what you're going to do. You know, we're going to modernize."
That's what Africa needs to do. When you say modernize, like I'm not against your native clothes and stuff, but you need to modernize your thinking,
Yeah,
all that stuff. Yeah,
Africans don't want to do that. You know, they want to stay backwards.
Yeah, man, you gotta get rid of your sticks and stones, like, you know, cutting yourself, all that tribal stuff. Get rid of that crap.
Yeah, they don't want to do that. So it's like so this, like I said, Africa Rising. But you saw that one part of the video, right? Where the African guy was like, "Yo, look, Africa Rising was something created by the West. It was a lie. You know, we just took it and ran with it because we want to feel good. You know, it was a lie. It never was. You know."
Don't talk about the video, Carl. It might suspend you again. Just leave that video.
Well, I would say, well, everybody saw what was said. You know, it is what it is. But before I played that video, I never seen that video before. The guy was actually saying, the guy was actually saying what I was saying before I put him on. I was like, "Yo, look, I see this stuff, all the stuff like that he talked about. I already knew. You know, that was obvious because I'm somebody that actually studied the continent. You know, how can you be rising when you don't have infrastructure? You know, you can't. It's a farce. It's a lie." Mackie said, he said, Africa rising, rising. No, according to Ali Mafratis, the late Tanzanian businessman, founder of Afrotech Business Group, and said, "Check this out. Tech Talks is Africa right." Yeah, I think that's what I just played. You know, and I got suspended. You know, TED Talks is something else. You know, they don't friggin', you know, damn, man.
That should put a pause on the playing video for a couple months, Colin. No more videos.
No. I gotta still play videos. No, I gotta make sure it's not one of those CNN or anything like that, like the Young Turks or whatever like that. You know, stuff like that. You know, you don't do those people about their shit. You know, that's how Brandon.
Well, this happened before, right? Or is it the first time
it's the first time it ever happened to me where they ended my show. You know, I'm like, damn. You know, the first time it ever happened.
Let me just let you know,
you were supposed to say fair use. You were supposed
I didn't know
to
that.
say
I didn't know
fair
I had to do all
use.
that. You know, I thought.
Oh yeah.
I
Diners does that every time you play something.
Yeah, I should have said fair use or whatnot. You know,
and you gotta stop the video,
I figure
make commentary, and then play again.
Yeah, I think you can only play like about 20 seconds of it before you get flagged. Am I right?
No, you can play up to 10 minutes as long as it's critiquing it and criticizing it or making commentary on it.
Not criticizing.
You gotta break it up.
You know?
No. What I'm saying, that's what you should do. That's what fair use is. You can criticize it, you can critique it. You had a commentary on it, but you could play parts of it and pause it and then commentary, and then comment on it. That's how it works.
You know, shit. You know, these people, man, shit, man, with their fucking videos and whatnot.
But Dollar Bill, I see Dollar Bill in the comment. Come up, Dollar Bill. What's going on?
Dollar Bill don't come up with no damn videos.
Well, I finally talked to I got through it on his Obama phone, finally talked to
But
him.
yeah, I agree with one thing you said, Colin. Look, I say all the time when people say, "Oh, you're being a coward, you're being scared of the white man." Look, you always get these African leaders, or even African, entrepreneurs, or people who wants to do things on the continent. They tell all of their business plans, they tell all of their goals out in the public, whether it's to raise money or to get other people to join them. And once there's an old saying in Africa: don't say what you want to do, because this is a spiritual thing, but then maybe the devil can hear it and will stop you. So don't tell your enemies what you want to do on the continent. Don't be a leader and start saying shit like, "Oh, we're divesting from the West, we're moving away from the West, we're this, we're that." Do all that shit in silence. Every time I say that, people say, "Oh, Elvis is colonized, his mind is colonized."
No,
But this is
bottom
your
line is
enemy.
this:
They have the tools
a
to
lot of
stop you.
Africans are smelling themselves, right? They
Do
took
your
that
shit
after the
in
rising,
silence.
like they really thought they was on their way and they could challenge the West and they could, like that. Like I'm like, look, I'm all for China investing in Africa, but Africans are making a big mistake by severing their ties with the West. Right now,
Tyler,
pretty
I
much.
think we're challenged. I always say this, right? We're blessed with resources and we're cursed with poor leadership. I
Reportedly,
think
also
we're
resources
challenged.
get first too, man.
I think we're challenged when it comes to our not our intellect per se, but our character, right? Africans, perhaps black people in general, right? I think we have poor character
You mean continental
cumulatively.
Africans? Continental Africans?
Yeah, I mean, dollar. Oh, okay, I'm not even looking at the screen. I'm guessing Dollar Bill is on the screen now. He's on the he's on the panel. But what I'm saying
Good
is,
evening.
if we can't take care of ourselves, we can't look at the bigger picture for the better good of our people, and we must steal these monies that we get in our country, whether it's through concessions to better our own personal individual lives. It shows that we're lacking some kind of critical thinking, or we're lacking character.
Yeah, but
And I
what
tell
about
anybody that I think
it's
that's what
not
the
just
white
the
man
leaders,
has
right?
over
It's not
over
just
us.
the
If it's
leaders.
not just pure intellect, it's
Yeah,
character.
Elvis. It's not just the leaders, right? Because, like I said, same thing in Black America, right? You have people, right, who I look at places like Baltimore, right? The friggin' place is a fucking hell on earth, right? Poor leadership, whatever like that. There ain't no Republicans, all black Democrats, right? The black people out there, like remember that before Cory Booker, that guy that Cory Booker unseated Dollar Bill. Remember
Yeah,
that in
I
Newark, New
remember.
Jersey? Remember that guy? I forgot
Yeah.
his name. That guy was corrupt as shit, and everybody thought Cory Booker was a breath of fresh air, but this guy was corrupt as shit, and he had a loyal following. Yeah, we're gonna win this. I was like, dude, look at your city. You ain't got shit. You ain't got shit. Newark's a hellhole. And you got people out there stumping for them, right? Because that's just the way it is. Same thing in Africa.
Look what's happening in New York right now.
In
Look how.
Chicago.
Don't tell me people are stumping for Eric Adams. Don't tell me that. Man.
Oh yeah, they had. I thought Hazel Dukes was dead. They drug her up and had her out there with the churches, and the governor's afraid to pull the plug on Eric Adams because he's got all these old church Democrats. They're out there telling, and they've caught this guy, pretty much, and so this is the same thing that happens.
Yeah, you went blank, Dollar Bill. Dollar Bill went blank. Yeah, Dollar Bill, you might have to go out and come back in, brother.
My Obama phone, it broke out.
Your Obama phone again.
Okay, I have to
Yeah, Eric Adams phone. Leave Obama alone.
Yeah, so bottom line, yeah, that's what it is. And this guy, freaking Brandon Johnson of Chicago, this guy's a fucking complete clown.
Yeah, he's the worst.
This guy's a complete clown. The bottom line, if you don't think black people in America are angry, you got some sad thing of black people in America are seething with anger over these politicians. And people can't just come up there. I don't know why Obama thought he was going to march out there and people going to listen to what he says like he's still the golden boy and whatnot. That was a big mistake on his part, man. He wasn't reading the room. Black America is angry. It's not just a bunch of angry black men online and whatnot. It's like we really feel like there's nothing going on politically in Black America and whatnot.
Okay, Carla, do you think Black America is tapping out of the political system? Like we're just giving up and we're
never
just gonna...
part of the political system. Let me tell you something. Like I said the other night, right? And the obsolete man. We're we're completely Black America is completely obsolete. The only time they need us, right, is every 4 years or every 2 years when the Congress or whatever like that. That's the only time they engage us, right? Then they come around like and they don't even bother engaging us. All they do is go out there and they'll get Beyonce, they'll get Jay-Z, Spike Lee, and Steve Harvey. This is the blatant disrespect they have, you know.
Kyla,
So
every time I hear that, I think that's a selfish point. And let me say this. Yeah, let me say this. You know, I look at it and I say that's the problem with Black people or African Americans in particular, right? Is that you live in a nation. You can't. You say all the time, Kyla, you can't be a nation within a nation. When I look at Asia, hold on.
What I'm trying to make is black people in America have agency. Do you know Black people care about things like this?
Hold on, let me say this. When I talk to other people who are against quote unquote the Democrats, they're on one side of the political spectrum, which is fine. What economic zones do you think they create for Asians? What economic zones do you think they create for Caribbeans in this country that they're not creating for you?
When I'm saying it, hold up, my whole thing is this, Elvis, right? Most Black people really don't care about that, you know.
So what is it about then? It's what kind of rights, what kind of benefits do you want from these political parties that you're not getting?
On one hand, they say we're, like you said, there's no such thing as a nation within a nation, right? Let's say, okay, I'm gonna go with that argument. There's no nation where, and to be honest with you, right? When I get ready to go vote, when I am not thinking about myself as a Black person, when I'm just thinking about, okay, I'm in Virginia, I vote on these issues, right? Because I've been studying the issues for all the time, you know, whether it's light rail for Virginia Beach, you know, to Norfolk, whatnot, or whatever like this, or raise the toll tunnels and whatnot, you know, so there's always stuff on the ballot, right? I vote based on that, right? I based on what I think is the best way that the state and most Black people think like that, right?
As individuals.
That's what I say on Dynasty's platform. The things that impacts your life is state elections. Your governors and your state electors impacts your life more immediately.
The people who want our votes, right? They don't even acknowledge that, right? They start coming up to us with some disrespectful stuff like Kamala Harris talking about, I'm gonna give some loans for Black men. Then it comes out and find out it's for all types of men disenfranchised.
Yeah, because it's against the U.S. Constitution. It's against certain rules. You can't make bills that excludes other people. That's why I keep telling you guys these things.
That's a lot of crap, you know. So if let's say if it's against the country, like you said, right? Why talk about it and do it in the first place?
Why DACA? Right? Why DACA?
DACA is not excluding. Yeah. It's not only for a specific race of people.
It is.
That's what you don't understand. Haitians benefit from DACA. El Salvadorian, Honduran.
The Biden administration deported Haitians. Like, remember
that? You can't make rules based on sex, gender, or race.
They do it all the time, man.
You can't make laws based on those things.
We're not immigrants, so that means that we can.
They didn't say anything about excluding immigrants or natural born citizens. It's about race, sex, and I think sexual identity or something like that. You can't discriminate based on those people.
Immigrants who are getting housing and everything and putting hotels in
they get to go to different parts.
All of those things are temporary, Colin. You guys have to understand how the U.S. immigration works.
Can't dream.
Black homeless
only immigrants can dream. So
you think Black people or any other race of people who need housing and go apply to a government agency for housing or help for housing, you think they don't get it?
Yeah, I know they don't.
Okay, all right. I know
so many people.
Okay,
just now got Section 8.
I told you a guy that I'm going to see tomorrow, right? One of my clients, right?
Mm-hmm. But then again, it's different. There are specific monies that set aside and allocated for immigration, and money that's set aside for social welfare programs.
He's there right now, right? I got
no, it's not Elvis.
Well, I'll just stay there right now because I work overnight. And he goes, it broke my heart, man. Young guy talking about I'm homeless, basically, you know. So I said, when I see him, I know people that I have partners, friends that manage a building for people trying to get on their feet when they're homeless people and whatnot. So I'm gonna get him in one of these buildings, you know. That's what I'm gonna freaking do, you know. And so the bottom line is this: we have a lot of Black people and white people that are panhandling, homeless, everything like that. Nobody gives a.
Nobody gives a damn about them.
Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, and people not even getting that $700 they were promised.
No, they're not. They get all
You
that money,
know, for
immigrants
years.
at the Florida, the
I mean,
hurricane.
Colin,
They didn't get no money.
you be talking stuff that you're not even living in, man. Are you in South Carolina or are you
No,
in
but I'm
Florida?
saying I know. I'm
You
looking at the
just
news.
fueling the mega talking points, man.
They're suffering.
Hey,
Listen,
Colin.
we have people in New York City that had to go down to this place for years and had to live in shelters. You got people who are migrants just coming and staying in 5-star hotels. 5-star hotels.
Hey,
Those
Colin,
are
what do you think Trump's
temporary
gonna do
because of
about
the
that?
housing shortage. They're not giving them to give them a luxurious lifestyle, bro.
So why
They
did
have to
give
find
Why
housing
didn't
for
give
them.
them anything, right?
There are
Well, why is why is they
33,000
entitled to
people.
anything?
There are 30 to
Because that's what the U.S.
35,000
immigration law says,
Oh,
Colin.
no,
It's,
no
in
immigration
America,
law.
in
That's
New
against
York
the
City
Constitution.
alone.
no, it says that you gotta accommodate these people.
Laws are made to
Who
friggin-
says that?
Law
That's
is a
BS.
task. What was that
The
guy?
immigration law says it, man.
We don't have to
What?
accommodate.
No. Hold on. What law says that, Elvis?
Exactly. Let's see the law.
Say the law.
Okay, go read the immigration law. I don't have the time to give it to you.
Hey, Colin.
But I'm telling you, I was an immigrant here. I didn't hear what he says.
Hey, Colin.
But most immigrants, when they come here, right? They're different. They're different kinds of immigrants. You have to understand it. People who are seeking asylum. Hold on, dollar bill. People who are seeking asylum. Usually, when you're coming into this country, if you're, immigrating to this country, they will ask you for a sponsor, right? Somebody who has, a home, perhaps have a decent job and could help you get on your feet. Those are one of the requirements if you're immigrating to this country, whether you are on the DV3. Then you have a different class of people who are refugees, who are coming into this country with barely any families in the United States. They set aside monies for those people to give them housing, to help them find jobs.
Why is that?
Because that's how the immigration works. That's what I keep trying to tell you. There are different levels of immigration. So people who are seeking asylum and have nobody in this country and are pretty much coming on a whim, the U.S. government, once they allow them into the country, they're going to set money aside for housing, food, and other things. That's how it works.
I'm paying all these taxes.
The thing that Elvis is mentioning,
they want to call me.
In order for you to get those things, you actually have to be granted the shit. So for you to get asylum benefits, your asylum case has to be approved first.
No,
it ain't
that's
approved
not how
just
it works,
because
Jonathan.
you pop up.
These are my
you can't just allow people into the country and not give them any amenities, right? What are they going to do?
Elvis, according to the Refugee Cash Assistance Program, from the date of granted asylum, asylums may receive up to 12 months of RCA to help meet their most basic needs.
Coming from Honduras,
you have to be approved first, Elvis.
What asylum are they?
You don't just get it because you pop up.
In Honduras.
What about immigrants who are on a temporary status?
Can you ask me the question? What war
those people are allowed to work
in Honduras? What war?
Say that again, Jonathan.
What war is going on?
Asylum is based on a per person basis. It's based on an individual basis, right? So there's some people. Hold on. There's some people who are coming from Mexico, who some of them may lie and say that the cartel is, threatening their family. Maybe they kill a couple of their family members, and they had to flee. Hold on, dollar bill, and they had to flee and come to the United States. They're gonna do a background check, and they're gonna investigate as that person's clean. If it's proven and it's true, they're gonna grant them asylum. If they're lying, they're gonna deny them asylum. So that's how it works. It's based on a person
coming in through the border.
Donald Trump said, "Stay in Mexico while you have your case." These people will release these people right in our country. And what happened? They raping girls. They killing people.
Those people will be dealt with.
One killed himself the other day because he was repeatedly raping a minor.
Hey, Colin, what do you think about Donald Trump?
What?
What do you think Donald Trump's going to do about this immigration issue if he wins?
Look, let me tell you, there's one thing when you're campaigning and then when you get in office. Like me personally, I think Donald Trump, right, should have went after Hillary Clinton when he had, when he had the chair. He should have went after Hillary. He should have went after Clinton. Found that he didn't do that. I think for the most part, I think he's gonna do something about immigration, but I don't think he's gonna do like he said he'd do. Because the country's gonna be like all in this thing, and he needs to make peace with a good segment of America. So basically, it's not gonna turn out like people think it is. They always start out like that, right? Like Obama. I'm gonna get to the bottom of the friggin' Gulf War, the Iraq War, and everything. What happened? Nothing. It was all hyped during the election and everything like that, and then nothing panned out.
Obama brought a lot of troops home from Iraq and Afghanistan.
Oh, he did.
He
He said,
drew a
man,
lot
he's
of
not
troops.
bringing a lot of troops to Iraq. Get out
He
of here.
did. He actually
Obama
did.
was useless.
We had wars with Obama was the president. You know, what are you talking
Useless.
about?
I said he brought a lot of troops home. I didn't say he brought all the troops home. He
Troops
brought a
home
lot
from
of
where?
them home.
Troops home from where? Where were you living
From
at?
Iraq
He
and
was
Afghanistan.
using more drones. He wasn't really bringing more troops, so we're just using more drones. That's all.
We had the Arab Spring uprising, whatnot. We had to deploy troops to Syria. Obama got to Syria. What are you talking about? You know?
Did you just hear what I said, Colin? I mean, what are you talking about? I said he brought more troops home from Iraq and Afghanistan. That's what I said.
The first time to tell you that America was in Black Africa doing just was Obama. He expanded AFRICOM throughout the continent. So what are you talking about?
What do you think Obama is? You think he's an African man? He's a freaking American president. American interest is his interest. He don't give a damn about Africa. He's not a president of the United States as an African man. He's an American man, an American president. I don't know what you guys think that all black people who are in U.S. politics, their first loyalty is to Africa. It is not, and it shouldn't be. You can't serve two masters. He's an American.
So you can say it about Kamala too, right?
Yeah, she's going to be an American president. What's in the best interest of the U.S. foreign policy? That's what she's going to follow. You have to understand that.
Vice president and attorney general, she got Indians like $26 billion. You know, for what?
Donald Trump gave India a lot of money too.
But she's not going to do anything for black people.
And I think Trump even went to India to visit India. What is that saying? Does that say he's pro-India now, more than black American?
I don't know, but she did it because of racial loyalties to her mother.
Okay, Colin. It's U.S. foreign policy. You got to go to the State Department and read what their foreign policy is for each of these countries.
Went to the African continent. Nothing from Obama. You know, really hardly nothing. But he gave.
Colin, that's not true. Most of these African countries are receiving tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars on a yearly basis through USAID.
You mean
USAID gives a lot of aid to African countries.
Do you mean that they're getting Section 8? Is that what you said?
It's kind of like that. It's kind of like that for undeveloped countries or quote unquote developing countries. They get USAID aid, and they receive hundreds, if not tens of millions of dollars from the U.S. government every year. Every year. But why do you say that's nothing? You think the U.S. is supposed to be supporting these African nations who are starving countries?
The U.S. can give.
It's not their duty to do that.
If the U.S. can give Afghanistan billions of dollars, right, for nothing, they can give Ukraine.
Can I say this? Can I say this, Zongo?
Israel. It's a strategic foreign policy location, Colin.
Right? Street? Zongo, you know I know things about you. Do you want me?
Dollar bills.
Are you doing this again, Dollar?
Leave the comment section alone.
He keeps saying that I supposedly have $1 million.
Dollar.
So you keep talking my business. I'm going to tell them about yours. Then you're going to
work for the Washington State,
like the little girl that you are. Sorry. Go ahead.
Don't put his business out there, Jonathan.
Well, he put mine out. He just put mine out, right?
Because it's probably something you said already, though.
Yeah,
right?
There's some things that he said too. So stop being a little girl and stop and tighten up your panties. Okay?
Oh, dollar bill, you going in tonight. Don't forget what the kids said about you last night. 2 words we're not going to say on the platform.
I don't care what that
when it comes to dollar
bill. You taking baths and what's that shit say?
Yeah. And with
you taking showers in it with
we can't say the P and the C word. We can't say plastic chair. Plastic chair is out of the realm for dollar bill.
I can care less what this fool says.
Where's Young Lion, bro? Young Lion took a day off because he knew dollar bill was going to come back hard on him.
Look, this is the topic. Africa Rising, man. We just, I don't want to linger into this nonsense.
Yeah, let's go back with Africa Rising.
Africa is 100% going to rise. Just watch. Folks.
How?
Yeah, right.
Explain to us how.
It's
because
we're all Jonathan. He's gonna choking you that with questions that you gotta stay hard about.
Listen. Let me make something clear, okay? There is no such thing as Africa Rising. Once you drop this whole Africa shit, you do well. You just say individual countries, and that's it.
Yeah, a continent with 54 countries are not going to rise collectively.
Rose yet.
Countries are going to rise individually, Tyler.
Yeah, right.
Countries are going to rise individually. The continent can't rise collectively.
A lot of these countries are poor in Europe. Y'all act like these motherfuckers are rich. Stop.
They're industrialized. They got standard of living.
They are rich. They just don't know they're rich.
Man, they ain't rich. Stop.
Well, if people have the basics, right? The essentials and everything like that. Yeah, they're rich. You know,
They're rich and they just
most
don't
of the
know that
people in
they're
the world
rich.
don't have.
Kyla, you think if all of these states that we have, the 50 states, if they were individual countries, you think America would be as
one of
successful
the
as it is?
one of the most largest economies in Central Europe has literally no access to clean water.
Hold up, time out. The GDP of the city of Philadelphia is bigger than the country of Nigeria.
Did you hear what I said, Kyla?
Of course it
I
is.
said if these 50 states started off as independent nations in North America, you think this country will be as successful as it is?
California could be its own country. New York could be its own country. Jersey could be its own country. Yes.
No, that's because they've already benefited from the federal
it doesn't
system.
really matter. But
I'm saying in your inception, had it been a nation competing with each other on this continent, it would have been completely different.
They benefited from 300 years of free slavery, of free labor. So the answer is yes. Right?
The answer is yes to what?
Because yes, they would be successful because they benefited from not having to pay.
I'm not going to downplay slavery, but my point here is you have a federal system that works, in conjunction with the state governments, right? So that makes it even better. Not in conjunction, but in terms of nationally, the federal government is the national government, and then you have the state governments, right? But
like, man, get the federal.
Had there been independent nations with different ideologies and different nationalities in this space that we call the United States, it would have been different. Some of these countries would be very poor.
They technically are that, Elvis.
States are actually independent.
They're independent.
No, they're not independent, Carlos.
They are.
Yes, they are.
The federal law supersedes the state laws. You know that, right?
Elvis, have you ever heard of the Republic of California?
Mustafa, would you come up?
I'm into dollar, but Jonathan, California has
Elvis, do you understand that when marijuana is illegal according to the federal government, but California says, fuck that, we do what we want to do?
Are you saying that states don't have to follow federal law?
When the federal government says,
and also in the reverse,
deport illegal immigrants, and California says, fuck that, we'll have a sanctuary state.
He didn't like the sanctuary cities, right? But the cities and states say, something, fuck the federal government. We're going to disobey it.
Literally.
They literally want less.
They want Elvis wants it both ways,
Bro, the states follow the federal law. If you don't,
they don't, Elvis. Damn. I just gave you two examples.
Deported everybody.
Okay, so I guess California is a sovereign country. Committed. Go tell that to Lil Durk. He got picked up. He was in a sovereign Florida, and they shouldn't have picked him up because he's in his own a whole other nation.
You know what's interesting?
You guys are being dumb and saying these are sovereign countries. They're not sovereign, bro.
Elvis, listen. California, United States, is the same thing as the European Union. Look at it like that. The European Union is full of sovereign states, but generally they share one currency.
Sovereign, Jonathan.
Generally, the European Union. I'm telling you about the European Union.
There are certain rights that the states have, but
there are certain rights that the European Union members have. But
you're not getting it. This country is called the United States, right? It has multiple states headed by a federal government. We're about to go to elections, right? We're going to vote for one president that's going to rule over all of the federal system.
That are part of the nation. It's a check and balance. So you have members from the state, with the three branches of government, and so you know it's not just the federal one just great federal entity, right? And so they have to do this because there's some states
constitutional amendments
that are actually don't even have income tax. They don't even have income tax, right? Places like Florida, Las Vegas.
But they have federal income tax. All the states have federal income tax. You don't have state taxes, but they have federal income taxes. You know that.
I realize this, Elvis. What you don't understand is that a federal system is just a representation of every group combined in one. But they don't actually rule over everyone combined in one. It's no different than if you go to Russia, right? They got independent republics that are generally separate from Russia. But in terms of going at one, you're going after all of them. That's all it is, Elvis.
The federal is just an oversight.
It's just an overseas thing. It's not what you think
I
it
mean,
is.
that's
Because
what I said.
Elvis,
You know,
saying,
I use the word sovereign. You know what sovereign means,
Yeah,
Jonathan?
we know what sovereign means. Yes, we do.
Okay, then these states are not sovereign.
We
That's
didn't
the
say
point of it.
that the states were
Well, what about
sovereign.
the Commonwealth?
Okay,
of
that's my point. They're not sovereign. So let's let
hold
it
up,
go. They have certain rights,
Yo,
but they're not
Virginia.
a sovereign state.
People don't even understand this, right? Virginia is a Commonwealth, right? You know who the biggest investor in Virginia is? The British. They call Virginia the old Dominion.
hold on. Just a second. According to the California government, right? Let me go ahead and post this link. California is a sovereign state with supreme
Don't you
power
start
over
with
its
no more damn
political
videos.
subordinates. Stop, Elvis.
Do you know?
Say that
According
again,
to the
Jonathan?
government, California is a sovereign state.
Oh my goodness, African goddess! You
Damn.
really believe
California
that
is a sovereign
BRICS is
state?
rising?
Let me go and provide you the link, Elvis. That way you can save yourself the energy.
Looking at BRIC and all this stuff like this. Stop it. You know, it ain't happening. Please, it ain't happening. Stop all this
They
nonsense.
really believe that.
They really believe
that BRICS
BRIC nations are
is going to change the. Do you
I
know
you're right.
that when, in the 1970s, including Nigeria, they came up with what's called the OPEC nation.
Oh yeah, that how
Right?
that turned out.
And so they decided that they were going to wield power against America by getting with this OPEC nation. And they started what is called an oil embargo, right? So what did America go out and do? It found a country, okay, in Saudi Arabia that had all the oil that they could get from that, so they can bypass the OPEC nations. And now they've made that place, which now they call the kingdom, one of the richest places in the world. They got rich because they were able to get away from OPEC and deal with the West directly. The same thing is going to happen with BRICS. Look it up. If you don't believe me.
People have this idea. Look, there's going to be no freaking shortcut to salvation. You know, Africans think, oh yeah, China,
they'll get BRICS,
the BRIC nations, and all stuff like this. It's not going to happen. Please, there's only one way: Black African infrastructure. You know, Africans don't want to do that. They think the China, the BRIC nations, and all stuff like that.
You see how ignorant Zongo is? He tries to tell people that he is such an educated man.
Zongo's an idiot.
The EU is part of the allies of America. They don't need to have their own. Everyone doesn't need to have their own individual military. They fight together.
That's
the
NATO.
French, exactly. All of these allies fight together. They pull their forces together. And that's what they did in World War I and World War II. And America, they all fought together. They don't need their own individual. Of course, they have their own individual forces. And together, they even have elite forces that fight together. Damn, Zongo. Now I know for certain that you're only you just stamp stuff at your job.
Zongo's a clerk in the mailroom.
You got no brains, man. No brains. Now you angry with Jonathan because Jonathan's making money. Better stop playing with Jonathan before he crush you. Go ahead, brothers.
Yeah, man. So like I said, man, this was not going to be an African bashing show or whatever like that. But I had to say this now. It was on my mind because we talked today.
Young Lion is saying what's up to you, Dollar Bill.
What do I care about Young Lion, man? Trying to make fun of me, man. He
saying what's up, bro.
He didn't say what's up.
I don't see no what's up. Listen, you seem to think that these type of things bothering me, man. Come on. It doesn't. It really doesn't. It doesn't bother me. If I feel let that
shit go. You're the one that kept pointing out to me that Zongo was saying shit about me and this and that. So let's let it go.
When I feel bad about Young Lion saying that I have all of this stuff on my nightstand, I'm gonna go to the bank and just take out a bunch of money and $100 bills, and then I'm just gonna count them until I fall asleep.
Shopping, you know.
Man.
Lion. That's how you gotta do it. The best way is you gotta keep winning. Like I said, my whole thing is, like I said, the reason why I did this tonight, right, is because I feel some sort of responsibility. Because I was, look, even though I had suspicions, like I told you about Museveni, right, back in and former President John Kufuor, right, and Ghana, right. I knew a lot of stuff that was going on. How this guy was up George Bush's ass, and he even built the highway named after George W. Bush, and whatnot. I really knew basically back then, right, something was not right, But I was so on this Africa thing, Africa. My mind was blind, Museveni basically hosted like a Commonwealth. I don't know what the hell it was, right? And spent poor ass Ugandans spent $200 million flying in dignitaries and everything like that, At the same time, I was watching a thing about where a young girl was taken by a crocodile at the river, getting water. I'm saying something is not quite right. I don't know what's going on. I said, because I had the faith that Africans must know what they're doing and something's going to get better. But now I'm like, something, I'm just coming to the conclusion that the people that's running the continent or whatever like that, they don't really give a fucking damn about the people. That's just the reality.
Well, I want to shed the light tonight on something about Africa Rising, because I happened to turn on the internet and I heard my friend Elvis talking on Focus on Liberia. So Elvis, could you kind of let us know what was going on with that new park that the president's nephew is doing?
Oh, you heard what I called it. That shit is hilarious, bro. We don't believe that shit, man.
Why don't you tell us about that?
Okay. I mean, it's bullshit. We all see through it, right? The dude is doing a $150 million project, and the guy who's heading the project, I'm not sure if he's the head, construction person or whatever. He said they're gonna make it look like Disney World. I think he meant to say like roller coasters and different kinds of rides, but he said merry-go-round and swings, and they're gonna connect it to the ocean and yachts, any kind of boat, the biggest boats in the world can come in there, and it would be like a gateway to our tourists.
Dream,
Yeah, it's a dream, and that's what we're saying. Just to dredge a fucking seabed is going to cost you, tens of millions of dollars.
He said
let alone to build
150 million American dollars.
Right, and
That's
then he's going to put rides and stuff there. He said he didn't say rides like the roller coaster. This nigga's talking about swings and merry-go-rounds, which is something you can build for like $20,000 if it's even at a big scale. So we're looking at it like this is a money laundering scheme, because he said that this is the president's project, right? And the funds is coming from people who are good, well wishers of the president, who are going to be funding this project. And the former president did something similar, right? He built a couple parks. And a lot of the opposition at the time, they were in the opposition. They castigated it. Are we going to eat parks? We need food. People need jobs.
That park, that Unity Park sucks, man. Come on, you gotta admit.
So people castigated the parks, and they felt like it was a waste of money. But now the president, our current president, is saying he's trying to build a park, and he's going to call it a name from the Kisi language, which is his ethnic group. And everybody is saying, why call it a name from your ethnic group?
Tell them what the name is.
I forgot the name, but he said he was trying to make it
it's like the what is it, like the movie?
Yeah, it's like something from Wakanda. It's like saying that this is their tribal group utopia, so to speak. That's what it means in their tribal in their language. I mean, the shit is so fucking stupid, man.
Are y'all talking about the unification part?
No,
the unification park, as we call it, the PHP park.
Kawanda.
There's another park called
They want to name
looks nice. What the hell y'all complaining about?
Yeah, Kyler's the one. Kyler's already. I'm not complaining about it. It's a decent park. Kyler hates it. And here's the thing, Jonathan, that park has a controversial history, right? That's where those 13 guys from the Togo government were executed on the beach behind the executive mansion. So instead of that place being so,
hollow ground,
having a bad memory, they put a park there and they commemorated. It's not an amusement park, but they commemorated those, the things that happened. They had a plaque there and a war, not a war with the names and the history of the area.
Yeah.
And someplace that can be preserved for generations to come, instead of it being what it used to be, like a shitting field for people to go and shit on the beach. So they revamped it. and they, they made it to a place where people can have leisure and also remember what happened on the beach on that fateful day. So the president did some things. There's another
That
park
was
where
good. Niggas complain about
they
that.
have
Y'all weird.
the Invincible Park, which is like a sports complex with different sports: soccer, basketball, volleyball. Around the Robert Field. So the president, he was a sports icon. So he did a couple things, but guys.
And this guy, he's a soccer player, right? Wasn't this
No, the former president. The new president that you have there is an 80-year-old man who has been a bureaucrat in government for over 40 years.
Okay.
So you had a 59-year-old president who was a former soccer star, and he got defeated by a 79-year-old guy who, is wearing a pacemaker, can barely talk and move around, but he's our president now, so we had to deal with it. For 6 years, she's going to be president.
I was like, bottom line is I wish y'all a lot of luck, man. Now I still connected with Liberia. I'm really connected with Liberia. I'm still.
There's nothing wrong with them having a park, though, man.
No, there's nothing wrong with that. Bottom line
get a park for the children so they can play.
The peace I have right now is because I basically said, something. God told me, something, Kala. If you really want to have peace, man, let it go. It happened. But a lot of my Liberian friends and whatnot, they're like, man, when are we gonna get justice for what happened to us? Because, like I said, my wife, her family were the Wilsons. They were real influential in Brewerville, right? They lost everything. My auntie Berlin, right? She's been in the United States since 1976. She had friggin' people. She's like a typical Congo woman, You think she was from friggin' like HBC, black women from back
HBCU,
that's how she looks. Her daughters are beautiful. Anyway, they lost everything. I said, look, man, I want to see you guys get something. They said they lost everything, and my wife, she was a refugee. She went there to Ghana in that camp in 1996, at 10 years old, at 9 years old. She was a refugee having a privileged life in Liberia to being an African refugee, man. It's just, they went through so much, man. The people, it lost everything one night. It's like they just watch people getting killed, keep people getting raped, people like this. So it's like, but I just say, I give it to God, man. I just say, look, I got to learn.
Okay, Kala, I don't know if you heard about this, right? And this is why I'm talking about our character in Africa. Those refugees who were kicked out of Ghana, who were humiliated, and they had their camp broken down overnight and they were homeless. These guys were repatriated back to Liberia, right? And the government set aside a meager $1.5 million to try to resettle them into the country. Most of these people are, traumatized from the war. They lost family members and so forth. The guys who were supposed to, administer this money are stealing the money from these people, man. They stole the money. They embezzled their money for their own purposes. I mean, that should piss everybody off.
Like I said,
these people have already been traumatized and been victimized.
Every time
your own countrymen are stealing your money that's supposed to help you resettle. That should piss me off, man.
Everybody Liberia always accusing the other side of stealing. I'm like, okay, who's the thief? Who's the good guy? Both sides.
It's not an accusation. It's proven. This has happened under this new government, and people are being
every side. Hold up. Do you know the COVID-19 money at the airport? Somebody told me, and I didn't want to believe this, right? That the bags of money collected at the COVID, because when you go back in the COVID-19 days, right? In Belgium, when you go to Clara, you had to show that you have $75 before you board the plane to Liberia.
You do that COVID test, nigga.
Yeah. So as soon as you get off that plane, welcome to Liberia, we want that $75. Give me your COVID test. I'm like, yo. So they said all that money was going directly to George Weah's house. Those houses he built,
No, Colin. Those homes are built.
But that's what people were saying. They said bags of money would go.
But those are rumors. We're talking about something that is official from the government.
It's coming from my boy Sam, and he's a Congo guy that's real bitter. And so I can't take it for granted.
There you go, Colin. Now you're thinking. You're a two-process thinker. Now you're putting one and two together.
Bottom line is, I'm just knowing I'm being around black people, right? Black people, whether it's American Liberians or whatever like that. Black people lie. I mean,
men lie, women lie.
Black people lie. They basically exaggerate. The other side's always wrong. My side is always perfect. We're innocent. We did nothing, whatnot. That's the freaking African way.
But I'm saying, how do you feel about that situation, Carter? Because before even this came out, they had to protest that they wasn't getting any kind of help from their government. I mean, that's the reason why when people talk about Africa, sometimes like, even just Liberia, I'm like, yeah, you can say what you want to say. I'm glad I'm over here.
And you know who was supposed to help? That is that guy. What's his name? Nathaniel. What is his name?
Lieutenant McGill.
McGill. He was
why is he supposed to help?
When that, and you know what he did? He fucking stole the money when that. You know.
Help with what? What are you talking about?
No, he had money. He misappropriated funds and whatnot. And then
that's not what we're talking about. I'm talking about these refugees who were repatriated back to their home country.
But I know before that, you know, I'm talking about before that.
You're talking about before that. I'm talking about now.
Oh, no, but
what is your thought on it? That's what I want to know.
Nathaniel McGill got up there and told his people. It's speaking in Liberian colloquy. You know, colloquy.
Oh, Kyla, you leave that guy alone. You're talking like a politician. I'm talking about.
He was speaking in colloquy and blah blah blah. And the next day, Ambassador McCarthy friggin' put sanctions on.
Kyla, that was years ago, Kyla. We're talking about it now. Leave that thing alone. We're talking about what happened with these refugees.
You had Sirleaf, right? How come Madam Sirleaf and all these people that you guys love so much? How come they weren't?
You think we love Sirleaf?
Yeah.
No, we don't love her.
Sirleaf, man. You know
we don't love her.
What's wrong with Ellen Johnson? What'd she do?
She's a fucking
She gave an initial $25,000 to start the war in Liberia. She admitted that herself.
That lady is evil. Look. You know
we know that, Kyla.
You know who Vaughn Sherman is, right?
Who? Barney Sherman? Yeah, we know who Barney Sherman is.
Okay, Vaughn Sherman. I met his wife, right? You know that light-skinned lady? I met his wife, right? And she was a minister of health.
Light-skinned lady.
George Wade's office, right? She said that woman is evil, right? And then also her worker right there.
You know what she said, Kyla, publicly?
This guy's going to cracking up when I said, you know.
Let me tell you what she said. During the war, in the heat of the war, right? She said, bomb the mansion, the executive mansion, and we'll build it in a day. While rockets were flying all over the capital city.
She basically,
those are the people that destroy the country.
This is how power is in Africa, and something has to be done about this, right? If you don't like the current administration,
but Kyla, you can't blame her, right? Let me tell you this, right? We know what happened to her when Samuel Doe was in power. It's alleged, but most people have confirmed that they raped her while she was in prison.
Well, so that doesn't give her no excuse.
They raped her and abused her, and she wanted revenge, and she came back and helped fund that war.
They know bottom line is that happened to her, then she got the right to feel the way she feels.
She went around under Tolbert's administration, going to international things saying, we could run to go. Yeah, look, your time to run the country wasn't there yet. Tolbert says, okay, right now we're in a situation. These people was first of all, Sirleaf was not American Liberian, Ross Moisture. She was not American Liberian.
We know she's not American Liberian.
Not American Liberian. She was mixed race, and she was raised by American Liberian. She was not American Liberian. She was a
don't tell her to Dave. When I tell him about it, he says it's not true.
Oh, no, she's not American Liberian.
All the people who ascended, who are quote unquote native people, had to live and be raised by American Liberians.
So
that's how they gain proximity to power.
The bottom line is this: when something has to happen in Africa, like this guy,
stop being butthurt about that, Elvis.
I'm not. When I told Dave, he was getting butthurt and said his mom people was not, like that. I'm telling you, we know the history. Kyla is admitting it now. That's what I'm saying.
Well, she was not American Liberian, Anyway, the bottom line is this: when you have people that go, this is what I'm talking about. The problem in Liberia always was the presence of the United States. I'm just going to say it like this. Even though I hold Native people responsible for a lot of stuff, the presence of the United States was the problem. Why? Because the bottom line, instead of Liberia being a sovereign country where you knew that's how, because let me tell you something, Dollar Bill, when you go to Liberia, right? Mm-hmm. And when Bomani saw this, he that's when he really became a Liberian fan. When you look at that executive mansion, right, and you look at that Capitol Hill, right, and the Supreme Court Justice building, you understand, right, that right there on Capitol Hill, right there, that this was a serious attempt to build a government,
Kyla, who funded the building of those?
No, it doesn't matter, Elvis. I'm not going to even talk with you on that. I don't even talk.
We did the work. Doesn't matter who funded.
It doesn't matter. The bottom line is this: that was a serious government. The bottom line is this: the United States basically was never going to let Liberia be sovereign. So therefore, the United States was the one instigating tribalism and stuff like that among the indigenous people and stuff like that to discredit the people in the True Whig Party in power, And the bottom line, and it worked. The bottom line, people like Elvis, they hate the Truby Party and the Congo people, right?
Oh,
And they
Carla,
think
now you're
America.
giving me a headache.
So,
Now you're going back
hold
there.
on,
I
hold
asked
on.
you a
No,
question,
I'm
you got
saying this.
butthurt about it.
Hold on, check this
Now
out.
you're
No,
going
I'm
back
not
to your
saying I'm
same old
butthurt,
trope.
but you have to understand, why would you come to the United States? The United States is responsible for the destruction of your country.
Carla, it's not like I said earlier
I'm
when I
just
was saying.
serious. Hold
on. Let me make my point, right?
You know, isn't
It's
that
about
a fair question?
hold on. It's about strategic national interest.
Oh, okay. So,
Listen to what I'm saying.
What strategic national
He's a
interest?
secret agent, man.
Listen to what I'm saying, Carla. Listen to what I'm
States
saying.
did not want Liberia's influence. You know, Liberia broke into Lancaster Agreement.
I mean, Carla, you just go off and off.
You know,
let me tell you why I say that.
Liberia was the one who basically helped the Namibian SWAPO get international
Carla,
recognition.
just listen for a second, bro. I hear everything you're saying.
So the bottom line is this. Why would you side with America? Why would you side with America over Africa?
Carla, listen, let me tell you.
They had housing assistance. That's why.
Let me tell you, right?
So you got money from Minnesota
So
State.
you have Talbert as our president. He's doing pretty well.
Killed him. You guys murdered him in cold blood.
Hold on, Carla. Hold on. And then you have a guy called Ronald Reagan, who was the president of the United States.
No, Ronald Reagan wasn't president when Talbot was killed. It was Jimmy Carter.
Hold on, Carter.
No, hold on. Ronald Reagan didn't get president until after 81. He took office in 81.
Just hold on.
Carter that destroyed Liberia.
Hold on,
Carter. What he's trying to do, Kala, he was trying to pin it on the Republicans to play that.
Yeah, right.
Just hold on, Carla.
Democrats.
He's a Democrat shill.
Hold on, Carla.
You must have been
relax. Ronald Reagan, right? When the coup was committed.
Talbot was long gone when Reagan came to power.
Oh my gosh, Carla, just listen to what I'm saying. You get so emotional about these conversations, we can't have it with you.
I know better.
Just listen. Ronald Reagan had he had a policy with this whole
Ronald Reagan had nothing
fighting
to do with it. Why are you bringing up Ronald Reagan? He had nothing.
Who's talking in the back?
DK.
Oh, that's Dave. Or I know Dave was going to show up somewhere else.
It's another guy.
Oh, DK. Okay. So you had a situation where they were fighting, quote unquote, the communists. And Ronald Reagan is the capitalist guy.
He
didn't want communism to spread.
Jimmy Carter green lighted Liberia to be taken out, and the Liberians obliged them, because the bottom line is Liberia spoke out against Israel. Liberia opened up diplomatic relations with Russia, Libya, and Cuba, and stuff like that. And in Liberia, you know how was going on right now at the time, brothers, on the panel? The United States was heavily involved in the war in Angola. And the United States was illegally using Robertsport to fly planes and weapons into Angola. And Cecil Dennis, the foreign minister, said, hell no. And he got into a fist fight right there in the White House with one of the diplomats, He got into a fist fight. Cecil Dennis was a big dude, He got into a fist fight with an American diplomat, And so therefore, that's why and also Liberia was telling them they want that Omega Tower taken down. All those things said, these people, the Tolbert people, got to go. So they crafted this whole thing about the indigenous people being oppressed and everything like that. And look, if I was a native guy right now, this is my time, golden opportunity.
Tyler, you're talking something, and you don't know who was the. Hold on.
That sounds like
who was the CIA director in 1980?
Look, the bottom line is this.
The CIA director was Reagan, eventual Vice President George H.W. Bush.
Elvis, look, the bottom line is this. I understand the fact that we're talking about black folks and we're talking about Africans and black folks and whatnot. And black people, right, we're bottom feeders. We'll do anything to get ahead and everything. So in that line, a coup like in Liberia was expected, I'm just being honest with you,
I got a headache already. I don't even want to go back to that whole because it's going to make you. It's going to hurt your feelings. You're going to get mad.
Let's not try to pretend like, it was some geopolitical. No, you guys just wanted power, and I don't blame you. It's just wanted power. You didn't see the bigger picture.
And the worst part, after you got in power, you showed the whole world how much of a savage you really are.
Oh,
because
who is this guy that's talking and has a Nigerian accent and trying to pass it as a black American?
On the beach and whatnot.
Yeah,
this guy talks like Chuka. I'm sure he's an immigrant and trying to pass it as an African American.
Because we need to get some breakfast tomorrow in the morning. We're gonna go check out my man what's his name? FBA Young Lion. He's gonna be in the Hidden History Museum. Okay, he's handing out sandwiches. So we gotta be nice tonight. Here's a busboy down there.
Elvis, are you proud of what followed after the coup?
I mean, dude, I don't even know who you are. I don't even think I've ever talked to you before. So don't come at me crazy if you want to have a conversation. Don't start talking shit.
You crazy. Just ask you.
No, you're coming at us crazy. You have an accent. Don't act like you're African American and try to talk shit. Where are you from? Where are your parents from?
Oh my goodness, what's going on, guys?
Where are your parents from? Because you have an accent and you're talking shit.
Yeah.
Right.
Y'all calm down.
Nah, because this dude is trying to act like he understands what Kyle is talking about. Where he has an accent.
I understand what he's talking about.
Where are your parents from? Are your parents from Nigeria?
What does it matter?
Because I know you're African. You're continental African. Don't try to take a route that you're not a part of. You can't fool us.
Just like Liberia.
Yeah, I'm saying I know that. Well, where are you from? Where are your parents from?
Well, let's just say they're from Nigeria.
Okay, then there you go. I knew it. So that just establish your identity before we get into a conversation. You know, okay. Kyle and myself, we're talking about something that happened in terms of the coup. I was trying to make a point that operation was a CIA operation.
Yeah, but hold on.
CIA director was George H.W. Bush.
Right? But the CIA
who became Ronald Reagan vice president.
Oh, let me get you something about look
and Reagan backed Dole and his administration.
You know how many times the CIA tried and failed in Cuba? 27 attempts of coups.
But Cuba had a bigger power behind them.
No, what power? You know, what power?
They had Russia. Russia was giving them intelligence.
Missile crisis. Cuba was basically on its own. Russia was not going
to. No, Kyle. Come on, man. I got a headache right now. I don't want to talk too much.
Military. Cuba had its own military, its own counter intel. So they survived that way. They survived.
It wasn't because of Russia, you know.
It was because of the Russia, Kyle. It was.
Angola. Cuba sent troops into Angola to fight the United States and UNITA, you know, and the South Africans, right? Cuba said the only thing we want from Angola, right, is to retrieve our dead body soldiers. So I always would consider Is
Cuba a shithole country, Kyle?
No, I think look. I will always honor Cuba.
Is Cuba a shithole country?
No, it's not a shithole country, you know?
No, I was there. It's a very nice country.
Very nice country, you know?
I just asked a question. I wasn't making it. I wasn't casting your question. I just asked a question. I've never been there.
I've been there. It's a nice place.
My respect.
Very nice place.
I will always give would you live there? Would you retire at Dollar Bill?
I wouldn't mind.
The medical system is good.
I want to go on a cruise, Dollar Bill. You know,
a lot of people seem to be fleeing from there going to Miami. I don't know why.
I go to a cruise in January, right? Mm-hmm. Everybody, we always go to the Bahamas and whatnot. You know, is there a cruise that go? They still got those day cruises to Cuba.
I don't know because we flew out there, and matter of fact, it was my daughter that paid for the whole thing.
All right, so I want to go. I would like to go to Cuba. That seems like more fun than. I'm sorry,
we flew right from New York.
That seems like it's more fun than the Bahamas. I'm sure. I'm sorry. Sorry.
And I wish I had more time. I was there for like 12 days.
Yeah.
I wish I was there because Cuba is the largest island in the Caribbean. So we only really went to see like maybe the equivalent of 3 states, maybe 4 states.
Yeah. So like I said, I would love to go on a cruise, man, and that'd be the stopover. You know, Cuba rather than the Bahamas and whatnot. You know, I would rather do that. Yeah, I have to fly to Florida and sail out from there, you know. But you know,
I want to go right. People don't know.
I like Norwegian, but you know.
So DK, you know, I've been seeing you in the comment section speaking like you're FBA. Now you've been exposed not to be an FBA. Why you be talking shit in the comment like you're FBA?
What's the FBA?
What do you mean?
What is the FBA? What's going on?
I'm not FBA.
Foundation of Black Americans. He said he be talking shit against Africans.
We don't accept that shit.
Nah, I'm
shout out FBA Navio's family.
He's been portraying himself to be an African American, and he's not. He's a child of immigrants. Why you been trying to cosplay, bro?
What difference is
Don't say so what. We've been seeing your comment section. In the comment section, talking shit about Africans.
Elvis, I always said inside of every ooga booga is an African American waiting to be born.
Oh, Carter, I got a headache, bro. I can't laugh too hard. What I'm saying, this dude,
spirit in the right
saying
mind.
because he talks like a white woman, we're going to believe that he's African American. I can smell an accent from a mile away, bro.
Anybody with the right spirit and the right mind can be African American. We welcome into the family.
Stop that bullshit, Kyler. Not a man who's African has African parents.
I am
is trying to cosplay as an African American and try to talk to an African.
He's not cosplaying now. He's not cosplaying.
We're gonna make you an honorary African American since you've been de-Africanized by African.
Nigga, I'm not de-Africanized. I'm African, 100%. And I get into it with Kyler every day.
Elvis,
you're fighting a losing battle, man.
Elvis, you one of us.
We have made you one of us.
No, I'm saying this DK dude being a hypocrite. You think because you say Africa is a shithole, that means that you're detached from Africa, nigga?
No, he's being honest. He's being honest.
This dude is attacked. He's been making comments like that for the longest in the comment section.
I agree. I bet he has. But in order for Africa
but now
to
we know
rise,
that he's not an African American.
We have to acknowledge
talking shit against Africans.
Yeah, in order for Black America to rise, we gotta be honest about our problems.
We also have to take responsibility. That when they said Africa rising, who started? It was actually white people started to throw us off. Instead of us building Black African infrastructure and really getting to work, we just Africa's rising and whatnot, and none of the metrics.
Kala, I hate to say it. When I looked up the term Africa rising, they were only talking about the population size.
No, but they were talking about the growth, the GDP growth, 6%. Kyla,
when you've been at the very bottom in the shithole, even just, Kyla, that's like you losing 1,000% of your wealth in the stock market. Well, not 1,000. Let's just say 99%, and then out of nowhere, the money you have left, you go back up to like 3 or 4% of what you lost.
Yeah, but
you still ain't nowhere.
Listen, Baltimore
that ain't rising.
Baltimore is a shithole.
Yeah, it is.
Baltimore.
Bro, I told you my point of view.
What y'all talking about?
Camden, New Jersey's a shithole.
London's a shithole. London's a shithole.
When I go up to New York, right, I don't even stop on that first rest stop on the
Jonathan, shithole is relative, right?
London's a shithole.
London is not the same as Liberia, is it?
Listen, it doesn't matter. It doesn't mean. See, when I say certain things, people want to, he said Africa's a shithole. Yeah, and there are places in America that shitholes also.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So the bottom line, what we're trying to say is we divorce ourselves from this Africa.
That's why I say it's relative.
But Baltimore is not a shithole. Explain how Baltimore is a shithole.
One of my nephews.
Certain neighborhoods are bad. Border.
I've seen that in London. They ain't special.
Baltimore is a shithole with infrastructure. How about that? It's a shithole with infrastructure.
It is. It has infrastructure.
Infrastructure can be a shithole, as most people call it. If it has infrastructure, right?
It's a abandoned city, right, with real good infrastructure, was completely shot. But
it's temporarily a shithole. You can just rebuild the homes.
No, you can't.
Secure the neighborhoods.
First, you gotta have people.
You gotta rehabilitate the people.
You gotta rehabilitate people. If you don't do that, you can have all the infrastructure you want to. That's the whole thing. You don't build the people, the mind, the people, and everything like that. That's why I said a challenge for the Black race is changing our mindset. Without a mindset change, whatnot, nothing's gonna work. Nothing's gonna work. So that's the way I see it. So where's Frenchie at, man? She hasn't been here.
I know how the fuck I just got this terrible headache so fast, man.
So like I said,
out there.
Drink some tea.
And you know what you need to do, Elvis? You need to start building some bridges, because you see, you want African brothers to come on this show. You don't just have do you want to be the only African on this show? The only African?
I mean, Dollar Bill, I don't know what's wrong with you, bro. I got a headache right now, so I can't really talk too much. But I don't know what's wrong.
Dollar Bill, leave Elvis alone.
And when I come on the show, when I come on the show, I'm not just on some kumbaya shit. We'll argue when it's necessary.
Who's your uncle?
No, because Dollar Bill, I'm telling you, bro, this dude is obviously an African, and he comes on the panel and he goes, there's another guy that used to be on the panel in the comment section just rolling on Africans. Like the same shit. People say stupid shit like Africans are not us. We're black.
Raised in America.
Being born and raised in America and your parents are African, you're still an African, bro.
I'm an American.
Right? You're a Nigerian American. Yeah, you're a Nigerian American.
No.
Look,
He's an American. Okay.
It's not what I'm talking
Elvis,
about
right?
in terms of you
Hold on,
being
one of my
born
good
here.
friends, hold on,
You're talking
one
shit
of my
against
good friends,
African as if you're not an African yourself.
one of my boys, Neef Sampa,
He did.
Nian, but he was born in America. Try telling him he's African, you know, and see what happens. You know, he said, look, everything he basically
See, when I call
on
myself
everything
African,
was
Jonathan
in America. He said, I'm an African American. That's all he knows, man. He goes, the music.
You're not an African.
You know what I'm
Nah, when people say that, Colin, people who are American and say they're African American, you got to delineate that from the quote unquote ancestral African Americans.
You assimilated into the culture, you know, and everything like that.
This is not my problem.
African American is an ethnic group. He's not saying he's that. He just said he's American.
Yeah, so
you know who
that's not the problem. That's not what I'm saying. He's talking shit about continental Africans as if he wasn't an African American.
Elvis, you can't not talk shit about Africa if you love Africa because for a better life.
I'm saying he's talking. John, I gotta hit it right now, so I can't really talk.
Where's your bridges, bro?
This dude.
When I listen to people from Africa, that'd be like, don't talk shit about Africa. The day that you decide to leave Africa,
I could criticize Africa, but I'm saying the shit this motherfucker was saying in the comment section was out of pocket, bro. Listen, especially that he now knowing that he has African parents.
Listen, you got Thomas
Sowell,
right? You got Clarence Thomas. You got all these conservatives who are African Americans talking bad about African Americans, but that's okay.
And we got.
And what do you call him?
What do you mean? What I call
the black conservative?
You know the funny thing is, Dollar Bill. These people will be in positions of actual leadership and talk shit. Is this guy like a political person or a royal somewhere in Africa for him to not be saying the shit that he's saying? What he's saying is completely fine.
You got Akon running around like he was a African American and he's born in America. Okay, talking all this smack, thugging out, doing all this thing, making convict music, and then he gets up there and starts talking trash about us.
Yeah, that was really
that weekend.
But don't forget to donate to Akon City, guys. Just
donate to that shit.
Yeah, that shit's still a shithole. Nothing built.
I'd rather give all my money to Afristan and Kala before I give a damn penny to Akon.
Bottom line is this, man. That's part of that whole Africa Rising shit. You know, we gotta be with these con men, you know, Africa Rising and whatnot. You know, it's Akon City and whatnot. I mean, the bottom line is this shows you how uneducated a lot of people are in the Pan-African world. Whatnot. We just took the Africa Rising and just ran with it. You know, so anybody can come along and just
put on our dashiki and roll.
Yeah, I'm saying, you know, that year return was a joke. You know something? You know, I said earlier in the show, you guys didn't catch this, right? I said the year return put $1 billion, $1.2 billion into Ghana, right? Mm-hmm. Do you know that infusion of cash was more than a lot of countries in Asia started out with? And they became, you know what I'm saying, they was able to take that money, cash infusion, whatever, how like that, and invest and plan. And next thing you know, a couple of decades later, they're freaking developed and everything. How is it that you put $1 billion into Ghana and it's still?
You call $1 billion today is not $1 billion.
No, I'm saying in terms of whatever like that, it's about the same thing. You know, back in the days, Singapore, Singapore didn't have $1 billion. You know, even in today's money, you know, didn't have $1 billion back then.
But you know what it is, Colin? I think a lot of these, you know, like a lot of continental Africans will talk to you about xenophobia here in America. But I think they're really, you know, not being intelligent. I don't want to say stupid. They're not really being intelligent because they should be trying to get African Americans to come back there and spend money in their infrastructure.
Yeah,
to come back and all of the things, the amenities that they need, the skills that they need, all of that stuff. But you know, they're so threatened. They're so, and the funny thing is,
man, they're so threatened by us one night. Really, it is. They feel threatened and intimidated by us.
And so they prefer. See, they want people like Tariq Nasheed and the FBA people and all that. You know, they want those individuals because they don't want to come to Africa. They don't want anything to do with Africa. The real threat are people like you, people who want to go to Africa, who want to work with Africans.
Who brought a group of people to Africa, brought 20 people to Africa, and put tens of thousands of dollars into a country, Liberia. I want to know anybody that can match what I just said. Bomani and I put tens of thousands of dollars.
Tyler, really?
Dynasty.
And you have the ability to do
wait,
more.
hold up. Okay, Dynasty did it what in Nigeria? Right?
Nigeria,
Okay.
Sierra Leone, all kinds of other little countries.
Yeah, Dynasty too. But the bottom line is this: I'm not saying like that. I'm just saying
Phil Scott. I would actually consider him to be the leader of that.
Duke Jackson has done more.
O'Shea Duke Jackson.
He's hired. He has employees on the continent.
Who would O'Shea bring to the continent? Let's be honest.
He's in Uganda. He has companies out there. He's hiring people. He's doing business. He's buying real estate.
So you say what companies? Have you seen them?
The hustle. The hustle.
That's crazy. When you could actually look it up,
you're an A1 hater, Tyler. You have a PhD in hating.
The balance sheets and everything like that. When you show your comment, show me the money.
Yeah, he's making money for himself, but he's not bringing anybody there. Come on.
No, if he's making money for himself, and he's hiring people, then
that's fine.
Oh, you could $30 a month is the average.
Oh my gosh, Tyler!
Wait! Hold up! The
minimum wage in Nigeria is like $40 a month.
Yeah, so
Tyler, even if he just hires people for $30 a month, he didn't have to do it.
I pay my driver more than that, in
Liberia. Oh, Tyler.
You just get robbed.
Once a month a year, you pay your driver that money.
I do that. That's more than a lot of other people do and whatnot.
No. Tyler, I have 2 employees in Liberia that I pay $150 a month every month.
What? The fact of the matter is, Bomani and I pulled off a miracle. We brought 20 people to the continent, and they had a time.
That's not a miracle. Dynasty takes hundreds of people every year or so, man.
Hey, we just get started. Bomani takes more people in Africa than Dynasty does, And I handle
maybe, but still, Dynasty does it on a regular basis.
Why y'all don't just organize a big old company that does this? Instead of being
they don't want to work together.
I do this more. They do that more. They do that more.
Look, I love my brother Dynasty, right? I call him almost every day. But Dynasty is a maverick. He's a loner. He's by himself. He don't want nothing to do with listening to nobody.
Yeah, because Dynasty understands what's going to happen when you get in business with other people. It's going to be greed. It's going to be
scam. Wait a minute.
We're going to send.
He has done business with other people in the past.
No, it was a Claire bar. That was a Claire bar. That was
to become the new president of Liberia. Elvis,
I got a headache, bro. Give me a break.
People obviously.
I don't want to talk too much. I got a headache.
No.
Elvis ain't trying to go back to Liberia.
Elvis, I'm not trying to be mean or nasty or disrespectful. It seems that people, when you came and contributed on that show today, it seems like people have a lot of respect for you. And
bro, I know who I am. That's what I say. In my community, I'm respected. My voice is strong.
That I'm saying something mean or mean-spirited,
I'm saying I got a headache. I don't want to get in an argument. That's why when Afrikaners say stupid shit, I know who I am. I know where I am in my community. I have a voice.
I know that people respect you out there in Liberia. And I'm just saying, maybe you of native heritage, and you understand America. You understand.
Don't be disingenuous, Dollar Bill.
No, I'm not being disingenuous at all. I'm not. I'm just saying because you know how things work in America. You know how things work in Liberia. Maybe you should pursue some politics out there.
Maybe not. I mean, it's different, Dollar Bill. Liberian politics is different.
Yeah, what about economics? What about the private sector?
Yeah, the politics in Liberia is. I mean, there was actually a law before.
I don't get involved with Liberian politics, man.
No, but I'm saying he is a person who has the heritage, right? He understands how business works. He understands how America works, and he pretty much has a decent,
He's not. He's not a complete idiot.
No, he's not an idiot at all, and he understands pretty much, understands some things about African Americans and so on and so forth.
That's what I'm telling you. All of those things sounds good, Dollar Bill, but Liberia is different, right? And this is the point I'm trying to make. I got to head.
Doing it, bro.
Tyler, 1 second. The thing in Liberia, they had a law. I think they don't really follow it, but I think it's still a law. You have to be a resident in the country for at least 10 years. Consecutively for 10 years to be a resident in the country.
Hold on, from the outside. No, it has a law. Has the law, right? If you want, you could be a resident in Liberia. You don't have to like that to be a citizen, right? You have to basically be in the country for 2 years, 2 straight years, everything. They offer you
That's
citizenship.
not what I'm talking about, Carla. I'm talking about
So
the run for
you can
public
be
office.
and not only that, let me tell you something, right? Like I was telling
God.
Paul Bill today. Liberia is probably the only country, right, where you could do whatever you want to do, buy property and everything with a U.S. When I go to Liberia, I get a diplomatic visa to go there. I don't get a regular visa. I get a diplomatic visa. You know, I pay almost nothing for. You know, I get a diplomatic visa.
Wait, hold the fuck up. How you get a diplomatic visa?
I get a diplomatic visa. You know what I'm saying? I'm high up in Africa. You're not. How about live with me?
Oh my gosh, Carla.
I'm high up in Africa.
Carla, you are not working on behalf of no damn government.
Didn't I tell you about that?
Carla, did you register as a registered agent for a foreign government?
Look, I get a diplomatic visa from the Liberian Tourism Board, you know, because I'm a member of the Liberian Tourism Association.
You got to register as a foreign aging, Carla.
I don't have to register nothing, you know. You don't know what you're talking about.
I go FBI's watching you, bro. They're going to arrest you a little dirt.
And also, it's a visa on a private, you know. And so like this,
you're gonna go to Liberia and come back right at the airport. They're gonna put you in handcuffs.
Basically, go there. Pay
Hold on, Liberia. What's that shit he said? Diplomatic.
All that.
I don't know about the visa. I know about the diplomatic passports. I don't know about the visa.
It sounds weird.
Now, Ross Morris, you're a 7th generation African.
And you know they've been giving people diplomatic passports who didn't deserve it. That was a whole scandal in the country.
Well, the bottom line is I got one. I deserve it. How about that?
What makes you think you deserve it?
Well, look, I brought 20 people to the continent.
Carla, that's 20 people. Carla,
how many people have you brought?
I didn't bring nobody, but come on, 20 people is not a lot of people. I know people who brought a lot of investors.
Hold up, we packed 4-star hotels there. You know,
people were spending. How can you pack 4-star? Pack 20 people in a hotel?
We were partying, buying liquor and everything like that. We were buying.
So you infuse a lot of cash into the economy, Carla. That's what you say.
Carla, I see you. I see you.
Working for us. We put money in Liberians' hands, and
Carla, you got a regular ass visa.
No, I got a freaking diplomatic visa. You want me to show you?
I know about the diplomatic passport. I don't know about the visa. Maybe that's something that's visa.
I'll show you.
Carla, show that. I want to see that diplomatic visa.
I know you want to see it. You know, saying okay. Let me something. I could probably find it on my phone. Let me see.
It's possible, Jonathan. I've never heard about it, but it's possible.
I'll find it on my phone. You know, watch this.
Friendship, Tillman wants to come up here.
All you have to do is go through the thing.
Y'all niggas just making up visa categories now.
Now he's gonna tell me like his people weren't enslaved. That he's a 7th generation African from Hausa land.
He's smoking dope.
He traced his heritage back.
Yeah, bullshit.
Hey, his people wasn't enslaved.
His people came in enslaved.
Okay.
Did he ever say that his people wasn't enslaved out of them?
He would have to be a 7th generation to know all that. And he would have to do all that.
He said something before that the Haitians know, most of them know the people that they came from on the island. And so, I don't know.
Man, please.
I think the same guy, right? Moise, the principle that these people have.
He traced.
They can trace their lineage back to the continent.
How he trace his lineage? How he trace his lineage? Ross, come up here and explain that shit.
He's a liar.
I know people in Africa that can't trace their damn
Don't
lineage.
worry about me being old.
You tracing your lineage in Haiti. Like Haiti's the modern.
Man, I gotta drink something. I gotta fucking head it like a bitch.
They're ignorant and dumb. Get you
Papa Advil, bro.
They're ignorant and dumb, so you can tell them any stupid stuff and they'll remember it. So what was your name when you were in Hausa land? And how did you get? You went on a cruise out over to Haiti?
His name was Muhammadu. Shout out to Bahari.
No, the dude posted something about his granddad, Don Ladi.
Yeah.
Which is a Hausa name. It usually means the son of some sister and so.
Yeah, you didn't keep your names when you came into slavery. Okay, he got his.
No, but he traced it back on the continent to where he was sold into slavery.
He's a liar.
He ain't traced shit.
Well, I thought somebody asked for the link. You posted a link. Come up. Whoever wanted to come up. I think it was Prince.
Lies. Now, who's his uncle? Henry Gates Jr.?
Oh my gosh, Jonathan, relax, bro. Those guys are proud of their African heritage.
Why y'all be lying up here? Niggas got diplomatic visas.
Okay, yeah, he is. He's on the panel. Dollar Bill, listen to him.
Tracing family back to Africa.
This for sheep. This for sheep. I'm pulling back in. to talk on the topic. But Ra's right. In Haiti, you can trace your line back to your voodoo rights. So your family keeps certain rights because only certain spirits work with certain bloodlines. So you can track it back to whatever bloodline you come from if you know your traditional roots.
I know.
And a lot of people know it from those who keep the tradition.
I can trade myself back to Cameroon if I pay $25. Somebody will tell me.
No, not $25, bro. You could just do it through like.
Did you hear what he said, Dollar Bill? Through voodoo rights. If your ancestor was allowed to practice voodoo at a high, at a high echelon, and they know what group they came from, so you can trace it back there.
Long lost family in
But
Cameroon.
he said he's a house lord practicing.
No, this is not Rob Morris. Rob Morris.
Yeah, hold on. Traditionally, Hausa have a different thing called Bori or something like that they used to practice before the Islam came there. That's what is considered like voodoo. It's not voodoo.
They took the slave master's name. The slave master wasn't allowing them, to congregate and have families. They were raping the women.
Why you going so extreme, bro? These people are just following their lineage. Don't go that far, bro.
Dollar bill. Even in America, that's not true for all African Americans. There's different history of what happened to different African Americans in America. Same thing for Haiti. Like there's certain people that were free Africans. There's certain plantations that wasn't as strict. So you can't say everybody was divided and split up. This is a fictitious history.
The French were notorious for having two families, right? Mm-hmm. One being white and the other one being mulattoes. And so what they would do is not only would they take these different degrees of mulattoes and different shades, they had different little sexual deviations they had for each and every one of these different colors that they produce.
Yeah, but not all of the Haitians were mixed with these people, right? A lot of them were still pure black.
I know. He was a special Negro. I know. He was a special Negro.
And Dollar Bill, you get offended on these things so easily, dog.
And for $25, I'll trace my long lost cousin in Cameroon.
You're dismissing what the guy said. How they trace their lineage back through voodoo and.
Listen, I'm not stupid. I know the brutality of slavery, and anybody who tries to tell me lies, I have a lie detector on my nose.
So hold on. Dollar Bill. Are you familiar with Benjamin Banneker, who can track his bloodline back to the Dogons?
I'm familiar with
that's African Americans. So if they can do it, we can do the same thing. I don't understand the issue.
Benjamin Banneker, also has his line with his white people because his grandmother, married his granddaughter as she enslaved him. But if Benjamin
Dollar Bill, you think you got white blood in your family?
I don't celebrate white blood.
I'm saying, do you think you have it in your family?
I'm sure every black person on the planet and that's been enslaved has some white person that raped their grandmother or somebody like that.
I don't know, Jonathan. I look at Jonathan. I don't see him as to be mixed. Kyle don't think he's mixed, but I don't think he's mixed either.
Now you're not only you're the ethnic.
Elvis,
you listen to people and you look at
I know African Americans. You don't.
Come on, man, Elvis. I think.
Jonathan, you had a mixed ancestor that you heard about.
I'm telling you got some American librarian in you.
Why would you say every? That's the point that I'm making. Everybody don't have white blood. It's not every.
You guys can't handle that. It's the truth, though. You know what the heck? We always do that shit.
It's not true.
Every African American has some white person in the DNA. That's what you guys are saying.
Exactly. Every slave person, every Haitian.
Jonathan, do you have white people in your blood?
That's not true.
Yes,
that's not true. No, it's not, man.
Yeah, I don't think that's true. There's no black people who are blacker than black. I don't see no white in their bloodline.
My DNA thing, I got white cousins and whatnot.
If you ain't a charcoal looking person.
See, hold on. Stop, Jonathan, because that's what I'm talking about right there, man. They have a anti.
Listen,
you can be light skinned and be pure black, man. Exactly. They have that in Haiti, man.
You can be black.
No.
Yes.
And doesn't
That's
Now we
not true.
smoking. We can't be doing that.
listen.
Not true.
You can be black.
See that's the ADOS
No,
FBA triple darkness
That's
bullshit that y'all preach.
But brother,
But Jonathan, do you consider yourself dark skinned, or you think you have some admixture
I'm
in your
not
blood?
dark skinned. My brother darker than me.
You gotta be triple darkness to be real black.
Blatantly darker than me.
Oh man.
You see, that's what they
Even
teach,
in
man.
Africa, there's mixed race
Look at the
people. Even
DNA,
in
man.
Africa.
Let's stop dealing in fantasy island and all of this BS about
Dollar
how
Bill, are
can be
you
a
light
slave.
skinned?
No, I'm not light skinned. But that did you see? You saw me, man. You know I'm not light skinned. Negro, please, man. Stop the
But there's light skinned black people that's not mixed.
I told
like
you.
me, I can have. Yeah,
I told you this.
That's kind of true, bro. I don't know if you've seen some Hausa people, even though not Hausa, but Igbo people, even though some of them bleach, but there's a lot of them that are very light skinned. Even my people, the crown people, they got some of them who are really light, and they're not mixed with white blood.
Okay, the slave masters.
All the Igbos that I know that got light
Africa.
skin, they bleach.
Look at Nelson Mandela and where he comes from, his people. You gonna say he's got white in him too?
People in West Africa are very dark, you know.
That's not true. That's not true. There's different tones there.
Oh, West Africa. Now you go to Central Africa.
You know what I realized is that depending on the ethnic group you're talking about in West Africa, you're dark based on what part of West Africa you're in. The closer you go up north, you start getting a little bit mixture because they mix with the Arabs.
No,
that's not true. In
The
Senegal,
closer you go into East
Senegal.
Nigeria,
aren't they pure?
they use a whole lot of lightning.
Thing about Africans, they think they're pure.
Here's the thing: you go to the coast like Calabar, where the slave traders set up their outposts. That's where people mix because the slave traders didn't come to Africa with any women, so of course they had sex with the locals there. That's how you get mixed people in Africa. Even in Ghana, it's like that.
Because the boats come off, and that's where people go and they mingle, right? Listen, people see this whole African ideology of being pure, and that's why they want to determine who's African. And half of these Negroes didn't even know they were African till they got to America. They didn't know anything about being African. Now all of a sudden, I'm African, and what am I, French, man? Stupid. It's dumb.
Is it safe to say that you kind of jealous of the titles?
No, I'm not jealous.
I know that even in New York,
Listen,
they got an issue with a Haitian with a flag. In Jamaica, with
first of all,
Haitian with a flag.
I told you.
What is
that? I got an issue with that. I'm from New York. You're not from New York. You're from Cali. Go gangbang, bro. We're talking about New York.
I'm from New York.
What the fuck is New York?
Listen, hold on 1 second.
That's the Mecca, bro. That's Farrakhan, Mecca of black people.
And I got plenty of friends, like I said, an adopted brother, who's now dead. God bless him, man, in his soul, Sammy Black, who was my little brother, and his family adopted me. Okay, so I have no smoke for Haitians. I always tell you all that. The only Haitian I ever didn't like, was the guy that was on the Dinus and Mir show. He's a punk. Okay, I got nothing but love for my Haitian people. Shout out to my boy
Marie.
Okay, so I have no problems with Haitians, and but I'm not gonna go to this live.
No, but I noticed that you feel like when somebody say they're African, you already should know that you are African. Why is it an issue?
No, it's not.
That somebody says they're African. I don't understand.
No, it's not. It's not an
like
issue.
A Haitian has an issue with somebody calling himself African.
No, I don't have no issue with somebody calling them African. I have an issue when they try to say it in a way that excludes me.
How does it exclude you?
Because what they
how does it exclude you?
I'm going to explain. It goes back to people like Afro Dumbass, who continuously calls us the black instead of saying, that we're Africans from the diaspora. All right. And so that would include you also. So when they say, the blacks this and the
excuse me, Dollar Bill, let me say something. Jonathan Miller, I just sent you a text, messenger. Look at that. And then apologize to me.
So is that showing that you're light skin, Carla? Or is that your visa?
Ramois, I do not wish that I was a European.
What is this obsession with these
I don't know why you think that I.
Like it's some big flex.
What is it that you believe that you think that I want to be a white person? If I wanted to be a white, let me just say this to you. If I wanted to be with white people or with a white woman or any of those type of things, I could have done that 10,000 times over. I wasn't interested then, and at my age, I'm certainly not interested now. Okay, so you can talk all that nonsense you want to. I love black people. Okay, I got black kids. I'm with a black woman. Ain't never been with anything else but a black woman all my life. So hey, brother,
But Dollar, he trolling you, bro. He trolling you.
so he can have an issue. I don't have a problem. He can
He's
have
black,
an issue.
y'all, and he's black,
All right,
y'all.
pause.
He's black, y'all.
I'm bliggity black.
Pause. Kala does have a diplomatic visa. I
That's what I told you.
apologize.
Thank you. When I tell you something, I'm
Was that-
telling you the truth. I don't fucking lie. You know.
But
hold on,
Kala, to be clear,
He could have stole it though. He could have stolen
It might be one time if you said you were bringing people on tours as tourists, they might give you that visa.
No, that's how I told. Look. The bottom line is this. I know.
But Kala, hold on, Kala.
You know,
I don't know if you use it if you're just going alone by yourself for vacation. I don't think you can use that visa.
Hold on. My chapter.
Kala, you got to put emphasis on this, though. You got to put emphasis on this. You didn't just go there, Kala Genesis. You went there as a representation of the BIO.
Yeah, and you brought a group with you, so they give you such a visa because you're bringing people as tourists.
I went there on business because I basically showcased the fact that Liberia, we did the first organized a business tour to the continent, you know. And a couple months after we did that, another bigger one came from Barbados. You know, like 500 people came from Barbados. So the bottom line is, yes, I basically have been doing real work in the country and everything like that. And so, like I said, I dedicated my life to making a difference in the relationship Black America and Liberia.
So Tyler, did you see Carl and Jabari's show, and they were kind of showcasing what they're doing on the continent with the BAIO?
Look, the bottom line, look, whatever they do, I wish them a lot of luck, but they're freaking irrelevant to me. I'm making actual money. I'm making a difference. You know,
nah, they're elevating your organization, Tyler. They really elevated that organization.
They're not bringing no money to the country. They're doing more freaking
education, right? Education. They're educating people, teaching them how to be leaders. That should be commended.
Look, my boy Jizzy, right? Oh, let me show you another video. Let me show you a video. You guys like the videos? This guy basically, you want to see a Liberian school? I'm gonna show you my partner, BAO partner in Liberia. His school. I'm gonna show you his children's school. Yo, let me see my videos. Let me show you. I'm gonna show you this. These Liberian kids are so beautiful. Whatnot, you know, I just stole my heart. You know, and I always help this brother out when I donate to him. Whatnot, you know. This is real work, man. This is real.
So they're not shit slingers and orangutans.
The bottom line is, I don't. You say you want to bring that up.
Elvis.
You want to bring that up. You want to bring that up and whatnot. Hey, go right ahead.
He must have taken his Tylenol.
Yeah, bro. I had to go to the kitchen. I had to get a couple things to calm this headache down, man. That shit was bothering me.
Okay, here it is right here. Okay, let me pull this up and let me get the screen share up. You know, okay.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah.
To the topic?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, go ahead.
Because basically what you're highlighting is progress in Africa, but your whole premise in the beginning was there's no progress in Africa.
No, I'm saying like this. I did progress because I was pinpointed on certain things on the continent, right? What I don't want to do, right, is that basically, I did actual real work. You know, I said tourism and stuff like that could actually work, and we can get to the thing.
It does.
But you got people out there talking about Africa rising, and I know for a fact what it's going to take for see Africa rising. And a lot of people don't even friggin' know what I'm talking about when I talk about that. That's what I want to distinguish myself and what I did to all this nonsense about so-called Africa rising, which is a lie.
You
know,
as you go, you don't see the difference. It's making as a tourist as well as
the tourism is going to do it different, but that's not going to be in my lifetime. It's going to be long after I'm gone. You'll see the results. I'm just being honest with you. You know. All right, now this right here.
No, but you can start to see the difference right now. Though.
Don't forget.
Damn, you don't learn.
Security guy. What's your name?
They might suspend you again, bro.
Don't laugh. Come on, brother.
No, this is on my YouTube. This is my video. I own
from America.
I own
Okay.
this.
So he's on the Secretary of Presidencia too.
How you doing, brother? It's an honor.
It's an honor.
He introduced me to his staff.
You see, Kyle is real respectful when he's on the content. It's an honor. It's an honor. You don't be talking all that shit.
No, I give everybody respect. I give everybody respect. I treat the Africans, the Liberians, like they dignity with their dignity and respect. That's what
I'll give you my respect.
Right. I have no respect for the people I see online.
I'm trying to see everybody. Everybody invites me. I'm trying to see everybody, man.
Put the comment down, Kyle. I think Marvy is back. She's at the bottom there.
Right. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful children. How you doing?
Aww. When y'all done, please let Marie speak.
Look at these beautiful children. Say hello. Hi.
Kids looking at him like, who is this nigga coming? Like, you ain't bringing no food, you ain't bringing no candy for us. Kyle, you gotta know how to, approach the kids, man. You gotta bring some candy for them and shit.
Beautiful. They were so respectful, man. I just fall in love with them. See how they stood up for me?
Oh my God, you had to stood up for me. They stood up for the man that owned the school, Kyle. You came behind him. They stood up for the owner of the school, not you, Kyle.
I know they won't stand up for you, Elvis, but they stand up for you.
Shut up, Kyle. I mean, these little things make you feel good, Kyle. They stood up for me.
Hold on.
They stood up for me.
Beautiful.
Kyle, my family has 2 schools in Liberia. That's what you don't understand. You think this is a big deal? It's not.
Elvis, stop.
No, for real. My family has 2 schools in Marshall, bro. In my grandmother's honor. So stop it, Kyle.
Be bragging about Jabari and Carl school.
Our children are beautiful.
But this is not your school, Kyle. This is just a buddy of yours school. What are you saying?
This is what I support. I don't have to go to school. There's plenty of schools in Liberia you can support.
Yeah, look at them.
And get this, when we were in Babandi with the tour over there, we adopted like 5 different schools, and we brought schools and books and supplies to the kids. That's what we did on this tour.
That's what I'm talking about.
In people's lives.
That's a beautiful thing.
You can talk about all you want, and this is one of the schools we went to. To give our books and clothes to the children and whatnot. Because that's how we say like this. These are our children.
That's what I'm talking about.
This is where these are our children. I don't see them as Liberians and everything like that. I see these as our children, beautiful children, man. I love them.
When I come, I want to go there and visit the children and bring them stuff.
Okay, bring them stuff. You know what I'm saying? So the bottom line is, and
don't steal that plastic chairs, Dollar Bill.
Always love and respect them.
Yeah, I was like, I was here since Sunday night.
Oh, Dollar Bill. Don't think that chairs, bro. That's what they use to sit down, bro.
And listen, this is what my real life is about, man. I've dedicated my life to this.
Wow. How you doing?
Now we're out his school, man.
Kyle, we get it, bro. We see the video. Let Mari come on and speak. She got something to say.
We'll talk after the video's done.
Okay. Beautiful. Thank you.
This Liberia, they're such beautiful people, man, And I don't give a damn about no indigenous or Congo people, whatever like that. All I saw was beautiful black children, and I embrace it.
Except you do, Carla. You talk about how you got your wife because she's specifically American Liberian.
You keep bringing that up, Because you're obsessed with the freaking tribal shit.
No, I'm not. That's what you said. You said on the platform a lot that you people are your people because they have the same culture, the same food, and so forth.
My wife is that's right. That's
Okay,
then. So don't say you don't care about it because you do.
I'm gonna support the school. I'm gonna support the school. Thank you. We're gonna get more people to support the school. Beautiful. Your children are beautiful. Love you. Bye. I love you. Bye.
Oh man, it's like showing up. I'm not even gonna say that. That's out of pocket.
Yeah, okay. Of course, don't say anything about that because he can never do anything like this.
I'm gonna try to come around tomorrow.
Yeah. I said that when I said I'm gonna come. Because you actually gave me a picture of your place.
So, and I just did.
Yeah. So, and I found this by looking at it. Now, if you were just other people tell me come. I don't know how to find my way. Right? Too many people. I can't see nothing. I need a picture. So you give me a picture, I'll come. I'll find it. You said Camp Johnson Road. You gave me a picture, and I'm here.
That's a beautiful thing,
so
bro.
we're gonna put this, and I'm gonna make sure that we're gonna.
Elvis and Zongo don't think so.
I
don't know what the hell their problem is.
Carla,
They don't think
I'm
so.
telling you, Carla, believe it or not, it sounds some kind of way when I say
You're
it,
right. It's AC
but a
positive,
lot of
Elvis.
people in the United States here, most of the people that I interact with, my family, they have schools in Liberia, Carla. I'm telling you these things. That's one of the
So
things that
what?
people
So
do.
what? So why are you
They
making a
build.
big
So
deal
I'm
about
telling you,
how
it's good, it's nice, but
it's
a lot of
civil and
people
not
do
evil?
that.
So
So it's
why
not
go
something
ahead,
that's
G?
That,
so
but
special. That's what I'm
All right.
telling you.
but
Hey,
you know what
Mari
it is?
Shy, go
It
ahead.
is
Say what's on your
special.
mind,
It is
Mari.
special.
Okay, I want to
It
hear
is
what Mari has to
special.
say.
Okay, hello. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, my
I hear
dear.
you, baby.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I just wanted to call in to tune in because I guess some people were saying that some African Americans we can't like trace our lineage to like we can't find any like African like great grandparents or anything like that, or like someone born on a continent. But my family on my father's dad's line, they've been doing their family tree for the longest, for like about 10 years or so. And my fifth grade grandparents, they were born in Africa. They were born on the continent Africa in the 1700s. My fifth grade grandmother, she was born in 1795, and she was born in Guinea. She's born in Guinea, Africa. And then my grandfather, I can't read exactly. I just know he was born in Africa. I have the census information, the United States Census information. It just says that he was born in Africa, but I don't know the actual, I don't know the actual area. So,
Thanks for proving my point, Miss Marie.
yeah, so
My
so
point is that
he is true.
people still can track it. Yes.
And so, and it was a family tree. It's not a DNA test. My family we have a shy group on Facebook, and we've been doing our family trees. And yes, my fifth great grandparents were born in Africa. So it's true
Beautiful, beautiful.
that some African Americans can do that.
Listen, this gentleman said that he can trace back 7 generations, all the way back, okay, to Africa from 7 generations. And I know he's probably not even 30 years old. And
Yeah,
I
right.
can
That's seven
and I'm
generations.
older.
Okay.
I'm older than he is, right? And my father's 89 years old. 89. He'll be 90 years old. So when a lot of people tell you these things about what they can do, I truly don't believe it, because you got to show me. Because I'm a person who has traced his ancestry, and I can only go back, but only a certain amount of time. And not
Well,
only, let me just say
Yeah,
this,
maybe your records were destroyed, Dollar Bill. Maybe
and
your family
listen,
records were destroyed,
not
lost.
only
Yeah, your family records, not everybody's.
not only is my father older probably than his grandfather, right? And we can go back probably to the 1800s and something. So when people say all this, I truly don't believe it. And I'm not saying that you're lying, but I'm saying to you, a lot of people, when you go past the 1800s, they you don't even, they only have marks. They only have marks down for their names, because the people who were born, some of them born in slavery, weren't even literate at the time that they could write their own name. And I've seen a lot of these shows about people tracing their ancestry, and not one time have I ever, even in Henry Louis Gates series, have I had anybody, okay, who can trace a name of a person all the way back to Africa. And so if your family was fortunate enough for you to do that, you're in the top 2% in the world of African
well,
Americans.
Dollar Bill, you know that
dollar bill.
four generations from now was 1924, right?
He
Not
said
1924.
7 generations. And I
Yeah,
know he's lying
1924. That's
Well,
four generations.
because my generation, my father's generation, we can probably go back to his great grandmother, and that's still just 1800s.
well,
So
Yeah, but a generation is
well,
5 years. So if you look at the last 100 years, that's four generations within just the last 100 years.
he said
And most people can
7
trace their generation from
generations.
down to
He said
1924.
7. I
But that's
read
what
what
I'm
he
saying. So
said.
if you add another,
I can go on my African ancestry.
75 years there, it's
I
not
can
so
go on
long ago.
ancestry right now, okay?
well,
And I'm just
well,
telling you.
well, dollar bill. I have all the names. I have, like, I did my family tree myself too. My family, they've been doing the family tree, but I did it myself. I have all the names, and I could say all the names right now of, and to tracing back to my fifth great grandparents. the ones that were born in Africa. I could
Well, I'm
say
not trying to be funny, Mary, try, but you mean tell me you know you're a booger side, you know? I'm just kidding. Let me stop, Mary.
There we go.
So I was saying,
Yeah, you go, Kyle. You don't like when people make fun of you. You get
no,
offended.
I'm just saying, like, yeah. I mean, let me stop. I just had to throw that out there. It was just too easy, Anyway, but the bottom line is this,
So who's the Ooga Booga? Her African ancestors or the Ooga Booga people?
Who you were, like Kunta Kinte. Let me see you like Alex Haley. Remember Alex Haley?
Yeah.
And then some people say that was fake. You remember that?
Of course it was. A lot of that was fake.
They said a lot of that was fake.
I just want to know how is it fake when I have all the census records.
We did not say you. That's not what I said to you,
my sister. So hers is not fake, but the other guy is fake.
I said, you're not listening. I said, if your family was fortunate enough to go back that far and know the name of the person who came from Africa, you're extremely fortunate, but you're in the minority, in the diaspora world.
But Dollar Bill, do you know that they keep records different in Haiti than in the United States?
Oh yeah, because Haiti's so developed.
Well,
you see that's your mindset. That since it's not the United States, they shouldn't be able to keep records,
the
bro.
bottom line is, this is not the United States.
Like that.
Everything's up for question. I'm dead serious.
Okay.
I take it with a grain of salt. If it don't come from America,
I can't.
Of course, America centric.
Well, you gotta take it with a grain of salt.
Exactly.
Unfortunately, it's not that you necessarily want to, but you can't convince us that they kept records like that over there. They didn't.
It's infallible, man. And I've looked at all of the Lewis Gates things and all of these people who I've never
seen anybody.
I've never heard of any black person, to trace their ancestry back that far that they knew the name or the family name of the person.
That would be great if you could. Wouldn't that
be that's great? In America, though, Dollar Bill. The dude's talking about Haiti.
Too.
No, we're not talking about Mario. I'm saying the second generation is from a Haitian.
Check this out. When they when they basically put Africans on the enslaved Africans on the thing, basically they branded them and whatnot. They didn't ask them their name. They gave them new names.
You came from the end.
You got a name like Toby
from the slave master's name. Okay, and some of them didn't even have real names. Some of them are like if they were little children, they call you the little boy or so on and so forth. You didn't even have real names. Some of them.
Well, can I? Okay, so. Okay, well,
there should be a movie, Mary Shy, man. If that's true, like I said, I believe you.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't disbelieve you, man.
I don't disbelieve you, Mary Shy. I'm saying to you that I am not questioning you, nor am I disbelieving you. All I am saying to you is, if this is true, then you are in the minority.
And you need to be on CNN.
Okay?
You need to be on CNN.
You are in the minority. That's all I was saying. And I've got a family that traces their ancestry.
But Maury, how did your family trace that ancestry? What method did they use?
So how did they find the name?
Okay, well, I started on FamilySearch.org, and that's where you can find
Now hold up, Maury, you gotta say something.
Kyla, let her finish, bro. She's giving you her method.
Because the next thing you know, you put a search on in Africa, when the next thing you got 50,000 cousins talking about, yo, keep fucking.
Kyla, let her finish, bro. This is not fun.
You just never know. I'm not saying that happened to you, Mary, but you just never know. You gotta be careful out there,
Yeah.
Okay, so I went on FamilySearch.org.
Who's snoring, man?
Not me.
I think somebody's at work. You gotta mute y'all, Jay.
What's up, boss?
Yes, you do.
We get a lot of background noise, so you gotta mute while you're not talking.
Living relative that I can go back in my family is from 1877.
Okay, well, if you look up, I can never finish.
Put yourself on mute.
Call mute him. Call mute him.
I don't know. My mute button's not working for some reason. I don't know what the hell is going on.
Yeah, it's telling people.
Marie Shy, you can mute him because you wanted to
She got another account. She
So
took us.
Jonathan, that not Jonathan, but Dollar Bill, that's almost 6 generations. If you can go back to 1877,
Yeah, I
that's
can
almost
go
6
back to 8.
generations.
And so this
So
other
it's not
guy said
impossible for somebody to
the
say
other
they can
guy said
trace
he
back
goes
7
back
generations.
How do you get the names? That's what the only thing that's still is the names, because the names were erased. Our names. That's the thing about African Americans. Our names were erased once we got on those slave ships. Completely gone.
The only thing I
Yeah.
call is cap is when you're saying you could trace it like directly back to like the continent. That's
like
nuts.
a little village in
Yes, I
Jupiter.
traced mine to the
That's
continent.
nuts.
You got a family out there. I just say,
traced
I
mine
can't stomach
to the
that.
continent. I did. If you look up Susan and Peter Shy in the 1700s, you will see that they were born in Africa. Those are my 5th grade grandparents. Look
Shy
up.
is an
Hold on.
African
But
name,
Mari,
right?
they
on
wasn't
Family
carrying the
Search.
name Shy, right?
Look
You would say that they probably had a Mandinka
Shy,
name, right?
okay, the plantation owner gave my family the last name Shy. I
What was
don't
the plantation over?
And both
know
their
their
first name too,
know their
Susan and
African name.
Stephen, are not Mandinka names too.
I
Susan
don't
and
know.
Peter Shy.
I do not know their African
Are
names.
you
All I
looking to
know.
sponsor an African family?
Okay.
Oh my
That
God,
makes more
I
sense. You
appreciate
don't know
it.
the African name. That's what we're talking about. Because if
Let her
Don't
you
speak,
did,
bro.
disrespect her.
you
She's
would
making a
be like
point.
the only person in history that actually knows the African, besides Alex Haley.
No, it was impossible because most of them had a
That's
difficult
really
names, so
right.
they got different, easier names for the white man. So we get it. There's nothing wrong with that.
They said they were born in Africa. How can we verify this unless you got ship records and all of this stuff?
Dollar Bill, that's what the lady said.
Okay, well, from what my family told me, my 5th grade grandmother, she told the census where she was born. She told them that she was from Upper Guinea, Africa. She told them that.
How they
And
have
that's
that name if they didn't name it that yet?
So Upper Guinea was not a country. That whole region of West Africa,
None of
Liberia,
that shit
all
was
that area was
countries.
called Guinea. So
It's
there's
called
Upper
well,
Guinea and Lower
1700.
Guinea. So Upper Guinea could be upwards of like Senegal or even up to the Gambia and so
well,
forth.
Mali.
So it's just
it also said Halte. It said Halte Guinea, and Halte Guinea is in Mandinka land in Guinea.
okay. So that might
It
be
said
that.
Halte Guinea. Look up Halte Guinea. Matter
And
of fact,
she was able to tell them
can
this.
you please look up Susan Shy on FamilySearch.org? It's going to say Halte Guinea, Guinea. It's going to say that.
Hold
And
on,
if you
Bubba. Let
put
me
in,
look it
if
up.
you
Family
put in
search.
Halte, can I please just finish?
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead,
If you
sis.
put in Halte Guinea in Google, you're going to see that it's Mandinka land. You will see that. It's Mandinka land. So my grandmother, but she was born in Mandinka land. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay.
You know, and
Okay.
So there you go,
I'm
Dollar Bill. She can trace up. She know where she
tired of
come
really
from. She's
wasting my
from Guinea.
time.
People are
I'm
from
gonna
Guinea.
get off of here because people keep interrupting me, and I'm freaking upset. Don't interrupt me.
Don't
when
be
I'm
upset,
freaking
sister.
talking.
Don't be upset. Thank you, for giving us this information, and please don't be upset with us. All I was saying that is, I believe you, and if this is true, then you have a real historical situation with your family, and that's a blessing. So thank you for blessing us with that information. Okay?
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm sorry. I just got to get off here. I'm just really.
No, don't go nowhere. Come back, baby girl.
No, we appreciate it. We're not making fun of you or anything. I'm just saying I happen to be a person who looks for my family a lot, and I like the far as I could go is in the 1800s. And if you are able to go further, and I'm even familiar with that other place that you're talking about, the Genealogy Bank, but I've never used them, but I'm familiar with them. But I've been on Ancestry, and there's another one, something tree, family tree. You ever heard of that?
Yeah, family tree. Yeah.
You ever heard of that,
Yeah.
Marie?
No, she's
Marie?
off.
Okay.
She dropped off.
Yeah.
She left us. You scared my girlfriend away, bro.
And our intention is never to hurt people's feelings or, to make people feel bad. And I don't like that, because that's not who we are. And like I said, I didn't disbelieve her. I disbelieved the brother in Haiti.
A married woman with a man.
I disbelieve.
She's not
him.
married. Me and her cool.
She is. She's married, man.
Yeah, she's
Respect
married.
that, bro. Respect that, really.
And
we gotta respect the women on this platform, man.
So I didn't, I was in disbelief of her. What I was saying is that if
You
she
got
can
plenty
do
of time
that,
to act a fool and talk shit to women and whatnot. But come on,
if
a
she,
space
if
like this,
she,
man,
you
we
know,
gotta have some respect, man. You
if
know,
she did was able, and like she said she was, and there's no reason for her to lie. You know, she's got a unique situation with her family, and
Dollar
that
Bill,
means
you're the one that was doubting that people can't trace their
no,
lineage
no,
back
no,
that
no,
far,
don't pull a lie
and
on
she
me.
proved it.
No,
She
no, no,
proved it.
no, no, no. Stop it.
well, hold on, Elvis.
No,
Let me
no,
say
hold
this,
on one
right?
second. Hold on one second, Carla.
You know what the problem is? I think that the issue is that no. I think the issue is Dollar Bill is that
No.
some of us
It wasn't me. I
came
didn't
later
doubt her,
on down the line,
but I didn't doubt
and
her.
some of our
Exactly.
ancestors came long
Way
ago.
before. That's the
My
thing. So
There's a
if your
ancestors,
ancestor was
difference.
here
And the
way in the
That's
Haitians,
early
all.
slavery
and the
days, it's harder
Haitians
to
were
trace them
here.
back that far.
We're
The
not
Haitians
tracing. We
were
ain't going back
established
that far.
before African Americans, and that's one of the reasons that I doubted him. Okay, so this is what I was talking about. So it wasn't about me doubting her. I doubted him. So don't try to say I'm having a broad brush and I'm doubting her. I didn't say anything derogatory.
and also,
toward her.
let me say this. I don't think Marishai is trying to do a flex, right? This other guy, man, sound like, yeah, you know how they always take the most exotic group of people in Africa to somehow
they always got to be from the three biggest tribes in Nigeria. They can't be nothing basic.
How do you know African really just a pygmy? You know,
You know what it is. You know what it is, man. This is it amazes me, and you're wrong for that, Elvis. You my man, but you're kind of wrong for that. Seriously.
What do you do?
For what?
Because you're wrong because you got her thinking that I'm doubting her because I doubted him.
Because you did. You said people couldn't read back then. They just wrote their names
It
with
wasn't.
marks.
That wasn't Dollar
that
Bill. That
search.
was me that said that. He couldn't trace them people back like that.
You painting the wrong picture, man, and that's not fair, bro. You got to be eased up when it comes down to situation with the women, man. Because don't make her think that I'm trying to annoy her.
Hell has no fury like a woman scorned. You don't want freaking these females pissed off at you.
Marisha is not that weak. Calm down.
No, she's not weak, but you know, I don't want that weak. I know she's a sensitive sister, and I'm not trying. I'm not trying to have. I didn't have any smoke for her. I had smoke for Ross Moyes. That's who I was having the smoke.
That wasn't Ross Moyes that called in.
No, not who called in. He was the one that was telling the
lie.
lie.
Said that he could trace
seven generations.
Yeah, Ross Moyes is the one that's lying. That's all.
Now the dude is in House of Land. He's in House of Land living there now.
You're in a
he
house
must have found his
like,
family.
The house of the Fulani were the least likely to end up in the transatlantic slave trade. You know, how do you get houses in fucking to
not
Haiti?
true, Carla. There was a lot of them that was sold to the French.
First of all, the first
and ended up in Haiti. A lot of them can trace their lineage back.
They came from the from Senegal and Gambia. Now, so how did you get to be with the Hausa?
That's what I'm talking about. You know,
do you understand the fabric of Haitian society, Dollar Bill? They're telling you how they trace their lineage. The guy that was on said that they can trace it back from voodoo rights. They have names and tribes from voodoo rights.
They got great records there.
The problem is, Elvis, is that a long time ago, right? Our people would think, you know, yeah, we came from Ghana. Like I know Jamaica, they all claim they came from Ghana.
They probably are, man.
Yeah, everyone just came from Ghana.
Nah, they say that because there's a lot of similarities between the culture and so on. The Ghanaians,
they tell us that bullshit. Now, I find it very strange that people would do a DNA test and out of nowhere they got all of these different ethnic groups that's far away from each other. All in their DNA. Now, if you could trace your shit back that far, why you mix with everything else then? How's that possible? Just overwhelmingly mixed. You're never just, you know, we just got some, you know, this ethnic group in us. But then somehow you got some Cameroonian ethnic group in you, and then you got some Malian and some damn Gambian ethnic DNA in you. How do you get all of this DNA?
Well, at least Ross didn't say he's related to Shaka Zulu.
Oh yeah, just
What did the nigga say?
Oprah, remember Oprah said she was Zulu. Remember that?
Oh,
Yeah.
Oprah,
man.
they said Oprah is from the Pella people in Liberia. But she went to go to the Zulu because that's a greater group of people in her mind.
Hold on. Not only Oprah
Oh,
Kelly,
man, it's all
also
bullshit.
African American that was in Greenville and came back. There's some people from the Greenville area of Sino that came back to Greenville, Mississippi. When she's part of that, Oprah's actually an African name, a Liberian name. That's a Liberian
Yeah, but
name.
the people in China are not Pella people. They're usually Crew and Gribbles
I
and
don't know how she
Sapo.
did with that.
But Henry Louis
Oprah's
Gates
also
told her
in the
she was from the
Bible.
Pella people in Liberia.
She was American Liberian and Pelly. You know, that's her ancestry.
She's just a Negro from
I don't know
Detroit.
why she didn't go to
You gotta
Liberia to
stop
do
this
some shit for the
bullshit.
Pella people. She went to South Africa to the Zulus.
You know why?
That's
You
crazy.
know why? When I'm a mic drop. South Africa got what? Infrastructure. What the infrastructure was? They should have Liberia said, "Hell no, hell to no, man." South Africa got that beautiful infrastructure. That's why she went there. You know, everybody's a Zulu all of a sudden.
Right, Ludacris went out there.
I don't even want to share. I don't even want to. You know what? People. You know what? I'm just gonna let it go because you know what? People just don't know what the hell they're talking about. That's all I'm
talking
gonna say.
about dollar bill.
When people talk
You know
about
what it was,
genealogy,
Colin?
they don't know what
They
the hell
made
they're
that
talking
movie
about.
Zulu. That's why.
You know,
the
they
80s.
don't know.
The
They don't
bottom
know
line
what
is
the hell they're
Oprah
talking
knows
about.
South Africa is modern, it's trendy, and she hangs out all the white areas. of
How
South
can
Africa.
somebody ask
So-
yourself this question? How can
And
somebody?
she opened a girls' school, and there was some kind of scandal in that girls' school, right?
And the bottom line is this, you know, she wants to be in Africa, but don't want to be in Africa. That's when you go to South Africa. You want?
Yeah, no, I mean, come on, her standard of living is super high, bro.
1872.
It's not a lot of places in Liberia that can accommodate her, bro.
How can somebody tell me about genealogy when I have a?
Dollar Bill, you still reading the comments, bro?
I have a great. I'm not looking. I'm not reading the comments. I have a great grandparent that was born in 1872. Now, but they're telling me about 5 and 7 generations that go all the way back to the 1700s. I believe that. Like I believe.
I mean, you're so skeptical. That's why.
Like I believe in the Easter Bunny, and I believe in all that other shit.
Okay. How do you get from Hausa to Haiti, man? That's what
I believe that.
To me.
I believe that. Like for 7 generations, you trace your ancestry with no DNA, no records. Your country been in civil war and been at war with the Western world for all these hundreds of years. But yeah, you were the special one to take your. Come on, man, this is bull crap.
So is Ross Moyes really doubling down on that? He thinks he's
he is. He's
Hausa. Are you kidding me? Ross
It
Moyes
could be worse, Color. It could be worse, Color. He could be saying he's from Morocco or somewhere. Like
but the dude is married to a Hausa woman, and I think he lived in Hausa land, bro.
You know what? This is what I would say. Give Ross Moyes credit because out of all the ethnic groups he could have picked, the worst one. Okay, I mean, come on now.
He didn't pick it. That tells you that he didn't pick it. That's where his lineage traced back to, bro. And he embraced his lineage.
I give you credit, okay? I give you credit, Ross Moyes.
Good hair.
I love you. I love
really
Haiti.
believe that,
and
man?
shout out to the Houses that everyone in Nigeria
I'm
says
surprised
is dumb
that-
and backwards.
I'm surprised at you, Elvis. If you
now
So I give him credit for that.
You said you're surprised at me, Dollar Bill. Why?
Look, I saw pictures.
I know you're more intelligent.
I look Hausa.
I mean, why can't you see? I mean, I don't, like I said, I don't know the makeup of Haiti, and I don't know how they trace their lineage. And these guys are trying to enlighten us on how they trace their lineage.
Wow.
And you have to give them the benefit of the doubt. You can't just doubt everything because it comes from Haiti. Come on, man.
Not because it comes from.
They can trace their lineage from Haiti. I'm not going to sugarcoat it.
Yeah, I know.
Right.
They can.
Haitian DNA is there.
It's not all Caribbean countries that you could trace that. You could trace your lineage.
Hold on, Haitians
some can.
Come from
I'm
the
sure
home.
Jamaica and all of them. They're tracing. They got the top genealogists.
And you got to be realistic now because Haiti, they took care of their white people a lot more quicker, right?
Yeah,
So
So they said, let's get your DNA before you die.
it's not about DNA. You can just look up your own grandparents now.
where Ross comes from in Africa should be the least of a Haitian's worries this time. So
yeah, I mean that's my thing though,
Nah,
because that's
the
right.
Hausa, bro, they're the
That's
most
right.
popular ethnic group in Africa, bro. I don't know if you guys know that.
No,
There's like 70 million of them in Africa, bro. They're the largest ethnic group in the continent.
Elvis.
If they produce Zongo, then you know that.
Elvis. They just fuck a lot and produce kids at a younger age.
I didn't say they're the most educated, the most socially advanced. I just said they're the most populous group on the continent, Jonathan. That's
You get married at 14, you should be damn the most populated.
I thought it was the Fulani.
No, the Hausa is like 60 million. The Fulanis, they're mixing with the Hausa, so some people count them. The Fulanis are just in almost all of the West African countries. But the Hausa is the largest single ethnic group. There's a lot of them, especially in Nigeria.
What I always find interesting that you can actually accept there may be a royal. You couldn't meet a typical African that could trace their ancestry back
to the
1700s. Barely even the 1800s, unless they just hella fucking old.
Exactly.
But we can in America, and hey, it's true, bro. Don't fight it.
You know what?
So let's ask the Haitian dude on a panel how they can trace their lineage. Let's learn something new.
They can just look it up online.
You do it through your bloodline. Like certain people have a purer, like how you say, not pure, but like a more defined bloodline. If I'm like in the South, like Southern blacks probably know their heritage more than the Northern blacks, like a dollar bill, a collar. The same for Haitians from the province, from the mountains. They will know their heritage better because they preserve more of the culture, and then through the rites, you will know better. That's it. That's basically how you track it. So like certain people, like cause you can't in the spiritual system, you can't follow any spirit. You got to go by your bloodline. You see what I'm saying?
I mean, you can't just be realistic.
I'm a Yoruba. I'm a this. I'm a that. You can't just do that. You can die by doing that. So you really got to know your bloodlines in Haiti. That's how you really know. That's what I'm saying. So you guys make it seem like it's impossible. Even in America, you can track it. There's people in the South that know their roots. They know one of the major tribes or one of the main lines that they come from. You have to go where you come from. You got to go where the roots are from. Like Dollar Bill, 9 times out of 10, his family line came from the South. He's not an original New Yorker. There's original New Yorker blacks. He's not one of them. Neither is Kyler. Kyler will tell you, oh, my family came from XYZ. My family came in da-da-da-da-da. These are not original New Yorkers. If you read history about original New York blacks, they used to look down on Dollar Bill's people and Kyler's people when they first came to New York. I read articles about this stuff. You know what I mean? But they're trying to make it like, oh, they're the original New Yorkers. Their roots are in the South. They have to go back to the South and track their roots through census and all that kind of stuff, like Miss Marie did. But they don't want to accept that. They're trying to say it just doesn't exist. Blah, blah, blah. Even your roots is probably from the South. You from the Cali, right? Am I correct, Jonathan?
You said what?
You said your roots are probably in the South. You said something about Mississippi. Are your people from Mississippi, Jonathan?
Alabama.
We from Texas.
Alabama.
He's probably Alabama.
Exactly. So
okay, he's from Texas.
They will more likely have an understanding of your origins than you do in Cali. Even when you look at the DNA,
I think he's a
DNA shows that
we got the whole family book on lockdown.
He's a Bama.
Yeah, but you probably had to go back to the South to track it, though. You had to probably go back to the South to track it.
My grandmother's from the South. Make it
Thank
seem like
you.
that was
You ain't gonna stay in California.
You make it sound like that's a million years ago. What's wrong with you?
No, nobody said. I said you trying to make it sound like it was impossible. I said it's very possible from all branches. From
tracing it back to the South is one thing. Going back to Africa is another thing. You understand the difference, right?
Can I say this? Can I read this? Enslaved people were not usually named in the census. Slavery was abolished in 1865. So the first census that included the names of most African Americans was in the 1870 U.S. federal census. If you can trace your ancestor back to 1870, that means you got a good start. What I'm saying is I don't say things just to say things to people because I don't try to break people's heart or break their mind. But I know what I'm talking about. I don't just, and it's not because I'm this or that. It's because before I even went to school, I had a brain. Okay, I didn't go see the wizard. All right, and so I know that in 1870s, okay, is the first time that enslaved people in America I can't say what happened in Haiti, but in America, we're even put on the census. Well, why is that, Dollar Bill? Because you would have to go to the white census, and in the white census, we weren't even considered human beings. We were accounted as property. Okay? So it wasn't until after 5 years after the abolishment of slavery that they actually started counting us and using our names. That's just a fact. You can look it up. You see, we have to understand facts from fiction, right? You know, Colin talks about that. All of this stuff, the Negroes always talking this nonsense, man. Let's talk facts from fiction. And if you can show me different, anybody can show me different, other than 1870, okay? And I can go back as far as 18.
So Dollar Bill, you don't believe that she can trace her ancestor back to Guinea?
I don't believe that any black people that were considered, okay, especially with a name, can go, because I know I'm in the high percentage. Not most African Americans.
They're abnormalities, right?
No,
everything doesn't have to follow the same script. Some things are different.
18. I know America, man. You're a crew man. Stay in your lane.
Okay, see, there you go.
This
lady just came up here, was telling you her history. I get it, Dollar Bill, probably so, but I'm telling you that the lady just came up here and told you that she traced her lineage back to Guinea, and you're doubting it, and that's not right, bro.
I'm not doubting it. I'm saying if she's able to do it, she is a 1%. That means 99%.
So maybe she is. Maybe she is.
But I doubt it seriously.
Carla, you back on the show? Marie's trying to come on. She's in the back.
What you can do is knock what Dollar Bill is saying, because it's fact that they didn't put us in the census.
Carla, you there? Carla probably went downstairs. You got to wait, Marie, when he gets back.
In the census, there's a high possibility that, you know, maybe you weren't black.
Exactly.
Your ancestor weren't fully black.
Ding, 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 ding.
You had a mixed ancestor.
You might be able to trace your ancestor, but it probably wasn't a black one.
Yeah, that's all.
Maybe, and that's something
because
that people don't
they wasn't tracking enslaved people. You know.
Look it up, man. It's there for the eye to see. 1870.
If Carla could come back up and let her back in, she can probably explain it to us. She wants to add to the conversation.
I'm not gonna argue with her.
Another thing that you have to remember, though, right? When they do these genealogy things, especially with FamilySearch.com, Ancestry.com, they're not those aren't people that go and look that shit up. They're using AI. AI fucks up. AI tries to fill in the blanks when it can. That's all.
1870. Reach beyond the 1870 brick wall. Okay? So some people.
If you're going back to the 1700s now, that's bizarre. You were not normal.
That means you're in the 1%. If you could do it, I'm not saying you can't.
You have to have a mulatto ancestor at that point.
You have to be in the 1% of people who can do this, right? Because they call it the 18.
Tyler, where the hell are you, bro? Come on up and let her back on the show. She wants to tell you her information. You just want
me to go up against the system. I'm not doing.
No, it's not an argument. I'm saying she's in the back. She's asking why Tyler can't let her up. I think he's downstairs. That's what I'm saying.
About that. All I'm
He
saying.
said, I can't wait to get back on so I can explain. That's what she said. So I'm just saying, Carla needs to come up and let her in.
I'm looking at the National Museum of African.
They're doing the flat blackness thing, man.
History and culture, right? And using U.S. Census. So she wasn't using a census. If she's using another thing, okay, and because the brick wall was 1870. Now they're saying.
Dollar Bill, are you aware of
that's what I said. She can tell you her methods.
Family journals.
Maybe there's more than one methods of finding out your ancestors, right?
There's family journals that exist. There's all types of different ways. There's ledgers. There's slave ledgers. There's all types of ways you can track.
There's slave ledgers, but like I said, it's going to be hard There's a few people. There's a guy who came from Africa. I have his book, and actually, I think we talked about him on the thing. He was able to go back, but it's hard. The 1870 is called the brick wall for a reason. It's hard.
That may be true. That may be true.
Yeah, it's a brick wall in every. That's when they started keeping the actual names of people that were black. Prior to that, you were just a number.
Exactly.
Mm.
So to say that
the
you
Harold
can find
family
that
had 3 mules, 2 Negroes, something like that, and that's how you were related to. You weren't a human being. You didn't have a birth certificate. Listen, my father, I believe, he was the first child in his family, I think, and then followed maybe a sister or two. Okay, because there were 13 of them. He was the first one that was even born in the hospital.
But they could have been kept in the system because they could pass as white. If you were black, you were not in that damn census. That's a wrap. But if you could pass as white, then maybe you were able to sneak in.
No, but you don't think they were like there's different like journals. There's different and then certain people don't even come from those lines. Some people come from free blacks, which is a totally different story. You can't paint a flat blackness to the whole.
Yeah, even the free blacks at one time weren't free. At one time, even if they served as indentured servants, they weren't free at one time. They were granted their freedom either by their slave master, okay, or they brought themselves out of slavery.
Is that Kyler? Kyler, you back on?
So Dollar Bill, you don't believe that there were certain blacks that were never slaves here? That they were assistants to the Europeans?
They wasn't included in the census by name.
Yeah, they just weren't. Do I believe? No, I believe that they were in some type of servitude, even though they didn't think of themselves as being slaves because they were given preferential treatment. They were still slaves. They still didn't own themselves. Yeah. Black people came here as indentured servants, and some came when white folks came who were indentured servants, and then later on, okay, I don't know how many years later, chattel slavery was justified by Christianity in the Americas. Now, I'm not going to tell you what happened in Haiti, right? We know that Haiti revolted earlier, okay, but I doubt if he can trace back 7 generations. And if he would have said, 4 or 5 generations or whatever.
But he's only talking about one particular line. He's only talking about one particular grandparent. You have several different
I would believe that someone from Haiti can track their shit since slavery didn't last as long as it did there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, only like 200 years.
They weren't overrun by white people. But we were never in that situation.
I'm not going to say that.
And if they all generally came, if all Haitians generally came from the same area, then it's possible that they can actually track that shit. But we in America, we didn't come from the same area.
Why would they come?
No, we don't come from the same area.
That don't make any sense.
We don't come. He's like for me, my bloodline is more like Congolese type blood, like Central African. His blood is like more West African.
They came from the same areas.
We come from different regions.
They just stopped there first, and then in the Caribbean.
Dollar Bill, this is where I'm going to go back to it now, because at that point, now you saying that you had a grandparent that came from this particular area, not all of them.
Yeah, it's not all of them. Right. He's mixed. He also has Central African blood too. Like me, I probably have a higher percentage, but he has some kind of Cameroon link to him.
There you go.
I have very, very little white blood. I have less than 2% white blood. I'm very, very African. I may not look it to some people, but I'm a dark-skinned, fine-featured black man. I'm damn near 100%. I have different bloodlines.
What does that mean? Fine future.
Well, some people look at me and say, "Oh no, these features are not black features." I don't have the triple blackness, big lip. I don't have big lips. I don't have none of that.
Oh, so that's fine features. If you don't have big lips, that's fine features.
No, but by Dollar Bill and all these kind of people.
Don't go to Dollar Bill. Dollar Bill ain't say nothing. That was you. Fine features. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Having
That means
pictures, there's nothing wrong with
I'm
having
that means you
pictures.
can't
I've been there
barbecue.
100%, man.
That
I'm
means you
been there
can't really
100%, man.
enjoy.
I'm proud of that.
That means you
100%
can't really
what?
enjoy some barbecue.
I'm been there 100% African, bro.
Bro, turn your camera on. I want to see. I want to see.
Well,
I
I'm
don't even
working right now.
believe.
I'm driving right now.
I don't even believe the
You see my
Africans.
picture on the thing right there, bro.
I don't
You
even
can blow
believe
my
the
I
shit
don't
up.
see
I'm
no
Africans.
putting
damn.
sip on the chat.
I don't even believe the
I don't see no
Africans.
picture.
Y'all make
So
fun of my points
there's
and
no
everything,
picture.
man.
There's just a name. There's just a J there.
I see this
No,
picture.
but in the chat they always blow up my picture to insult my comments, bro. Every
Yeah,
other
that's what
show.
Yeah, but that's not your picture. That's not
you don't look
a picture, a
100%.
photographic
That's my
picture.
picture, bro. In black and
I
white,
give you.
bro. You can
I
see
give
my
you.
No,
features. I'm just a dark
there's no
skinned
black and
version
white photo of
of
you.
that.
It's just a J. It just show up as a J.
You
No,
might
I'm
have
talking
a.
about in the chat. Y'all always pull up
Yeah,
Quinn Seep and shit on everything I gotta say. So
I
y'all seen my
Oh,
face before.
okay. I got what you said. Oh, that's your
I
picture.
have.
That's me.
Okay, I
He
thought that
Let me
looks.
was
see
a. I
that
thought that
picture.
was
No, he looks
They
like.
shit on everything I say.
He looks like that guy
What's this
from
one's name?
Yeah,
California.
he looks like a guy. What is the guy? The dictator from
Nigga
one
said
African
dictator.
dictator.
No, he looks like that guy
He wants some like
The
from
gangster
dictator from
style going.
Cameroon.
no, the one don't diss something with the juice.
Oh, this nigga, he talking Wayne brother.
Okay,
Marlon from
Maury Shy is back up. Let's let her speak,
he trying
please.
to make
She's
fun of
back
my
up.
ponytails, man.
She's
He
back
look
up.
like the
Let's let her
one.
speak. Go ahead, Maury.
Okay. Well, some people were saying that they can't believe we can trace. Okay, because like I was saying, my fifth great grandmother, she was born in 1795. Well, I can list. I'm trying to find my family tree where I have the dates when they were born. So Lord, let me see. I don't know where that is.
But these are not
So,
census,
someone,
right? These are
yeah,
not
this
census because the census didn't record black people in America to 1870.
it is the census. I have the census records.
You got the you have census that show black people in the 1700s while
Okay,
we were still in slavery.
okay,
Some
okay.
states had blacks, like Massachusetts and New York. After they abolished slavery, they put black people in the census. Rhode Island.
Maury, where are your people from? From the South or from Ohio?
I have family from Ohio, but the line that I'm talking about, we started in Georgia. We started in Jasper County, Georgia, Shadydale, Jasper County, Georgia. That's where the plantation was. So let me okay here. Oh, so here's my family tree, and I got the dates where I'm just talking about the shy line. So I have the dates where they were born. So my father is Raymond Shy. He was born in 1967 in New Jersey. That's where my father is born. His father was born in Toledo. I think my grandfather, he was born in 1940. I believe. And then his father was born in 1910. His name is Willie Shy. And then his father is Willie Shy. He was born in 1880. And then let me see.
What year did you say again that your eldest person was born?
1795. Her name
Okay,
is Susan Shy.
1795 is possible.
Okay. So
And the reason I found that out is it was the federal government conducted census every 10 years.
Let her finish, Dollar Bill. Let her finish.
No, I'm giving her some information. Just we cool, bro. The National Archives maintains a microfilm of each available census and free. They had to be free slave populations because they weren't in with everyone else. That's why you didn't hit the 1870 brick wall. It says that the enumerated division of federal constitution stipulated that a slave counted as 3/5 of a purpose as a person for purposes of taxation and appointment of the House of Representatives. Only the heads of free households appear in these records. All others, including slaves, are noted statistically under the head of household or reported owner. So, and listen what it says here. Enumerated with the remainder of free population, the B, the M, which is for mulatto, B for black, indicates the race and the head of household. Other members of the household were listed in age brackets by sex. Censuses for 1790 and 1810 list free non-whites in a category titled All Other Free Persons. There is no distinction made between free blacks and Native Americans not on reservations. The census for 1820 to 1840 listed people of color separately. Slaves in the 1790 to 1840 census, no notation of slave by name, age, sex, or origination appears. The census lists slaves statistically. So if your people were free, if they were a black or a mulatto that were free, okay, do they say that on the census?
It says, okay, hold on. Let me go to my family search, because as far as I know, they were slaves on the plantation.
They had to be free if they were in 1790. They had to, maybe they were enslaved earlier, and by 1795, they were already free. Otherwise, they wouldn't be. They would have hit the 1840 wall. I'm looking at it right now. I don't wish I could give it to you so you could have it for your family records. It's called the National Archives Records Administration, and if you know, that might help you out.
Okay,
you might discover something even more than what you knew already.
Okay, well,
and like I said to you, 1 second, sister. Like I said to you, I never said that it wasn't possible. What I said was that you would be in the 1%. And this is proof that I'm telling the truth, because only free people who were free, okay, under the federal constitution of the 1790 to 1930, these were free people. So they had to be free. That means if your people were on there and they at one time had been slaves, by 1865, okay, before 1865, they were already free blacks.
Okay, well, can I please finish what I was saying, please?
Sure.
Okay, so for my family tree, because I really want to list all the names, because and it's not much. It's not much because it only leads to 1795. So I'm just gonna start with okay, I'll just start with my father again, because I don't know. I don't like when I'm being interrupted when I'm trying to say something. So I'm just starting with my father. So my father was born in 1967. 1967, he was born in New Jersey. And my grandparents, so I'm just going through my dad's line, which is the shy line. So I'm just listing all the fathers, my great grandfathers and stuff like that. So like I said, my father was born in 1967 in New Jersey. Then his father was born in Toledo, Ohio. I believe my grandfather was born in 1940. And his father, Willie Shy, he was born in 1910. And then his father was named Will too. He was born in 1880. And then his father was named Peter, and he was born in 1857. And so I had 3 generations of Peter. So I'm going to say two more Peters. And then there's another Peter that was born in 1820. And then the Peter that was born in Africa, he was born in the 1700s. And his wife, which is my great grandmother, my 5th great grandmother, she's born in 1795. They were both born in Africa. So I have like I think I have 3 generations of Wills and 3 generations of Peters. So that's all I could tell you about that. My family, they know more about it, but that's my family tree, like my father's dad's line. So I mean, I have the names and I have the dates where they were born. So I mean, I'm not saying that you don't believe me, but I just said all the dates, and
I believe you.
I never said I didn't believe you.
Mary Shy, I was saying was, they were definitely probably born in Africa, like you said, right? And a lot of people know that too. Remember Kunta Kinte, right? Remember that he was born in Africa. And Alex Haley, they passed a story down from the African. Remember that?
Right.
And the bottom line is that's been known in African American folklore. We had ancestors and whatnot that came from the old country in Africa and everything like that. But the thing is, though, very few of us knew the actual name, family name, and stuff like that. That's what was lost, you know.
And that puts her in the top 1%.
If you know your African name and what tribe or not Pacific tribe you came from, yeah, you're in like the 1% of Black America, you know.
That's all I was saying, Mary. It was nothing against you or your family. I said to you, if this is a fact and there's no reason for you to lie, okay, you are in the top 1% of all African Americans. And I told you I appreciate you for telling us that and sharing that with us, because that's something that we don't hear every day. Okay?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much.
You.
Really appreciate that.
Thank you, sis. We appreciate that. Because that's something that you're probably going to never see anywhere else. And we might not ever see that again, because we've never heard of that before.
Yeah.
So we appreciate you, for giving us that, information that you were able to do it. Because when
what about Ron Moise? You believe him?
No. We ain't giving him no slack.
You think it's plausible? You think it's plausible, Dollar Bill?
No.
Oh man, Ron, you can come up and give your genealogy like Maury did, bro.
Do what Marie Shah did, Rozzy.
She had records. She could verify. All he's doing is talking hearsay.
Roz must got storytell.
Now, if he has records to say so on and so forth, then then I'll believe him. But I don't believe him because of who he is. Who he is. Who's this?
Y'all see me?
Somebody cammed up. We got two people that cammed up.
What's up?
Oh, that's okay. Jonathan cammed up and the other dude cammed up. Yeah, you look black. Both of y'all look black.
Now, who look more African, him or me?
Jonathan, you look more African. You look a little. You look a little Indian.
Okay.
I don't know why no Indian.
Yeah, you look a little like.
And you don't have no ponytails. You had ponytails before.
Yeah, how does he look?
You look like Jaheim. You look like Jaheim.
Nah.
Yeah, he does look like that Native American Indian in him, right?
No, he don't.
No.
He look like
I don't got no Indian in me, bro.
No, he don't look nothing. He like 100% black.
Oh, Kyle.
Thank you, bro.
He got native in him.
Man.
Suck
he got native in him.
Suck
passe. You know I'm damn near 100%, man. They say I look like that guy for the brother off of Urkel. What's that guy name? Winslow. Steve Winslow. That's what they say I look like.
Yeah.
But I don't look mixed.
Jonathan look blacker than you, bro. And he probably has some white blood in him.
Yeah, but feature for feature. I don't got no white blood like that.
Hey, you said you got all the. I don't know what you said. Some kind of desirable feature with not big lips, not big.
I don't say desire. I said fine because according to Black Americans, some of them believe in with triple blackness, and you got the real black is triple black, and you got to have thick lips and this that, and your hair got to be super thick. My hair's not that thick, but I'm damn near 100% black. I don't believe in that shit.
You got big lips and big nose. Some are real African niggas.
You can't enjoy a good barbecue. That's why you can't get that barbecue.
White. Can't have no thin lips and straight nose, man. That's Caucasian kind of stuff.
You know the white
side. But my lips not thick neither, so I don't like I said I don't subscribe to that.
That's not white blood in you, bro. If you're a real black, you have big lips and big nose.
Let's see you sound like this, bro.
You acting like Zongo. Stop it, Elvis.
I
want to see your DNA. I bet you American Liberian.
Nigga, I'm 100% African from the jungle.
No, he's not.
You might be.
What do you mean? No, I'm not, Tyler. I'm 100% African.
I know.
No, you're not.
I bet you.
No, you're not. Elvis, you got some American Liberian in you.
I bet you what?
Hell nah, nigga.
Yeah, you do.
Name Elvis.
Embrace that shit.
I know all the African, the American Liberians in Liberia. Elvis.
Did you hear Carla?
Elvis is one of us.
Colin said he knows all the American life bureaus.
I know
Colin, you're out of pocket, bro. You said the craziest thing.
I know the Coopers.
How you know about 100,000 people, Colin?
I know the Johnsons. I know the Peabodys. The
Yeah,
Coopers.
Colin, it doesn't matter.
Colin, you've been.
You don't know everybody. You know a couple of families, and you think you know everybody.
All the people,
3 to 4 months maximum. You know 100,000 people.
Who's that? You know.
I don't even know all the people in my family.
Right, I know all the American life bureaus in Liberia. Colin just be talking shit, bro. You don't know all of them, Colin.
I thought me and Frenchie had made up, and she like kind of low down trying to diss on her brother. That's kind of that's not nice, man. I thought me and her were cool.
Frenchie, I apologize on his
I thought we
behalf.
reconciled
On the panel's behalf, Frenchie.
Yeah,
we love you. You are loved. You are a member of the family.
Piss these females off like Frenchie.
I tell you, man, they're fickle. Some of them, man.
That's why I don't mess with them, man.
Marisha ain't
only one I mess with is that Mystic Dime. I like her too, man. But goddamn, she got on my nerves.
She kind of fickle too, man.
She got on my nerves.
But you just don't like when people come at you, bro. You don't take that shit personal, bro. It's just a little jab.
Talk about calling me a proud boy.
She said, "I heard you past couple of shows."
I ain't gonna lie, Kyle. That was making me angry.
Who was I throwing?
I don't ever want to hear no black person talk about the Proud Boys. The Proud Boys. The Proud Boys. Fuck the Proud Boys.
I'm an African man. I don't have to be born in the continent to be an African man. So I don't have this thing. I'm not a white person throwing shots at other black people. I'm an African man. Okay, whether you like it or not.
Dollar Bill's looking at comments again.
Dollar Bill's in his bag.
Whether you like it or not, whether Elvis stamps it off of his approval, I was born an African man, and I'm gonna die an African man. So
who hates Black American woman?
Wait a minute. But so are you guys saying I'm fickle? Because I mean,
no, I didn't. The distinction, not you. The distinction I make is that we have a different culture. That doesn't mean we're not the same people. See, just like
somebody say you're not an African man, Dollar Bill.
Oh God!
They're my fighting words, MP. Those are fighting words for Dollar Bill. You can't call them not an African.
Listen, my people come from the Low Country in South Carolina. I know who I am. I don't give a damn.
My people are Gullah Geechee. They are rice farmers, motherfucker. Tell them, Dollar.
I know who we are. We were separated. We have the culture. We have the artistry. We have the language. We prepare the food. And I don't
got the bad rolls.
What you anybody says about my Africanness.
Now I know what was giving me that headache. It's Dollar Bill. Dollar Bill, you just talking give me a headache. So I know where that headache be coming from.
Because I don't care. Because I got a woman.
Hey, Dollar Bill. Give me a headache, nigga.
I don't give a damn about what you think. Spare me.
Damn, so I'm gonna say you're not an African, bro. Everybody say you're not African, dog. They taking your African card, man.
They can't take nothing from me. I gave my own.
Yeah, you can't. That's what I'm saying. Now you growing up. See, this is what African was talking about, right?
Why y'all say that Dollar Bill ain't no African, man? That man's a proud African.
Dollar Bill don't need nobody to validate his Africanness, his blackness, man. He is what he is.
What?
It's
okay. You know what?
You know what? It's okay.
Why do y'all even get on this weird trip about
Mario's trying to speak, bro. Let him speak. You know you got a quiet voice.
Trying to speak.
But you know what? It's okay. If people are saying you're not African, that's fine, because we were born in America, but we are of African descent. Now, if they're saying we're not African descent, that's fucking false. Because I know I'm fucking African descent. Don't fucking tell me I'm not. I'm
hit him, Barry shot. Boom, boom, boom. Right in their head. It's MP with her straightened hair.
Marisha, I'm about to grab my AK-47.
Look at MP with her straightened hair and her damn bleach skin gonna call me.
Really, Dollar Bill? You going that far with her, bro?
Hold on.
You just trolling a little bit in the comment section. Don't go that far with her, bro. Relax.
I'm going that far.
MP should come up here.
Straighten her hair, so you can look like a white
MP
woman.
come up here.
I'm not an African.
Dollar Bill, you be going up.
Why do y'all care about that shit so much?
He be throwing grenades.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lose any sleep. Somebody could not call me.
Someone tells me you're not an African. All right, so what?
lose
I
no
don't care
fucking
what they
thought.
think.
My money, hold
You're
on, my
African
money's
American.
still
You're
gonna hit
damn
my
right.
bank
No,
every
I'm not
Monday and
disrespecting.
whatnot.
I'm not
The fuck?
disrespecting MP.
Dollar
MP
bill,
was disrespecting
dollar
me.
Y'all be
bill.
sending
I
over
gave
the
her the work.
weirdest shit.
Yo, dollar bill, go get the
Woman,
plastic chair.
woman,
Dollar bill, go get the
they get the
plastic
work.
chair.
Listen,
Relax.
I will
Yes,
tell you
dollar
something.
bill.
All I
That
know is,
rocking
look,
chair ain't
all
rocking
I
no
know
more.
is they call me not an African, right?
You
But I brought
bleach
20
skin,
people to the
wearing
continent. I got a
your
diplomatic
hair's
visa,
fried
and I
and
went to the
dyed,
continent. I did big
shaved to the
things in
side.
Dollar
Liberia.
bill, leave the sisters alone, bro. Your family members bleached, probably straightening their
No,
hair
no, my
too.
family members
Come on.
don't. Hell no.
I'm not.
Hell
I don't
no.
care about
No,
that. You know, I don't care about being
Hell no.
being from Africa. I don't really care.
I'm not
no,
just out of curiosity. Marie. If
no.
someone
It is
tells you you're
Your
not
hair
an
is natural,
African,
right? You got those fruits and berries like coming to America with them
dollar
natural fruits.
bill,
Dollar bill, this is not a fairy tale. Nobody use fruits and berries. People use products.
goddamn.
You don't know that part of coming to America? He
I
said,
know it, dollar bill, but he was bullshitting. Nobody use fruits and berries in Africa to do hair care, bro.
and she's bullshitting too.
but I use natural products for my hair.
Yeah, but she's talking to smack, man. She thinks I care what she thinks. Who
Dollar bill,
cares?
she said you
Dollar
gotta
bill,
cam
you
up.
care about
We
what
gotta see you
everybody
cammed
thinks.
up,
I
bro.
don't care what she
He
thinks.
camped up
Cam
before.
up, dollar bill. Let's see if you're real
Dollar
African
bill,
or you
dollar bill,
have
lot of
or you're
dollar bill's
African.
a mulatto. Dollar
Nobody
Dollar
bill's a
bill damn near
mulatto.
mulatto, bro. I think I saw it. Dollar
All
bill
right.
got a
All right.
Dollar bill, you
you
on the
low
lighter side of
yellow.
Like
things.
El DeBarge, I guess.
Yeah, you low yellow. You're not high yellow.
I'm not no yellow.
You
Dollar
low
bill,
yellow.
you a little bit more. Dollar bill, you look
Nigga,
like the
dollar bill low
gold
yellow.
color.
I'm no
You look
yellow.
like the gold color of the BIO.
All right.
I think a beige. The beige is too bright, but he peanut butter.
Now, just out of curiosity, how did this panel go from being about African rising and then turn into a genealogy thing?
Dollar bill
This
came
is
up,
an
dog.
example.
Y'all niggas
Every
can't stay
show
on
I'm
topic for
complaining about
shit.
I complain about
Jonathan,
African Americans. I complain about Caribbeans. I complain about all kinds of black people. I talked about
Why?
FBA lying because that's what I do.
You want to care about FBI line because you say you take showers in a plastic chair. That's all.
I
Well,
would
outside of that, you never interacted with them.
Dollar bill, if you don't mind, can you show us the shower area? Is there a plastic chair nearby?
Gotta just stop it, nigga. Dollar bill don't take no shower sitting down, bro.
Nah, because I
Dollar
know
bill is
people. I know a lot of people.
he's
Dollar
capable,
bill
bro.
age group.
That's how I
and
know I'm
they tend to
African,
have the actual plastic chair in the bathtub.
No, you know what that
I'm
chair
just
is
saying.
for? It's for people overweight or have a bad hip. Can't stand up too long in the shower. So I don't know what he was trying to say about dollar bill, but I don't think
Brother
dollar bill sits in the
walks
shower,
with a
bro.
limp. Dollar bill had a few hip replacements. What are you
I
talking
walk
about?
with a limp because I'm a
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
Is that true, dollar bill? You had a hip replacement?
Are you listening
Tell
to
him,
that
dollar
bullshit?
bill.
He's telling me.
Dollar bill, you just making up shit, bro. Don't be saying
Dollar
shit.
bill
Now I
got
feel bad. Now you made me feel bad for saying
you
that
got
shit,
a
dog.
metal hip. You got a metal hip, dollar bill.
Got no damn metal.
As a matter of fact, I'm going to have a fundraiser for dollar bill on the GoFundMe to help replace that hip. If you want to donate,
Carla, your girl Frenchie wants to come.
Yeah, Frenchie wants to come up. She feel like you've been disrespecting the Africans, bro.
Yeah,
And I say that shit to you too, dollar bill. You keep going up the far end, bro. That's not you, man. Or maybe it's been you the whole time, and you just showing your real self.
Oh, come on, bro.
Because you've been talking a lot of shit. Carla kind of took a step back, but you, man.
I talk shit to everybody, man.
Carla's growing.
You get a special card because you're African. Get out of here.
We shouldn't disrespect each other. I mean,
I'm not disrespecting people when they say stuff that is crazy. I have to give them the work. It doesn't
You
matter.
don't. That's the point, dollar bill. Maturing is understanding that you don't have to respond to everybody.
I don't, but I do.
There you go.
Can I ask the panel a question?
Frenchie is posted up there. Jump in.
But overall, do you guys actually see the progress that's actually happening in America, in Black America, in Africa, in the Caribbean that's going on? You guys don't see any type of progress happening?
No, I don't
I
see
see it.
Why is that? I see it because I see CARICOM talking with African Union. I see African Americans more conscious, big on the Black agenda.
Right? The bottom line is this. This is what's going to happen, bro. Let me tell you something. This is going to happen.
I'm listening.
CARICOM's going to get together. They're going to have some big convention with the African Union. They're going to come to consensus that, man, they got their ass kicked and their reparations in order, right? They're going to pass it by a 2/3 majority resolution, right? And then they're going to say they're going to take their case to the EU or whoever like that, and they're gonna get laughed off the world stage. You know, that's what's gonna happen. You know,
They won't take it
No,
to
but
the EU.
they're also doing
They'll take
trade
it
though.
to
They're also
the
doing trade.
trade like what?
Africa is sending oil to the Caribbean. The African Afromex Bank is seeking to invest in the Caribbean. They're having meetings in the Caribbean, and
Yeah, but
Africa, vice versa. The president of Grenada was just in Nigeria.
So, I mean, look. I'm like this. This is what I'm saying, Prince of P, whatever your name is, right? I wish them a lot of luck, right? The Africans and the Caribbeans. I hope they get, I hope the Africans get together, figure it out. When not, my concern is Black America, right? I just think that we should not get involved in this anymore. You know, I think we.
No, but can I ask you a question directly, Kyla? Because I always ask you this question, you never answer it. I always post it in the chat. I said, why don't you guys petition or ask the AU for a $5 billion loan to pay back over 20 years to build up Black America, build Black cities?
Do what?
You understand geopolitics,
to build up
right?
Black cities in America, to rebuild Black cities. Like
OAU, the original OAU.
We got the money for that already.
Listen to what I'm saying. The original OAU was founded by African Americans, Garveyites, or not in Liberia in 1959 in San Quentin.
Somebody said Frenchie wants to have 5 minutes.
You know, and so they get this, get this. So therefore, what I'm saying is this: the original OAU had a real Black nationalist, Pan-African tone to it, right? That OAU was destroyed in the coup of 1980 in Liberia, right? What came after that, right, was a redefining of what Africa is, right? Africa, being African, was not defined by race anymore. It was defined by geography. In other words, basically, Elon Musk is an African, right? Portuguese born on the continent is an African.
Citizen.
You know, the Afrikaans.
No, he's a citizen. He's a citizen.
Yeah, with the bottom line, see, this is what I'm talking about. We define Africa based on race. You know, the African race,
not MP.
So we're coming out of slavery. That's how we saw our liberation. You guys have changed it around. That means our connection to Africa is null and void. Anyway. You see what I'm talking about? It's null and void.
No, but Elon Musk is an African through his nationality, through citizenship.
Stop
citizenship.
Tyler, you can be African and not be Black. We are Black people. There's Black people in Brazil that don't make,
the same way.
That's why we
say African doesn't mean Black. That's what you don't understand. Black mean Black.
The bottom line is this: you see the way they're talking right here is the reason why the white people go all over the continent and do whatever they want to do. Africans have no resistance.
Because Elon Musk is African.
People, you know?
Yeah, you can be African from the African continent, right? You can be a continental African. It doesn't mean that you're Black.
In other words,
it means that you're from the continent. You can be white.
So you can be white from the continent, but I'm Black and I'm not African. You see how crazy y'all are?
So Dollar Bill, you're an African American, which is an African descended person in America. The same way the European in America is a European American.
That's why I said, man, the way these people think like this, there's a white chick, blonde hair, blue eye is Miss Zimbabwe right now. That's where Africa is going. You know, pretty soon you're gonna have a white
Love y'all, but y'all are crazy.
You know, so the bottom line, these people throwing the continent away and whatever it is.
But Carla, Frenchie wanted to come up and have a say. Why don't you let her up?
The link and whatnot. She was like this. So the bottom line is this. The idea of Pan-Africanism and us coming with Africa is completely dead. You know,
absolutely,
it's not worth it. You know.
No, but like I said, my point wasn't that you have to come here. I'm trying to say you can still coordinate and build here.
Hold up, because the one thing that held us together was this racial solidarity. That Africa belongs to Africans, and we're Africans, part of African. That's gone now. So,
but Carla, the people who are in South Africa, who's been there for hundreds of years, what do you call them? How do they identify themselves?
The white colonial settlers. They're not Africans.
They're Afrikaners. They're not African.
What I'm saying is they're on a continent, right? Just how you consider yourself an American and you're not of the white race, even though they dominate this continent, you're still an American.
Hold on. If you do, let me tell you something, Elvis, right? Let me tell you something right freaking now. When I do my DNA test, right, do you know African American trace shows up after 400 years? That would trace back in America, the Gullah Geechee, the Creole area of the Carolinas. That's what my ancestors are from. 400 years, we now show up as a genetic marker in America, right? You go to Elon Musk, whatnot, all his DNA will show up in the Netherlands. Nothing in Africa.
He's African. Y'all are crazy if y'all
not
believe
African.
But you know,
Like I
somebody
said,
like
you call
He's
yourself an
not about
American,
blood. He's not
right?
about blood.
I'm an American because of my
African
DNA. I've been here for 400 years. My DNA told that because we
Right,
mixed
and his
in
people have been in South
black
Africa for a long time. The Boers,
the
right?
South Africans never mixed
All
with the
right.
black population.
Y'all are crazy.
But I'm saying he's not black.
Oh,
You're talking race, and I won't say even ethnicity or nationality
That
because
makes it
Africa is not a
nationality,
nation, right?
nation,
Elvis, you Afrodominant
the citizenship with race. That's not the same thing.
Y'all are just
keep
nuts.
talking like that, right? And the bottom line, you're gonna never see Africa rise. Because white
I mean,
people,
Kyler, you're not hearing what I'm saying to you. Being African doesn't mean that you're black, right?
Oh Lord,
there are different kinds of Africans.
No. You're mixing up.
When you say
Elvis, you're
that
mixing it up.
the Egyptians,
God.
the Moroccans, right? They're African. They've been living on the continent for centuries, right? They're African, but they're not black people. They're Arabs.
Moroccans are Moroccans. I know a lot of Moroccan friends and whatnot, and they're good. They said we're on the African continent, but they know they're not really black Africans.
You think French Montana is an African too, right?
You said what?
I think Elvis is mixing it up.
French Montana is an African too, right?
I'm telling you, when a person lives on a continent, like there are different kinds of hold on. There are different kinds of Asians, right? The Chinese who is called hold on, Dollar Bill. The Chinese man who is called Asian and the Indian man, they might look vastly different in terms of complexion, but they're both Asians, right? We agree to that, right?
An Indian man would never be a Japanese.
You're talking about nationality. We're talking about continental, right? There are different kinds of people that might live on a continent. Doesn't mean that they have to be of the same race. You can have different races of people living on a continent.
This is what I'm talking about. The average African thinks like a fucking child, right?
You're mixing it up, Kyler. You think that Africans should be exclusive for black people. We're black. We can identify ourselves as black people worldwide. But there are other races of people who live on the continent that we dominate. That's the difference.
Kyler, the bottom line is it's this kind of thinking that got Africa colonized in the beginning.
These people are colonized.
Also.
It'll be colonized again.
Kyler, are Mexican North Americans?
About Mexicans and whatnot. The bottom
are
line
Mexican North Americans?
Elvis, I agree with you, right? Y'all can have the fucking continent. How about
no?
That?
You're not listening to what I'm saying. Mexican are North Americans, but they're not Europeans.
Elvis,
Mexican are North Americans, but they're not Europeans. They've been on the continent for the longest.
Elvis, you're right. You know,
yeah, we're the blacks.
So guess what?
Whatever.
You guys can have it, right? Leave us the fuck out of it. You know.
You get so emotional about these things. I'm just trying to give you simple logic. There can be multiple races of people living on a continent and identify with that continent. Like the Mexicans, they're Mayans or Hispanic. But then you have the white Americans who are Canadians or the white Canadians who are up there. But they're all North Americans.
Hold on. Elvis, do you look at black people in Europe as Europeans?
You said what?
Do you look at black people in Europe as Europeans, or do you look at black people in Asia as Asians?
I mean, you're talking about black people. That's what we're talking about. Now we're talking about a race. Now we're talking about race. If you say, do I look at black people in Africa as black? Yes. I look at them as black. We're talking race.
I don't think he's gonna bring a lot of white chicks.
That's what I'm saying. You're talking about race here. That's why I said let's call ourselves black people. That's our race. Black people. You can have black people in Europe, black people in Asia, black people in Africa. But Africa is not always synonymous with your race. That's the point that I'm making.
The white people have brainwashed people like Elvis and whatnot. That's how they run control.
I mean, you're not even understanding what I'm saying. I'm not telling you that the white people are inherently African, but they live on a continent. They can call themselves African. That's how black people who live in the Americas can call themselves Americans. It's the same thing. You're not original to the continent, but you've lived here so long. You consider yourself, to be a part of the continent.
You guys could go ahead and just have the continent, do what the fuck you want to do with it. You know.
There you go, Kyle. Giving up again. Don't give up so soon, bro.
When you wake up selling Chinese, when you wake up going ching ching wall,
I'm done. Y'all niggas are finished, man. You know.
you get too emotional over this shit, Kyle.
It's the fucking truth, man. Africa's no hope.
I just gave you a simple example. The Asians are quite different. They're diverse, but we call them all Asians, right?
What bothers me is that y'all will look at Arabs rather than invaders. Y'all will call them African. Y'all will look at white people rather than invaders. Y'all call them African. But y'all
That's
call the
not true.
black guy
The
But
other night you guys
Jonathan,
were
the
celebrating
African
Gaddafi.
continent was not named by an African person. It was named by a white person, right? So it's just a name of a
No, it
continent
wasn't.
that
But
we are
as far
predominant
as
on. The black race is predominant on the African continent, but
That's what they're
African
gonna
as a
say when
word
they
doesn't
steal
equal to being
The
a
power of the
person of a black
continent
race.
is in the hands of
It's just
black
a
that's what
people.
person
they're
who
gonna
live
say
on a
when they
continent.
steal your
A person who lives on a continent is identified
That's
as an
why you have
African.
these big mining
But
companies.
So
the
we're
thing
different.
is,
We're not Africans
but
initially. We're
Elvis,
black people first and
Elvis,
foremost.
Elvis.
No, you're not the
But
blacks. Remember that?
Asia wasn't named
That's
by
not
the
what your boy
Asians.
says.
Nevertheless,
Heard I was talking about.
no matter if you were born there 100 years ago, they're not going to look at you as an Asian person.
But
what
they
They're
about,
look
not
what
at
about
going
the
to consider
Uyghurs?
you
What
an
about the
the
Asian
Uyghurs?
Russians,
person.
right?
You'll
The
never
The
be
Bible
Russians,
says
part
Japanese.
of
the
Russia is
Bible
in
says
Asia,
Africa.
right?
You don't read
And
Africa.
the
You don't read
What
Indians,
about the
who are
Uyghurs? The
very darker
Uyghurs.
than the Russians, they're both Asian. They're from the Asian continent. Are you saying the Indians haven't been living in India for many, many, many millennia? They've been there forever, and they're dark-skinned people. They're Asian. I mean, come on, man.
No, but Elvis, you're not being honest about North African history. I'm just my point was simply that Elon Musk is African based on citizenship, not based on the
You're
race.
right.
He's not
You're
an
right,
African based
MP.
on the
That's
race.
what I'm saying.
The same way,
Let's
MP.
not look
I'm
at
not
Africa
African.
as let's not look
You're
at the
right.
word African
look
as
at
a
it as
race. We are
You're
black
right.
people, right? And we happen to live
no,
on
but
the African continent.
Oh,
We're the
happen.
no,
only,
but
You
basically,
happen to
we're
live
going to
here.
be the only group that don't look at our continent as a race, but
It's a
everyone else
homeland.
does.
Africa by Africans.
So is
You're
Homeland.
right. You're right.
Asia a race?
You're
That's
right,
what I'm saying.
MP.
The diversity
Yes, it
in
is.
Asia is different, right?
Yes.
You know
The
what's so
Indians are not
beautiful,
the same as
Elvis? You know what's so
the
beautiful,
Mongolians
Elvis?
who
no,
live
but
in Asia.
there's two different groups of Asians.
Elvis,
You're right. I'm
Two
Elvis,
not
different
I
groups:
went
African.
the
to,
Indian type and the Chinese type.
it's
You're right.
crazy,
I'm not
Elvis, that the
African.
Asian and Pacific Islander don't
You're
mention
absolutely
anything
right.
about black
I'm
people.
not. I'm
But there
not
are black
African.
people that live there.
And they have afros and everything. But you know what? You're
Race
right.
and the
You're right.
continent is different. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, only in
Only
Africa.
different
Okay,
with
all right. Let's
Negroes.
do it, Frenchie. Look, let's put have
Only
Frenchie as a
Negroes are
say.
that stupid.
Frenchie, look, can we? Let's talk about.
Everyone be
Let's
quiet while this beautiful voice talks.
the
Please,
bottom
man,
line
stop
is let's
kissing my
not
butt.
have no contention. Let's I'm not really in for
I'm
little beef.
simping.
I'm right to end the show, man. I don't want no more beef. I just want to hear discussion and whatnot, how we can move forward. Frenchie, what do you think about this topic?
Well, I'm so sorry, Tyler. I'm not really here to discuss the topic at hand. I'm also here to address Dollar Bill
Big bro,
comment.
you gotta put your uniform in your pants. They got a little memo I seen that they talking about writing people up, man.
Write them up, man. Write them up.
Man, dudes, man, you're at work. Mute yourself. All right, okay. Dollar Bill, apologize to Frenchie. Just say I'm
No,
sorry.
I'm not apologizing no
No,
more.
it's not.
I
It's not. He
apologize
doesn't
to
need
her
to
Dollar
before.
Bill, where's
apologize.
Jolton
Nope.
Bluetooth?
Oh my.
Nope. I apologized to her
There's
before. And now
just a
she's
lack
low
of
key.
impulse
She's
control.
low
Like I wasn't
key.
done speaking.
She's low
You
key
know, this is what you guys
dissing
do
me
every
and saying
single
things
show.
about me. And
Dollar
I
Bill, let her
don't
talk.
appreciate it.
You've been on the platform.
You
Let her
like to
Okay,
talk.
right.
talk
I
over
don't listen to
people.
her.
It's ridiculous. Like, where's your impulse control?
I'm not even gonna answer you. Just talk to whoever you want to talk to.
Well, I'm still going to say what I have to say. I think
Do
it's
your thing.
ridiculous. You
Go ahead,
went on this
Frenchie.
whole
What's on your
rampage
mind?
of how you were sorry, etc., etc., and then the next show that you went on, you were saying disparaging things against Africans. Someone was explaining to you their story, what they went through in high school, and you were dismissing it. You wouldn't like it if you were bullied at school and people were dismissing your experience. Don't do it to other people.
What are
It's
you
the
talking
hypocrisy
about?
for
What
me.
story was
It's the
this? What
hypocrisy
story was
for
this?
me. It's the last show.
I don't
When
remember, man. We
when
do so
I
many
said
shows. I don't think.
when the last show when I told the guy when I asked Elvis,
I must have been
did that
asleep.
happen to Elvis? And Elvis said no, he didn't, and he went to school here. And when I said to him that this is something that African American kids say amongst themselves, and I said it clearly that I don't believe them because I hear people constantly repeating the same thing over and over and over again, and they can't tell you when it happened. These people who came here when they were 20, 24, 25 years old, okay, did not hear anybody calling them African booty scratcher. I said it was a myth and a lie, and it was. What is disparaging about that?
That's not true, Dollar Bill. You can't speak for everybody's experience.
I said it was a lie.
Now, let me ask you a question. Elvis, right? Dollar Bill, like I said, I went to high school upstate New York, right? I went to the city. I was in the inner city when I was in elementary school, and junior high. I was upstate when I went to when I got in junior high and high school, right? I never went to school with any Africans. I said the closest thing I had to Africans was we had this guy that I think he was Haitian. He didn't speak English, right? This kid Jerry, I'll never forget him, right? And this guy was.
I thought you were letting Frenchie speak. Let her
No,
speak, bro.
let me say this first, right? And you know what? My fondest memory of foreign blacks and whatnot that we African Americans. It was two things. We African Americans tried to like, hey, look, it's us against the white people, right? Or they would come at us like, you're black, you're not white, we're not. Stop acting white, we're not. That's what. So it was a black solidarity, you know, among all the groups. So, but I never had any experience with Africans growing up, but the people from the Caribbean and stuff like that, there was definitely a black solidarity. So when people coming up here brand new, like Lou Major talking about how black people did this to him, whatnot, I'm like, where the fuck were you? When did this happen? You know?
Look at this lady right here, MP. You hear what she says? He's very condescending and dismissive. He's a whole white man wrapped in black skin. But you're not talking about people like that.
That's the ultimate insult of dollar bill. You can't call him a white man. He's an African
You're
man.
not talking about those type of people who say.
Well, let her speak though, bro. She wanted to say her piece. Let her speak.
Okay. The bottom line is, yeah, like I said, you know,
true colors.
I think Dollar Bill was just basically saying, I'm not defending him, but he was basically saying, look, you know, that we hear this story all the time, Frenchie, about people saying like, and some people do have these experiences. Trust me, I know that, you know, but you can't have everybody, right? Everybody, like 99% of the people on TikTok, and so it's about, I was called African Bruce, black, like, what do you think about Mike Olawale? That he never backed what I was saying. He said he was almost killed several times by black Americans.
Look at this woman say, "Your master's grandson."
Bro, you guys are not letting her speak. Let her speak, dog.
Dollar Bill, ignore this lady in the chat room, please.
No, but what I'm saying is these are the same people that she's rah-rah.
Yeah, like I said, but hold on.
And all I said was,
I'm not gonna lie, this is embarrassing. Y'all grown men would not allow this girl to talk at all.
Yeah, okay. So let me hear what Frenchie has to say. Now, my whole thing is what's dangerous, Frenchie, before you start, right? Is that people are basically using some hearsay or whatever like that, or maybe they might have something that's misinterpreted, whatever like that, to launch this campaign, this bad PR campaign against Black America. And we're very sensitive to that, you know? And it's coming from Black people like us when I say, oh, we guys did this. When Mike Olawale said the other day that he was almost.
Holly, you still not letting her talk, bro. You still rambling. Let her speak.
Okay. So therefore, if we attack stuff like that and say we want proof and everything like that, that's where it's coming from because we hear this over and over again. Now, you have every right to question our what we're saying or whatever like that. I get that. That's what dialogue is all about. But the bottom line is this: you know, we can't just take on face value anytime somebody says, oh, I was called African Americans bullied me and stuff like that. Okay, you know, what's your reasoning behind saying this at this blatant time? You're an adult now. You're grown. Why are you bringing this up now? You know, there's a piling on. So what do you say about that, Frenchie? You know, I think you can give me a good answer. You know.
Well, Kala, I agree with you. I'm not saying that every single Black immigrant experienced this, but for those that say that they have, I think it's fairly hypocritical to straight away dismiss their experience, because what I find with Black Americans or African Americans, however you want to identify yourselves, you guys would be the first to be upset if people showed a lack of empathy or sympathy for you. So why do it to your fellow Africans? It doesn't make any sense.
Me personally,
somebody turn the damn TV off.
There's somebody got stuff going on in the background. Is that Bantu Madinka?
Nah, that's not me, motherfucker.
Wow, damn, man. He ready to fight he's on the rumble all the time, man. Damn.
I'm always ready, man. Y'all be tripping.
Oh man. Anyway, Frenchie, I understand what you're talking about. You know, look, and I try to be sensitive, everything like that. But you guys said I've been at this a long time, you know, and if somebody came on this platform and gave me their story, I'll believe them and say, okay, yeah, we got to do better and everything like that. And I respect people's pain and suffering and everything like that. But I'm telling you right now, man, I do not trust people like Afrodamus, you know. I do not trust people like Zongo and all these people like that, you know. I know there's people that really hate us, you know, black people in America, right? I don't know what they're trying to do, what their end goal is and whatnot, but it's not about unity and everything. Because let me tell you something, like I got a lot of African friends, right? They say, yeah, they got joked and whatnot, you know, but they love African Americans. They say they love the culture and everything. They say, in other words, they got more good experiences than bad experiences, you know? They said the good outweighs the friggin' bad, you know? Same thing with me. Let me tell you something, Frenchie. If I basically, I moved down here from New York, from Virginia, right? I had no friends. You know, even to this day, I have really no friends from Virginia. All my friends that I have in here are from New York, right? These people will not accept me down here. Whatever it is, they don't accept people from New York here, you know? And the bottom line is this. Now, I could be like this, and sometimes I do. I could have hatred for black people from Virginia, you know, and sometimes sometimes back in the days, I really did. I really hated them, you know, because of the way they treated me and whatnot, you know, because I'm from New York or whatever. I wasn't born there and everything like that. But then I had to appeal to my better angels that understand that, you know, whatever they're going through, whatever like that, I learned to what? Forgive. You know, and that's something that I don't see our brothers in Africa willing to do. It's like, why don't you learn how to forgive? Why hold on to anger and bitterness? You know? And so therefore, instead of letting it go and saying, yeah, I've been through a bad experience, but I moved on and like that, and we'll listen to it like that. But when it's like, I hate these people because they did this for me and whatnot, and I heard they're doing this and everything, and it's like this piling on of everybody that I'm like, are we really that bad of people? Are we Black Americans, African Americans, really that evil? Do we? Like, I don't see us as a people that intentionally trying to harm people. I know my people. You know, we could be jerks sometime and everything like that, but this idea where they're trying to make it seem like we're just this hateful people that's always picking on people because they're foreign and everything. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Incidents that happen, yes.
It's a lie perpetuated by other lies and other
We don't
liars.
even be calling
And
it.
you know what it is?
Lies, but the bottom line is,
I
I don't
call it
believe
straight up lies. And I'm not,
That's
and
the
you know what?
favorite name country.
My whole
They call
thing
it.
is I'm a person, you know, who says what he feels, and I feel what I say. And I don't need people to, you know, to somehow say, oh, you know, you're this and that, because I really don't care. I try to be nice to everyone, but I see all of the hatred usually coming out of the UK, people who have never even been to America, know nothing about America, but they believe all the stuff. But you can say I lied. Anyway, you can say whatever you want to say. And you know what? We should just forget about these folk. Forget about Africa. It's not worth the time. Let's develop our own selves and ignore these folk.
Boo-too, dollar bill, boo-too.
Speak for yourself, Dollar
Ubuntu.
Bill. You can speak for yourself, Dollar Bill. You can't speak
My
for
brother,
the
my
entire
brother
ignore
population.
We should
I
ignore
don't know
them. We
what's
should
wrong
ignore
with
the
you.
continent. We should take care of our own.
Y'all taking the easy route out, man.
And
So
that
rather than
doesn't mean hate.
apologize,
I'm not. No, I already apologize. I'm not apologizing no more.
see, hold on. No, not you. I'm talking about Kala. Kala refused to apologize. He's saying that there's a need
what
for
did I
empathy
do?
on both sides.
What did I do? What did
No,
I
but
do?
in general, you guys act like y'all just walking me like the basically y'all trying to make it look like.
In other words, basically, if some African American's a jerk, right? A jerk walking down the street when I gotta go apologizing for that.
No. But when you kind of act like no, man, that don't even matter. Is a lack of empathy. The same way that
don't matter. What I'm saying is, people take that and weaponize it, right? Because you don't want to accuse. Look, let me tell you something. Nobody wants to be accused of being a hater or bully and stuff like that. Nobody wants to do that. And so
I don't care if they don't think that they're like me. I like me. And you know what? You know what?
Frenchie, when you done talking?
Let me tell you something that my mother taught me. Okay, self-preservation is the greatest law of the nation, and we've spent we've spent all this time thinking and fantasizing about this Africa.
Dollar Bill, you're becoming insufferable and too preachy, bro. You gotta check yourself,
us in the first place and sent us to the bow of slave ships, okay, to deal with this cracker. And now they're the same ones that tell us, oh, we don't hate white people because you do. You know what? I really don't care. Really don't care.
That's
What
my
we
point
need
I'm
to
trying
do
to make.
hold
Is
our
this,
own nuts.
hold up. That actually is a big slap in the face. We were taking off our mother continent, right? Now we poised to return to a continent that's not defined by us, but we got all races of people living there. Pretty soon, Africa's all gonna be multiracial societies, and the whole black character of Africa is going to change everything. You're going to see more mixed race people, more.
Well, Carla, what happened to letting Frenchie finish her speech, bro? What happened to
I
her?
think she was fair. She can get on anytime she was French.
She's on the thing talking smack. She's on the thing talking smack and calling me names.
Y'all haven't gave her
You
a
just be
chance to
quiet, let her
start
speak for
and
us, bro.
finish a
Let her
damn
speak for like 2
sentence.
minutes.
Well, I wish you guys would basically call each other and like that, because like I said, man, we're killing the show. Go with this back and forth beat. It gets so old. When I go listen to the show, the archives, it gets so old because we waste so much time with this beef and shit, man.
What's this simp shit, man? Care what people think, man. That shit don't change my
bottom line is this. Bottom line, we just got to basically.
Dollar Bill, you care.
I don't. I really don't. I used to. I tried, but you know what? I really don't. Because you know what it is? People try to tell me who I am, try to tell me my character. You don't know me.
Yeah, but Dollar Bill, you listen to him.
No, I tried to give them an equal opportunity to say and for me to respond. But they're so nasty and so disrespectful. You know what?
How was she nasty?
You don't see her.
How was she nasty?
All Frenchie got up here and said is that y'all shouldn't discredit someone else's experience.
Look, no, she said more than that. And she's wild with her girl, and she's down with her girl MP, who called me a white man and all
Dollar Bill, you have to have a listening ear, bro. We all tell you all the time. You're bringing the show down. You're bringing more divisiveness than unity on the show, man.
Listen, you go over there and tell that to African dumbass. Okay?
Why y'all bring up?
I went there and I told him that shit, and he banned me from his show, which is fine. And I'm telling you now. Let's stop all the divisiveness, bro. Let's find more unity amongst each other, man.
Man, please. There's no unity with people who don't.
I'm not gonna sugarcoat it.
African.
When y'all act like, hold on. When y'all act like this, y'all make black men look weak than a motherfucker. Y'all let little shit bother y'all like a mother. Like, come on now.
Unity. You see, you want unity with people who they don't care anything about you. There is no unity. So stop lying.
How can you say that, Dollar Bill? We come on these platforms, we engage with each other. We're always talking to each other, and you say we don't care about the,
people come on the show, and I learned a lot.
Look at Zongo,
the people coming on this. I'm not thinking about Zongo. I ain't thinking about Zongo, man. Zongo's a clown, I'm talking about the other people that come on here and stuff like that, like Frenchie and whatnot. I really appreciate the Africans who basically come in here and want to engage us and whatnot, And so, so I'm not gonna let Zongo define and Afro Dumbass and Mike Olawale define
like this other one. What's this other young lady who comes up here to antagonize you and call you names?
Mystic Dime. Yeah, I don't really pay
attention.
attention.
Who's that? Somebody cammed up. Who's that? We can't see you good, bro.
Not Mystic Dime. There's another one.
Chantel?
No, not Chantel. The other one. What's her name? I'm looking for her name. She just
we have somebody new on the panel. I don't know who that is, but he got like a cam or a picture up there.
I really don't pay it no mind because
I'm like I said, I ignore them because they're insignificant.
So Audrey, yeah, Audrey,
yeah, that one.
Yeah, so the bottom line is, I just tell Audrey, look, people say what they want to do. I said, just don't cross the line. Don't talk about my wife. Don't talk about my family, whatever like that, And
Tyler, give Frenchie a minute. Let her speak, bro. Women feel like we don't let them speak on the panel. We gotta let them speak.
Like I said, I expect people to disagree with me politically. I expect,
This is my
bottom line.
Is there beef going on here?
We're good.
Is there beef going on here?
Who's talking there? We don't see your name. What's your name?
You got to introduce yourself, brother, and tell us what you're what you're trying to say. So who are you?
I am the Clue channel at the bottom, the picture.
Well, I get that, man. What's the Clue channel about? Tell us about yourself. What is it about?
About myself. I've been on YouTube for about 10 years. So
okay, I
what
never
else
heard
you want to know?
Have you been on? Are you a black YouTuber?
Tyler, let him introduce himself. Don't interrogate him.
I gotta ask
my
him
picture
questions.
It's his show, man.
Tells you what you need to know.
Elvis, please don't interrupt me like that. Check this out. I want to ask you: are you a black YouTuber? Like you're a black?
My picture at the bottom tells you.
I know, but I'm saying just because you're black don't mean you do black content.
I don't do black content.
See, this is what I thought.
No.
This is what I thought. Exactly what I thought.
Troll.
What is black content?
It's a white guy got a black guy's picture.
Come on, see, this is what I'm talking about. You know, see, Elvis, I'm smarter than you.
Content?
I know.
That's a black person's voice. Y'all got to know better than that.
Right. I'm just telling you, Carla, let him speak. You got to let people speak.
I let him speak, you know? And the bottom line,
I know you at.
He's like, so what's on your mind tonight, Clue Channel?
Yeah, talking about you talking about politics?
Dude, man, you got to be kidding me, you know? All this
Yes
stuff
or
like
no?
this. What do you think we're talking about?
The topic is Africa Rising. This is what we're discussing.
You already read the title. Is Africa
That's
Rising?
a yes or no question. You're talking about politics or not? Is Africa rising? Okay.
What are you talking about? You on the show?
Are you a politics central channel that talks about politics mostly, or
about
African?
politics. Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah, we're not really discussing politics tonight. We're talking mostly about Africa.
Okay, well, I'm not discussing politics. I got on the panel to talk to y'all to say.
Okay,
hey.
talk to us. What's on your mind? What's on your mind?
Okay, you guys were talking about the American election, right?
No, that's not what we're talking about. I keep saying you want to talk about politics. We're not talking about that. We're talking about Africa.
It's another Camilla Harris cat.
You talk about Africa. Okay, let's talk about Africa. What were we talking about Africa? Which
Is
part of
Africa rising? Is Africa developing? Is African?
Now you guys understand why I want to quit the whole movement, man. I just want to go off.
Tyler, he just jumped in, bro. You can say I wasn't following. I just jumped in. I want to understand what you guys are talking about, and we'll get you up to speed. That's all.
As far as possible. I want to go to Antarctica, get away from all y'all, man.
What country are you talking about in Africa? What country?
Dude, man,
The continent of Africa, right? Is it rising? As the black people in Africa, are they improving as a people?
There are no black people in Africa, sir.
When you say black, you mean black Americans or African people?
No,
Black
Kala, boot.
The only black people exist in America. So there are no black people in Africa. Those people over there are Africans.
Oh.
Okay.
What are these guys and whatnot?
But have you ever looked up the
He has a different perspective. Let him speak. Let him impose himself.
Can I ask him a question?
Any closing remarks?
Not even his head.
Can I ask him a question?
Let him explain.
Yeah, let him speak. Go ahead. Expatiate what you mean by that. When you look at African American as black people, right? And you look at the continent of Africa as African people, right? So two different race.
Two different races.
Hold up. Race only exists in the United States. That's it.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's not true. During the Sudan Civil War, they were calling people black. They were separating black people from Arabs.
Germany never fought a war about race either, because
World War I, World War II, same thing.
Black and white is an American thing. That's it.
I didn't say nothing. You said race.
So what is noir? What's noir in French? What does that mean? That's black.
Color is
noir. That means the first black people liberated in French.
Well, hold on. We might understand where he's coming from. Are you an FBA? Chu channel?
No, I'm not. Hell no. Hell no. No. Not a
what are you? Are you an African, continental African, or are you?
No. I am an American. That's it.
Oh.
God, hell no.
Hell no.
So you don't classify yourself as a black American? You're just an American?
Just American.
Thank you for coming.
American. Yes, sir.
You got a white woman, right?
All right, but this is a black focused channel. This is a black centric channel.
That's why I got on this. That's why I got.
You got a white woman, don't
you? I can't do it. I cannot do it. I cannot fucking do it.
Yeah, he wants to give us a migraine. I'm very close to it, so I think he did the right thing.
Kala, we're all Americans, no matter our race.
Why are you talking like that, nigga, Jonathan?
Said the cocaine user.
That's what I don't want.
You talk like a white suburban boy, bro. Sounds like a white chin.
I don't want like people call themselves Pan-African versus him. He's a cornball. He's not a black nationalist name, you moron.
Gotta relax.
He's a black nationalist.
Oh man, he doesn't believe in Race.
The same way.
It's an American.
Now,
the bottom line, the guy was trolling.
Colorblind.
The guy was trolling, man. Go troll someplace else, you know.
Well, y'all still haven't let Frenchie speak though. Let her speak, bro. Let her say her piece and we can move on.
Frenchie like the guy, man. You know what the hell's up with that Frenchie?
You didn't let Chantel speak.
Chantel don't come back. You think I got a problem with Chantel? I don't.
Oh no.
We got in a tiff and I'm over with it. You know, that's all. You dollar bill. I'm not like you, bro. I don't get in beefs with people.
Oh, don't say you like me, because I don't.
No, I say I'm not like you. I'm saying that if I disagree with somebody today, tomorrow I can come and have a conversation with them. It's not an ongoing thing between me and her.
None of these women out.
Me and Elvis have had many disagreements.
Don't put me in what
Right.
you do, bro.
We don't hate each other.
We don't hate each other, right? That's how I am. So when I get in it with somebody, don't think I hate you. I don't.
And y'all 50s and 60s, I gotta kill that.
I haven't cursed none of these women out. So
Dollar bill, we just asking for her to speak, right? She want to speak. Carla don't want her to speak. You don't want her to speak.
Frenchie, go ahead. Frenchie, go ahead. The floor is yours, sister.
After 45 minutes.
Yeah, so
Well, we had that troll just came in a minute ago. You know, he took a Frenchie.
he's not a troll. He's not a troll. He just has a different perspective.
What
to you.
was
I've
it? He
seen
was
him.
basically like a weirdo. That was Frenchie. That's some weird shit, man. That guy might be fly to the UK and start stalking you, man. Be careful. You know.
No,
That's some weird shit, man. You know.
He's not a threat to me. Trust me.
Hold on, Frenchie. Since you know him, right? What does he talk about? Is he a Republican, Democrat, or what?
I don't know him personally.
But what's his political views?
I think he's a Republican.
He's a Republican? Oh yeah, that's what I need. Yeah, a Republican, black Republican. That's all I need.
Yeah,
you know?
I'm just kind of. I just find this whole situation hilarious. How Donald Bill.
But he was basically calling in.
Why you keep focusing on me? Focus on MP. You call me a white man. Focus on those people.
Dollar bill trigger by there, bro. Let that shit go down.
Mind your business, man. I'm talking to her.
You said that she
man.
straightens her hair and that she bleaches her skin. No, she doesn't. That's a lie.
I said she straightens her hair. She damn well does.
And you said that she bleaches her skin. No, she doesn't.
Well, and so she never said nothing to me before that. I just arbitrarily, capriciously, and arbitrarily attacked her. Huh? Is that what you're saying?
Did she say that was so bad to warrant that?
Well, she said some very disparaging things about me, or I wouldn't have said anything about her.
I don't know about that, but
well, go back and look. You don't have to guess. Go back and look.
It's not really like.
But you know what? It doesn't matter. Anything that I say, it doesn't matter, right? Because I'm an African American, right? And she's not. So therefore,
MP.
But I mean, so why would I say something to her without her saying something to me? Why would I pick out on her? Out of all the people on the panel, why would I pick on her?
Jonathan, you got a headache, bro? I got a headache, man.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. These weak ass shit. We gotta stop.
You said I'm talking to her.
Dollar bill. This is what
we too damn old for this little kid shit.
Victimhood, man. You talking about victimhood? Like it's.
No, I'm just saying that you can't throw rocks and hide your hands. She said some things about me, and when I said something about her, then there's an issue. So, like when I say something about somebody, there's the issue.
She was defending Marie. We both were defending Marie. So
certain people not on your level, man.
You were defending Marie. Did Marie need defending from me? Because I didn't say anything disparaging. Yes. Why?
Yes.
Why? Let Marie come up and say that she needed defending from me. What did I say to her? What did I say to Marie?
I am the dog.
Whoa, are you going to let me answer the question?
I love to hear it.
You said, right, that you doubt, your exact words were that you doubt it with regards to her ancestry. Jonathan had to pose your question and you said you doubt it. You believe it's possible, but you doubt it. That's what you said. You dismissed what she was saying. And then when she came back on, you were like, oh, I believe you. But
I didn't say that. No, I didn't say no. See how you trying to say something like I was effeminate?
We can rewind.
See what I'm saying?
You
I didn't say
I'm
nothing.
like the queen of timestamps. I'm the queen of timestamps. We can rewind.
I said to her from the very beginning that it's doubtful, but if it is true and there's no reason for her to lie, she would be in the 1%. That's what I said.
Dog.
Who the hell is that, man?
That Bantu Mandinka weirdo. You know.
That's what I said. She didn't need defending for me. She didn't need defending for me. She don't have to defend me against her. We're two African Americans. She don't have to defend her for me.
Here we go. There
like you stand up for the Africans.
Well, Marie's
you don't
my
need.
friend.
Man, Dollar Bill, you keep trying to put this African American thing on.
No, because she got mad at me
question?
because she thought I was saying something about an African, right? Isn't that what she thought? When I said,
we know MP is African American. We know that. I guess you didn't know that. She's African American.
No, she's not.
She's African American and she's married to a Ghanaian.
Oh well, she's not a real African American then.
What does that mean? I mean, Dollar Bill, what the fuck is wrong with you, bro? You're the fucking worst, man. You keep bringing this shit up all the time.
You're the worst calling women.
Nah, she's not a true African American. Only marry African Americans, Dollar Bill.
You wouldn't have said to an African woman, "You're the worst."
What?
Don't put that shit on me.
What?
Don't put that.
I didn't hear what you said. I didn't hear what you said.
You're the one who said all the shit you said to the African American woman that you wouldn't have said to an African woman. You're the one.
Oh, okay, all right. This conversation's going left, man. So
yeah, Dollar Bill, you keep looking for division, bro. Let's build peace.
No.
Can I ask a question first?
I'm gonna end the live stream. You guys want to stay on here and whatnot, and
said the shit you said.
Go at
the
it.
little thing I said to her is that the thing that I said that I don't believe her. Does that mean that she needed the protection from me? Really? Come on, man. Stop
said thank you to me, so whatever.
Did you go and protect Chantel when he was calling her all kinds of names?
Post the link, Carla.
Actually, I was in the comments. Actually,
were you protecting her?
When the exchange happened between Elvis and Chantel, I was in the comments telling Elvis to calm down. So don't start on me.
No, but I'm just saying, you act as if I was saying bad things.
Start on me.
You act like I was saying bad things to her. All I said.
Carla, we got more people on the live. Don't end the live now.
And I explained it. That's all I did.
Okay, the live is full. Okay, you guys. What you call it? Okay, I gotta go to bed, man.
Yeah, I do hate you, Zongo, because you're a punk.
This is what we're talking about, Dollar. You got smoke for everybody, bro. Relax.
Yeah, because I'm not gonna be your whipping boy for bullshit.
People talk shit about we talk shit about each other. Don't take it so personal, man.
And you acting like I'm saying it's derogatory to shit you were saying. The nasty.
Can I ask a question?
You said the other night, and I just said to the woman, that I doubted something, and you gonna jump on.
What's the need for the profanity? Why are you shouting?
You're getting emotional, Dollar Bill. Relax, bro.
Because I'm tired of the bullshit. He sat up here talking nasty and filthy to an African American woman. Right.
Well, MP
all I said to the sister was that I doubted it. But if it is true, that you're 1%, and I spoke to her. This other woman didn't need to come up and say a damn thing to me about nothing.
Well, clearly we did. Clearly we did need to defend Marie, and we did defend her.
You're a grown woman.
Feel a certain type of way.
Woman. She didn't feel no type of way. I spoke to her.
We felt like we needed to defend Marie, so that's what we did.
I know.
And I also, with the whole I was in the comments trying to diffuse the situation.
Did you say anything to him after that? Did you speak to him and correct him?
Look through the comments on that show. I was telling Elvis to leave.
Well, you're here now. Will you tell him how he represented himself as an African man?
Yeah, Dollar Bill. I told you I wasn't proud of it. I was embarrassed how I represented myself that night. I apologize to the I apologize to the panel and the people in the comments.
Glass house and throw stones. I did not curse her out. I didn't curse Marie out. I didn't curse MP out. Just because I have a different opinion.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about this whole African American divide. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about you cussing any woman out.
Stop trying to single me out like I'm being bad because I have a different opinion.
It's all good, man. It's all good. It's all good. It's just just apologize and keep it pushing.
If you're gonna do something, be fair. Stop trying to paint me in a Dollar Bill, all you want is this and that. That's not fair. I just said I don't agree or I don't believe. And when she showed me evidence and I did some more research, we talked about it. That's all. There's no big deal.
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool. It's cool.
Don't say like I got smoke for everybody. No, I don't. I'm just not gonna be dealing with the bullshit. When people tell me things that are lies and perpetuate lies that people are perpetuating about African Americans, I'm calling it out. And if people don't like it, I don't give a damn.
Can I ask two questions?
Yes, sir.
One to Elvis. What's wrong if a Black American want to only marry Black Americans? Nothing wrong with that, and technically that is the authentic African American. You know what I mean?
Who's
And
asking the
two,
question?
Frenchie, and two, Frenchie, what's your opinion on the topic, on the main topic?
Man, I ain't got no opinion on the main topic.
Look, let me say this, right? Dollar Bill and myself, we've been on many panels together. We've had a little squabble here and there, but usually it's all love. We come back and we have a
I don't
conversation.
dislike you. I don't
So,
dislike
Dollar Bill asked me a question about, who I'm married to, right? Said that I married a African woman for my country, specifically for my ethnic, group of people. And he was, he kind of questioned me. He questioned me, why didn't I marry an African American person, or why couldn't I? So we had that conversation. And MP, I think I've interacted with her on Dinah's platform and this platform.
Yeah.
So most of us know that she's an African American who's married to a Ghanaian. I think she
And
said
so,
as much.
and she's calling me a white man.
Hold on, Dollar Bill. Hold on. So when she said that
Hope he leave.
she's an African American and she's married to an African, he said that doesn't make her an African American, a real African American, or something like that. And that's why I said, why is that? There are Black people who are married to.
Because reason I said that is because she had the whole nerve to talk about me and call me a white man. So I took for granted that she wasn't an African American. But the fact that she's an African American woman saying disparaging things about an African American man, and she's not even married to an African American man, is why I said, oh, she don't even like her own people. So she doesn't count.
Okay. That's my thought on that.
That's all.
I pass it to Frenchie. I think he asked you a question after me.
You don't have to. You know what, Frenchie? I like you. I think you're a nice person, and I try to respect you. But you know what? You don't have to stand up for me. I'll stand up for myself. I'm going to stand up for myself. I'm going to stand up for my people too. And just like everybody wants to stand up for other people, I'm standing up for mine. It's time that we stand. And that doesn't mean that I hate anybody. That doesn't mean that I promote hate. That doesn't mean that I promote violence. That just means that I stand up for myself, just like everybody else has the right to stand up for themselves. If she's an African American woman and she had something else to say to me other than me being a white man, then we would have had some. But she's the one that went there, so she deserves the smoke.
Okay, but Dollar Bill, there have been moments when some Africans have said things to you, and then you come at us, the rest of us, and you say, why don't you guys have anything to say about them when they come at you, And we have
because they
you
are
against Mike. Yeah, but we've defended you against Mike, though.
No, but the thing is, some people defended me in one way, but in the other way, the other people say, oh, they took great offense to what I said, right? When I spoke to Mike. But the thing is, I don't really need people to defend me, right? Because I can defend myself. And so if I'm saying that, I'm just saying that, in retrospect, I don't really need no one to defend me, right? And that sister, I don't think that I said anything disparaging to Marie Shai. I think I spoke to her nicely and calmly. I just told her I had some doubts about that situation. And then when we had a discussion, I explained to her when I did further information, the further information said, I told her they must have been free because people who were not free were not counted, in that census. And I had backup information that said it was true. That's all I said. That wasn't anything mean against her. You act like I was saying something really mean to her. I was just telling the truth. I don't believe that people keep saying, oh, I was called African booty scratcher. I just don't believe that.
And people, is there anybody on the panel who experienced that in their country, whether it's the United States or the UK? Anybody experienced being bullied for being an African? or
I ain't
Haitian
no
or whatever?
being bullied for an
No, no,
African
Dollar
is
Bill.
not
I'm asking
no.
that question to the
Yeah, but I'm
entire
just
panel.
saying. But let's understand. Being bullied for being an African is not the same as being called African booty scratcher.
We're
Right?
talking about people who have unique experiences, right? So let's let the other people on the panel speak. I think we have like four new people. Anybody want to chime in on that question?
Did he drop the thing? I don't even know if he still got the stream on.
No, we're on live. We have like maybe 10 people on the panel right now, so we got a lot of people on the panel.
I'm going to sleep soon. I got a job.
Zongo, I know Zongo is on the panel. I think a couple of new people
I know
joined.
Aunt Nam. He needs to bring himself up here because he's a coward. I'm tired of him sitting in the chat, always talking things about I'm showing my true color. If I'm showing my true color, then fine. I have no problem with my color. I enjoy my color, and I don't need you to quantify.
Okay, so Lou Jack. I don't know if Lou Jack is a Liberian or maybe a Sierra Leonean. He said he was bullied during when we had
I'm not
Ebola.
looking to be African, bro. You talking about? Oh, you're looking to be African. You act like that's a prize.
Dollar
Like
let other people have a chance to speak, Dollar
why
Bill.
would they say, "Oh, that they're African"? Like that's a prize. What do you think I'm gonna get? A free ticket to Disneyland?
Zongo, the other people on the panel, what's up with you guys, man? You guys are being too quiet.
If you're a hate monger, why don't you go to African places and speak to the other hate mongers that you like to deal with, and now?
No, I mean, I don't think I've been bullied. But Dollar Bill, do you think you've been bullied before? You've been bullied before?
Man, you a sucker, man. You know you're a sucker.
Oh, Dollar Bill, bro.
You a sucker, man. I got no respect for you. You's a punk ass nigga. I got no respect for you.
Oh man, Dollar Bill,
Dollar Bill, you are an elder, bro. You got to show more composure,
You a
bro.
sucker, man.
Well,
you a
you think
sucker.
you've been bullied for being called African? Like
you a sucker, brother, for real. You have.
Hold on, I think Murray is trying to say something. What's up, Murray?
Well, Elvis. I mean, I know I'm not African, but I'm just speaking from my experience that I was bullied in middle school. They said that I look African. They called me blackie. They called me darkie, and this is coming from This is coming from African American men. It wasn't really African American women. It was African American men talking about I look African, saying I'm blackie, saying calling me darkie and all kind of names. So that's, I mean,
sorry about that, Mari.
Why are you saying someone looks African? Is that like supposed to be derogatory or a bad look? Because I feel
me
like
or somebody
I feel
else?
like Africans are beautiful.
Zongo.
So.
Oh, it must be Zongo because I never said it.
Oh, what you mean? I mean, I didn't say that.
You said Dollar Bill was bullied for looking African. He's mad. I don't think that's
Zongo's a sucker, man.
What's Zongo be saying on the stupid shit? Let me get a comment, man.
No. Wait. Because I mean, because like there was one time, like someone called you on the stream, like called you blackie or something like that. I mean, come on, man, you act like you forgot.
Didn't even see it. I could care less. I didn't see it, and I could care less. I try to, I try to be nice, but people just really make me, like there was
you do like confrontation though, like you thrive.
And I didn't think that was Dollar Bill's personality. I thought he was more conciliatory, man.
No, I'm not conciliatory no more, because what happened is there's certain people that have hardened my heart toward them and their behavior. So I shall not be conciliatory. No, I will not.
Okay.
That's not me. I'm not going to be conciliatory. And every time I try to be nice, people just try to play with me and try to play games with me and try to be disrespectful. So now they just get the wrath.
Or do you think you might be too defensive?
Go for your blood pressure, man.
Or too offensive?
No, not at all.
So the question is Africa on the rise? What do y'all think about that?
I say no.
My whole thing is about that. My personal opinion, right, in concluding, is the fact that I wouldn't even blame Africa. I would blame the black people in the West, because we just took that Africa rising and ran with it. Like the one guy was saying in the TED Talk. He said it was based on skewed data and whatnot, and we just this is what black people do. We do things on emotion, right? We just saw and a lot of Africans do this too, right? They start putting out a bunch of pictures of African buildings and A lot of that was like Nigeria. I was caught up in Nigeria at one time because they kept showing me these what they call the CD AutoCAD animated railway systems, and all. I was like, oh man, Africa's on the rise. And then the reality is, it wasn't like that.
Yeah, but Kala, you haven't been there before, Kala. I mean,
Yes, I have, man. Yeah, I know enough, man. Trust me, I know enough.
Have you been in Nigeria before?
I haven't been in Nigeria, but look, I know, dude.
Oh man, Kala, man.
Carla, you got to go there and see the development. Nigeria has some good developments in that country.
Look,
yeah, you gotta go there,
hold
man.
on. From the top of my computer, I got Google Earth, right?
Oh,
I've been
okay.
all throughout Nigeria on Google
It's not
Earth.
the same thing, Carla.
It is the same thing. I've been all over Google Earth with Nigeria and Africa.
You see those pixelated Google Earth pictures, Carla?
No. Google Earth showed you in real time the images on the ground. Go do it. Real image on the ground.
Nigerians have rural, Carla. They have train going from,
They just recently got train, and one train was.
No, but I mean, you can't really compare that to Americans. If you like, you kind of view it from American lens.
My whole thing
it's
is
not really fair,
my whole thing is
some sort of development.
That's all fine and dandy, but the bottom line is it enough to be like, something? We got to quit America and run and bum rush the coast and run to Africa? No. No. At this point, I'm saying.
You know what it is, Kala? I feel
like
like Africans, what they do is they got to complain about everything. If you like Africa, oh man, why you like Africa? If you don't like Africa, why did you divest from Africa? No matter what you do, you're never going to be right.
Hey, you're never going to win. The bottom line is this. Look, for years I talked
about. Kala, the same applies to you and your talking point on this show.
No, Zongo, for years, right? Even forget the African, right? I always said black people in America should invest in the continent, go to the continent, everything. I get all this blowback from fucking Africans, like, you guys need to fix up your hood.
Baruti asks you, because you speak vehemently against even the year of return.
No. I'm like,
Baruti asks you, how about you ask the people who actually went on the ground to go to the place? What is their experiences about? Like,
it was a hustle,
right?
Because you never went there. Like, you complaining the ones who went there.
I brought a tour.
They're not complaining like that,
right? Look, I brought a tour group there. I got a diplomatic visa to visit Liberia. The bottom line, I did work on the ground. I did more work than Elvis will ever do.
Yeah, but that's like, but that's Liberia, though, Kyle.
So the bottom line is, don't tell me about.
Jonathan, I got a diplomatic fufu and soup. I'm about to eat it, bro.
Look,
when you try to be serious,
nothing
right?
going on
When you try to be serious, everything you do has got to be a joke. Now, when we say something funny, oh, what are you doing? You're making fun of Africans. Now, see, when you saying something, it's a joke. You showed them that you had diplomatic papers.
Dollar Bill, the number one aggrieved merchant.
No, I'm just trying to explain the African mind and how it works, right?
Okay, psychologist, Dollar Bill, tell us about our mind. Because we have a hive mind and we all think the same.
I think Dollar Bill, to some extent, even Baruti has a point, because a lot of times when we hold conversation, we don't approach it from a very respectful point of view. If we all are respectful to each other, I don't think this divisiveness of this tension will even find a space within this platform.
Oh, stop, man! You know it. You're a hypocrite and a liar.
What do you mean I'm a hypocrite? What are you talking about?
You are.
I was on Lumumba Speaks platform. It was a different conversation over there. What are you talking about?
Hold on. Let me guess. That guy Philip, whatever his name is, was there. Right?
Philip Lindsay.
You don't fool me. At one time, I thought you was a decent human being, but I know who
Baruti was there. Baruti was there. Baruti was there.
Baruti was up there talking?
No, he was in the chat,
Okay, I thought he was talking. I want to hear him talk.
Baruti. Yeah, Baruti.
We know who you are. You like to go to programs. You and Audrey like to go there where you talk about the blacks and all that other stuff.
Blacks. You everything you look.
No,
come on,
man.
Not on Lumumba Speaks program broadcast.
No, that's not what I was talking about.
But Lumumba.
Hold on, let her finish. Mario is saying something.
Yes, Mario. Yes, Mario. Go ahead.
So everybody on the panel says no. Africa
I was just saying.
Hell no. I say hell no.
God,
I say yes. I say yes.
Let
I
her
said yes, it is.
speak.
There's no
Let's hear
ports. There's no
let's hear Marie.
buildings.
Guys,
So the
let her
bottom
speak.
line, this is what I'm saying. Hold up, everybody see a couple of buildings going up and whatnot. Don't know who owns it, whatever like that. You know,
Oh
don't
gosh.
Nigeria buildings collapse every day and
We
whatnot. You
got
know,
one
you
yeah.
see buildings going up and whatnot, and Africans know how to basically sell Africa, and you got people don't look at things like GDP, infrastructure, and
What
whatnot.
do you say, Jonathan? You on the
Like,
ground over there.
they're like, check this out.
Now, if I
France
said that,
has
they would be
65
like,
million
"Oh,
people.
Dollar
Hold up,
Bill, you're the
France
number one
has
hate monger."
65 million people. Do you know France generate more electricity, twice as much electricity than the whole entire African continent?
Because they're
Those
robbing other
things you're talking
nations.
about relativity, right? You're talking about
No,
relativity.
that's
These are countries
reality,
who have been
bro.
industrialized for centuries.
Electricity
They're
is
far beyond
necessary.
where Africa is. You can't compare them with these countries.
No.
I'm gonna get me a new T-shirt. It's
Kyla,
gonna be the
the
black
best
people
way to
love to
answer
hate.
this question is: are you a millionaire? Or are you on your way to being a millionaire?
Well, I don't know. I'm
Jonathan, why you ask that question?
Because it's a simpler way to go ahead and describe it. Because
Well, the
we're
bottom
asking,
line, look, at
is
this point in my
Africa
life,
rising?
at this
Are
point in my life,
you on your
look,
way to being a millionaire?
at
The
this point
answer
in
is
my
yes,
life,
but you're not there yet.
if I never become a millionaire, fine. I make a good living. I have plenty of
You
money,
got
whatever like
another
that.
yes.
I work
You
for
got
money.
another
You
yes.
know, so the bottom line is this: I don't need to go to Africa to make no money. I don't need to go any place to make no money. If you want to do that, that's fine. I'm
Carla,
not
that's
against
not
it,
what
you know.
I asked you.
And
You
Kyla,
know,
you
so you
can't
are
give
not
an
a
honest
millionaire. You are not
assessment of the
being.
continent if you're not on the continent to
Look,
see what's going
hey,
on.
look,
You only been to one nation.
well, we say,
But but but,
we
but,
say,
but
He's not
Kyla,
comparing it to what it used to be.
And he's black after all.
There's some nations that are doing a
Oh
lot
my
better than
God.
other
You
nations
see,
in
that's
terms
that
of
victimhood
development
stuff,
on the
man.
continent.
He's black after all. You know, what would
At
you
the,
know?
at
You
the end
just
of the
See,
day,
that's victimhood, man.
when
Victimhood
when I
105, man.
I
when I
know.
first went to Nigeria 5 years ago, the banking infrastructure was horrible.
how horrible it
Now
was.
in 2000, horrible. Okay, but now in
Can you highlight
2024, I
some of the
can
problems?
log on to an app and I can buy Nigerian stocks on my phone.
There you
Nigerian
go. That's an
stocks.
improvement.
That's funny,
There's
man.
an
Is it
improvement.
worth
You can
anything,
buy
Jonathan?
That's
mutual
improvement. That's
funds
progress.
on your phone.
Hell, anybody can buy Nigerian stocks, but is it worth?
Oh
Is it
my gosh. There you go again, Kyla.
Kala, that's
Is it
not true.
There's
solvable?
an
Is it
improvement, Kyla.
solvable?
Just accept it.
That's not
It has
true.
improved.
Stop with that nonsense.
Oh my
I know
God.
so many people that bought Nigerian stocks. They fudged the numbers and the
Oh.
exchange.
Kyla's an A1 hitter, bro. You don't want nothing to come out like Nigeria, man.
Yes, people. I got
Kala, at the
Nigerian
end of the
stocks.
day,
Man. I got the
at
toilet
the
paper.
end of the day, the
Useless
question
toilet paper,
is the infrastructure and everything as bad as it was 5 years ago when I first went? And the answer is hell no. It
There
may
you
not
go,
be where
Kyla.
you want it to be in
Oh,
like it
getting
is in
No,
Thank you.
America,
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Secondly,
but at least something is done.
yeah,
Yeah,
like
When I
right.
first,
True.
Kyla, when I
Hey,
first went to
go now,
Jamaica, you
yo,
won't believe
Jonathan. Go
it.
knock
They
yourself
didn't
out.
even have Uber. They got Uber now. I could order food. It could be all kinds of
I can do
things have
that right
changed.
here, man. What
You
the
get
fuck I
your
need to
rice
go to
and beans
Nigeria?
now. You get your
Damn,
curry goat on the go.
Yeah, I
my
can do
God.
the fuck here, man. What the fuck I need to go to Nigeria for that shit?
You want to
but
get
Kyla,
some?
man,
Because
That's
you're
not
you
who's
30%
asking you
Nigerian,
though.
Kyla.
Kyla, you wanted to be an
Like y'all
African. How are you
recognize
gonna be an
30%
African then?
of his Nigerian.
The
You
bottom
tell
line,
me
hey,
to
look,
stop that
forget the
bullshit.
African. It's never gonna happen.
You never, I
Africans are
can't
making
say.
sure
Everybody knows.
anything worthwhile, necessary or logical, and everything
Kyla,
won't happen.
I'm afraid.
Recognize
I'm
you're
afraid the
30%
reason why you say it's
of
not going to
Nigeria.
work is
It's
because
never
you're
gonna
not willing
work,
to
But
man.
put.
look
It's
at
never
You're
gonna
somebody.
not
work.
willing,
You said
Kyla.
you
You're not
said you're
willing to
not
put
Kyla,
the
willing.
work
Kyla
in.
don't think it's not going to work. He just prays that it doesn't work.
No,
You know why
Kyla just want to be
you know
the
why it's
fame.
never gonna work?
No, wait,
Because
let
the
me
Africans
explain.
themselves. Because the Africans themselves. Know why? Because after you got Africans up here saying that a white person is just as African just because we were born on a continent. You know, the
Oh my
bottom line is
gosh.
this. That
You
means
got
that
an
the whole
African
thing is
American
gone.
so-called.
African
Kyla,
is not a race. We're
Okay,
black
it's not race.
people.
Okay,
We're
so
of the
Calling
black
you a
race,
white
point
not
of
of
man.
all
the
this.
African race.
Okay, now what's the hold
Africa
on,
is a
Hill.
continent,
What's
not
the
a
point of
race.
all this? If Africa is not a race,
Africa is
why are
not
we doing all
it's
this?
not a race. I mean,
Well, hold on. What are we
No,
doing all this
Africa's
for?
not. You're
I
the
know
only
Congo
people
wants
that
to bring
think
his
that where
fat
you
white
live
chick
is
over
not a
there,
race.
but
damn, can somebody talk
Dollar
one at a
bill, they
time?
have
so like,
Asians who are Europeans.
wait,
Do
Y'all
you
wait.
niggas
know
So
like to
that? They
talk
You
have
believe
20
that,
people
people
who
Kyla?
at a
look
oh
ancient,
time.
yeah.
I don't believe
Asians who
that.
are Europeans.
I don't believe that.
exactly. I mean, if you go to Russia, they have Russian.
Russia, you
look
seeing people in
Asian.
Siberia? They
They
look
don't
like
have
Mongolians. They live on a European continent. Do you think they call themselves Europeans or Asians?
Israel.
They
Hey,
don't call themselves
can you be a non-Jew and live in the state of Israel?
You listen. You know the guy Todd.
You're talking about a state, and we're talking about a continent, a larger, diverse group of people.
There are Arabs that live in Israel.
Do you know who Costazu is? His son fought last weekend, right? And they're actually Eurasian, but you know what he calls himself? A Russian. And you know what his son called?
That's Russia is a nationality. Eurasian is two continents mixed
they don't
together.
call themselves Asians. They call themselves Russians.
But that's a nationality.
That's a nationality. You call yourself American and you're part and you live on a North American continent.
Dollar Bill, as an educator, you know the difference between nationality and race.
No, you know what it is? I know what it is.
Don't do that again.
No. What people's perception of who and what they are is what they are. That's why you got a bunch of continental Africans telling me I'm not an African, right? That they have the right.
Dollar Bill, you're a black man.
You know,
Dollar Bill, why does that? Hold on, Dollar Bill. I don't understand. Why does that bother you so much?
The audacity and the gall.
Because he has been rejected.
Unmitigated galls.
Unmitigated gall. And, okay,
Dollar Bill.
And the tenacity.
I believe FBA young lion, bro. You gotta take some of that pills on your nightstand, bro, and calm down.
Okay? They think that I have to get them to give me an African card. Go to hell.
Okay, look, guys, we got to make an African card and eliminate it and send it to Dollar Bill. Give him back his African card. You're officially an African, 100%.
I know I'm an African. I'm just not like them.
Oh God.
Man, Dollar Bill, we like, you know, all this
conversation, right? Elon Musk is African, you know, so it really means nothing anymore.
Exactly, but you know, like they're gonna tell me, oh no, you're not African, and if she is an African American, and
she is Dollar Bill,
and I still say she gets her hair fried. Okay,
but a lot of black people do. African Americans, Africans, they get their hair pressed.
So exactly. So I'm not getting her off.
Well, that don't make them not African American or African. Getting your hair pressed.
I'm just saying what it is. Okay, and so even if her skin ain't bleached and but her hair is fried.
Why did you even go there as an insult that she bleaches her skin? Why did you go there? Because you saw her color. She looks kind of, caramel or whatever. Look, peanut butter. You thought she had a bleach her skin?
Dollar Bill is just a troublemaker, man. He's just a troublemaker.
I thought she was a continental African trying to get
only continental African bleach their skin, huh?
Worse. Now she's worse. She's an African American married to an African calling me a white man.
Dollar Bill, you one of the day Africans, and you're African American. You were mad at it.
I'm not going to sugarcoat it. This is a horrible look. Everything bothering you.
Everything,
bro. Everything.
Dollar Bill was a crybaby, man.
You can't be doing that, bro.
You know, Zongo, shut up.
Dollar Bill's the old man in the community that don't want anybody to come on his lawn. But he's always looking for. He's always looking to get 20. He's always looking to get a teenager $20 to come mow his lawns. Oh my damn lawn.
No, the last time Mike from Nigeria saw him and he called him a blackie and he was mad.
Ross, I don't want to be you, bro.
Oh God, Dollar Bill.
I'm not.
That's why I see you got a problem with everybody. You got a problem with NM, Ross, MP.
I got a problem.
Who else?
I got a problem with suckers.
Dollar man.
You can be the peacemaker, man. You are elders. You are elders.
If there's no justice,
at your age, Africa, you should be considered as an elder.
Yeah, Dollar Bill should be like a paramount chief, man.
Because I'll be whipping your ass.
I mean, you don't got the stamina, bro.